The Cordon Sanitaire. A single law governing development in East Asia and the Arab world. Ali Kadri. For Torkil Lawson and his internationalist friends. 7. Forward. This book compares the most successful region of the developing world, East and Northeast Asia, especially the countries that join the rich club, with a very unsuccessful region, the Arab world. On the face of it, it may be unnecessary to do so. Looking at the data informs an enormous contrast. In East Asia, we have industrialization, steadily rising economic growth and closing income gaps, while exactly the opposite image prevails in the Arab region. However, to prove a point, comparing data that are already self-evident in the given phenomenon is not the purpose of this book. Data alone without a conceptual framework rooted in categorical knowledge or without a specific social dynamic motivating success or failure are only part of the story. Beyond the obvious averages, industrial East Israel and the smaller Gulf states, which are among the highest global per capita incomes, fall in an Arab region afflicted by several wars. The industrial northeastern Asian states and a couple of smaller states in South Asia are also situated in an area with significant poverty and sweatshop working conditions. Although with so many Arab countries in a state of war, in addition to severe cases of malnutrition and near starvation in some countries like Yemen, the Arab region appears to fare worse. Statistical weighting alone cannot tell us why some crossed the development threshold and others did not. At any rate, heterogeneity is akin to natural and social being, and empirical differences occur at every level between and within regions. Still, with a certain dose of subjective arbitrariness, empirics may lead us to innumerable theories or a sort of solipsism. There is an additional remarkable difference between these two regions. East Asia has had its big wars about 4 decades ago and has become integrated with the global economy through market expansion or the sale of civilian end-use commodities, while the Arab region has experienced the highest frequency of war over the last 4 decades and is integrated with the world via the industry of war and the strategic control of oil. While the richer industrial northeastern states assimilate the surrounding economies through lower-end tech production processes and sweatshops, Israel's expansion and superior power are a constant feeder of the war industry and integrate the Arab region via a domain of accumulation known as militarism. Yet, there is also a remarkable similarity between these regions. Rich countries in both regions are closely allied with US-led imperialism. In particular, the developed Asian countries serve as part of a cordon sanitaire hedging the advance of China and hence, the choice of title. Accordingly, one may deduce that to develop as such, or to grow wealthy and sustain a pro-imperialist working class consciousness, a given country has to supplement US-led imperialist hegemony. However, development under capitalism answers to the higher rates of profit through laying the appropriate social and political groundwork for production. Society receives the messages to remold social conditions to the desired profits from a market in which the exchange between commodities doubles for exchange between humans. In such a dynamic system, the input of labor into production is variable, and its costs must be kept to a minimum for profit rates to grow. The most violent practice of cheapening labor is a principal characteristic of the law of value. The subtitle of this book is Single Law Governing Development in East Asia and the Arab World, refers to the law of value. This law also regulates how much of society's labor and other resources should be used and to which areas of production they should be allocated. An obvious conclusion of such law is that it sets aside or destroys many resources, including human resources, especially when such resources do not cheapen labor or, inversely, boost profit rates. Through the sale of labor power on the market, private labor becomes social labor or value. Unlike previous historical stages, it is only under capitalism that labor time becomes value via the exchange of its products in an alienated and objective institution called the market. This value, socially necessary labor time, is the resource society puts 9 to use to reproduce itself. No society can go on without working, and that is why no social theory can be complete without a theory of value. Neoclassical economics also understands the importance of having a theory of value, and it has its own, a subjective theory of value. It is a nice theory, maybe too nice. What I mean by nice is in this theory of value, the individual develops tastes for chewing gum or bombs, measured in utils, and that is essentially why these commodities acquire different values and prices relative to each other. What I mean by too nice is that while each individual is signaling with a certain taste what the world should produce, society achieves Pareto optimality and equilibrium. Social costs meet social benefits at the juncture where no one can be better off without making somebody worse off. With a bit of egalitarianism, the neoclassical setup becomes utopia. In such utopia, the activity and tastes of polymorph individuals may not be governed by regulations and technical or social articulations but will be managed by social needs. In a society where production caters to tastes, the state may be dissolved as a separate instance from public coercion and politics, much as it voices the interests of social groups and covets the conquest of power may be de facto dissolved. These two preceding sentences are not mine, they are the paraphrased version of Marx's definition of generic communism. Had Marx only known that neoclassical economics also seeks the perfectibility of man, he probably would have kept at arm's length from such tiring critique of capital. Realistically, however, subjective value theory is transhistorical. Naturally, a well-to-do minority of individuals across history who enjoyed the luxury of choice valued certain things more than others. But most people are choiceless and work out of necessity. More importantly, each historical period has its own characteristics. This theory does not explain how society survives as capital socializes and commodifies everything under the sun, including labor power. The capitalist system overproduces for profits, while social needs cannot be met because the profit motive necessarily requires cheaper labor inputs and, hence, opposes the public demand for welfare. In the capitalist age, overproduction necessitates underconsumption. While production for profits in East Asia meets the socially conditioned tastes for chewing gum and garment lovers around the world, production of bombs also meets remolded tastes of a class with an inbuilt proclivity for devastating free works. Though much has been said about East Asian super-exploitation and its high rates of surplus value creation supporting profits, it has also been somewhat taboo for Eurocentric social science to speak of militarism and its commercial exploitation. Colonization, colonial wars, and slavery are forms of commercial exploitation. In its early stages, capitalism was born in crisis and its law of value operated with more than just super-exploitation. It required the outright enslavement of people and the regulation of labor reproduction by measures of depopulation. But capital never came out of its crisis. Its appetite for higher rates of commercial exploitation had risen and acquired new forms. The bombing of states like Iraq into continuously warring territory, depriving its working class from its potential medium of self-representation on the global stage, is a form of mass subjective cation similar to enslavement. An industry of war and drastic austerity, which combine to strip people of their collective will and regulate the reproduction of labor, are the structural representation of militarism. There are broadly two views on why this militarism and its associated commercial exploitation, including depopulation or the premature extinguishing of labor power alongside the laborer in war and war-related industry, do not pierce the debate. First, the Eurocentric left considers colonial pillage and imperial assaults as a historical bent pertinent to empires across history that falls outside capital's sphere of reproduction. Eurocentric accounts consider imperialist violence extra-economic activity separate from the accumulation cycle. Much of the more violent facet of capital, imperialism, does not matter for exchange, and therefore, it does not involve the production of value. Even when such products of imperialism enter the sphere of exchange, they are produced with primitive technology and circulated at low prices, indicating little value relevance. Some also rely on the Marxian dichotomy of productive/unproductive labor, assuming that militarism cum commercial exploitation engages unproductive labor. Second, The neo-Malthusian position considers that a population violently auto-regulating its reproduction relative to scarcity or finite resources to be more of a burden to capital because the lifebuoy of the planet bears the cost of refugee efforts and interventions. Whether it is the death and starvation of Iraqi children under the UN embargo between 1991 and 2003 or the slowly ionized Rwandan massacre of 1994, dispensability of human life is not a significant money-making operation. This approach is backed by a technological determinism, which disengages less productive labor whose empty 11 stomachs become the devil's playground. With a handful of humans with advanced machinery producing plenty of goods, the rest may perish because they hold little value for capital. Since Malthus, the earth has become more able to support its inhabitants. Apart from the fact that overproduction FIES in the face of Malthusianism, its real problem is in its mode of analysis. Reproductive behavior and moral codes change with changes in the social forces guiding accumulation and their partition in thought partitions reality. Scarcity is socially construed, and technology can be put to the service of humanity. Shooting or sinking refugees at sea fleeing to Europe is not a sport. It is the product of ages of imperialist aggression in Africa and the Arab world. Once the fullness of reality is brought in, the conceptual rigidity of its analysis serves as the basis for right-wing demagogy. Now, we come to the less insipid explanation of the Eurocentric left and its ideological progeny in the former colonies. For a very long time, Western democracy has been a conveyor belt for paying off the central working classes, the imperialist foot soldiers of aristocratic nations and their ideological clones in the developing world. Democracy, in that sense, is another name for the distributional function of the state reasserting the international division of labor. It is no coincidence that many brands of Marxism predominant in the North, whose liberal adherents restrict their struggle to online activism on wealthy university campuses, are almost completely alien to Southern Hemisphere. When social being and material circumstances determine consciousness, discrepancy between Marxist ideologies, North and South, comes clear. In a word, there is a material/ideological foundation why the left and right of Europe consider the non-European part of the planet cheap and outside the totality of the capital relationship. In justification of its position, social democracy reverts to something of a holy scripture in Marx's Capital Volume I. European workers who do not own the better machines produce higher surplus value because the commodity they make, be it useful or just waste, is realized for higher prices in northern markets. The one-sided abstractions in Capital Volume I, such as productive and unproductive labor, or prices set at values, which were adopted to reveal the source of surplus value, were also meant to be surpassed under fully mature capitalism. Whenever formal or one-sided concepts develop in reality, they will be fraught with contradictions. Reality develops by contradiction, and that is why logical fallacies abound. Unless the whole world is of one quality and quantity. 12. There will always be a transformation problem. For instance, it is not the productivity of one worker that determines his or her wage rate. The working class receives its share from the additional wealth it created through its own struggle and unity or by the power balance of the class struggle. The politics of working class struggle mediate such manifold differences of employed/unemployed, productive/unproductive and/or different skills. On capital's side too, it is not the single factory owner in Capital Volume I who revamps social conditions to lower necessary labor or their form in wages. It is the politics of the capitalist class and its practice of imperialism. The fixation of social democracy with the formal side of Marx, as opposed to the historical, is not innocuous. It says that our central wages are higher, and deservedly so, because our productivity is higher. Imperialism has little or nothing to do with it. Confronting colonial slaughter in Allegria, Franz Fanon critiqued the reluctance of European communists to support the liberation struggle and called for Marxism to be stretched. But in a theory of history rooted in the global class struggle, the revolutionary content of Marxism is already stretched. Moreover, value or wealth is both subject and object. Value is the pile of commodities and the subject-cum relationships governing the reproduction of commodities. Over the last FVE centuries, not only Western wealth grew commodities as such but all the relations that ensure the perpetuity of such wealth or historical surplus value also grew. Militarism, new forms of disubjective cation or enslavement, and more of production as waste took hold to sustain the FO of labor and nature at minimum costs. A leading civilization whose material culture evolves with the commodity as self-expanding value, that is, the contradiction between use value and exchange value, which historically takes its cue to allocate or destroy resources from things exchanging for things, developed an impenetrable ideological arsenal to further the rule of commodities over society. Working in the early 60s, Ainwayar Abdel Malik likened the imperialist stance of such ideology as Orientalism. It is not the same as the more recent literary critique of the bourgeois Kant designated as hate jargon, it is the magnification of the contradiction within value itself, the commodity, which necessarily develops by violence. With imperialism grounding the material basis for the reproduction of European culture, revolutionary change from within is highly unlikely without a reorient, as per André Gunder Frank's major work, or the re-emergence of a counteracting civilization from the south, as per Ainwayar Abdel Malik's work Changing the World 13. Under capital, violence is both cause for itself, as in war for war's sake, and cause to pursue strategic interests. Both strands of violence are a domain of accumulation, a militarism as Rosa Luxemburg called it. In any accumulation process, it involves production, exchange, and circulation of value. Subject to the law of value, it produces surplus value. How this surplus value is assessed depends on the power controlling the production of value, its unit of measure and the accounting system it uses to capture a moment of the process. In a structural world composed of a center integrating some other less productive tertiary markets clustered around it, money capital FOs do not reflect the value arising in production. The dominant subject, imperialism, exercises authority to undermine the price of the value being produced. Theoretically, the center could be funneling money in aid and or pseudo-humanitarian fair trade measures, but at least by the inertia of the historical surplus value or the growing avarice of imperialism, a transfer of value from the subjugated markets has to persist. In the sphere of circulation, such as increasing wages at home or development aid abroad, the activity of capital promotes its resiliency so long as demands for equalizing value distribution in the sphere of production are halted. In this single but hierarchically structured market, in which the share of labor from the surplus product is determined by its solidarity, while conversely, capital manifests itself as subject in the dividedness of labor, the class struggle itself becomes the determinant of production. In militarism, war as industry and the class struggle coincide. As value is the share of the potential labor from total labor, regulating the reproduction of labor and labor power by militarism becomes the furnace of surplus value creation. Militarism is the sphere of accumulation integrating the Arab world in a system of anachronic, social time determined, production in which the realization stage of commodities presupposes wars at the beginning and at the end of the production process. That is a world not orderly structured around a money-chain binary of good capitalism and bad capitalism and in which revolution is inevitable. It is the real overdetermined structure, intercausal, dominated by hegemonic imperialism opposed by weak anti-systemic liberation movements and where each subject realizes its own material substance or class content. In such a world, many stages of production and realization presuppose each other. Northern production pre-envisages war, and war itself becomes a stage in the realization of northern production. War as a form of militarism intensifies. 14. The consumption of people stripped of their will and rendered commodity-like. The accelerated use of labor power, brain, and brawn, in production as war is commercial exploitation. In relative terms, the Arab rate of surplus value creation by militarism and its commercial exploitation exceeds the East Asian super-exploitation. In most of this work, I make the point that exactly the same law of value, applied in two different forms of exploitation, imposes two different modes of exploitation to undergird the exponential profit rates. In the last chapter, I investigate the possibility of relapse into militarism in East Asia. China's rise is inexorable. An American-Asian pivot is confronting China's market expansion, whose latest glitzy name is the One Belt One Road. East Asia could slip back into militarism as a result of the recent military build-up. China is growing in real terms. It is owning assets abroad in areas controlled by the USA, not only financially. Its financial growth alone is not a threat to US-led capital. China is developing a fully integrated endogenous developmental capacity, including a sovereign production matrix, exacerbated by, and contingent on China's size. It is big in engineering and STEM subjects. Such is the real threat to US-led capital. At last, the east wind is prevailing over the west wind. Yet, in language meant to stultify and allude to war as something inherent in human nature, mainstream social science has dug up pre-capitalist imperial wars to analogize the possibility of war as result of China's ascent. Unlike past imperialist wars, capitalism has a peculiarly nasty motivator for war: commodity fetishism. China's and the USA's proxy wars are already afoot. The heftier comprador elements of ruling classes in nations of the Asian Cordon Sanitaire and some of their downstream production subsidiaries may be itching for war, but the rest are in a bind. A war in Asia has a reputation for being nasty, and this time around, it may involve mutually assured destruction. War or not will depend on how the working classes around the world realize the seriousness of the existential debacle. I would like to thank Adam Cornford for his valuable editing skills and incisive comments. Contents: 1. Introduction and background. 1. 2. The higher rates of surplus value through commercial exploitation. 39. 3. Development in the shadow of imperialism. 73. 4. Security and economic development. 111. 5. The rise of China and the potential for East Asian collapse. 135. Bibliography 167. Index 169. 1. Abstract. This chapter introduces the objective, which is to compare the development of the Arab world and East Asia, and posits that development occurs in the shadow of a cordon sanitaire strategically serving the security concerns of US-led imperialism. It tackles the problem of East Asia and the Arab world as representing two cases of imperialist practice and their corresponding policies leading to different developments. It concludes that the way to approach comparatives is not by spotting the infinite heterogeneity of actuality so that no conclusions can be drawn. It stresses that the apparent parallels or departures between the development courses of the Arab world and East Asia are not the result of good or bad capitalism, because there is only one capitalism whose practice of the law of value assumes different measures of repression, reducing the value of labor power way below the wages paid out to the working class. Unless the comparative is posited in terms of class history as the practice of the law of value, all comparisons would be confined to an epiphenomenon in which only differences are the rule. Keywords: comparative development, development methodology, economic policy. The impressive economic growth record of East Asia in the second half of the 20th century transformed the economies of this region into a purported model for other developing countries and a benchmark. Chapter 1. Introduction and background. Against which to evaluate their policies. 1. The successful interface of their financial, trade and macro policies with their particular conditions was touted as the procedure to emulate. The economic role of the state was re-acknowledged as crucial for catching up, including the way they dodged the straitjacket of neoliberalism, calibrating their degree of openness to certain development needs. However, the case may be that these impressive economic results have been raised to the level of dogma, refeeing these experiences into a set of universal policies, when in reality they could not be replicated in other contexts. This work compares the development experiences of EA, especially the experience of the richer nations that have broken through the development barrier, and the Arab world, and posits that these regional development performances are intensely overdetermined by their modes of integration with world capital too, EA through accumulation by manufacturing of civilian end-use commodities, and the A through accumulation by militarism. 3. Political and historical conditions for successful development vary, and so does the outcome of development. The EA-A comparison cannot be framed in terms of two competing and universal models, in turn reduced to a debate between state-led and market-led development. Once the comparison is formalized, the choice of variables intended to prove similitude or difference becomes either arbitrary or argued according to blatant ideological proclivities. Not that any interpretation could stand above ideology, but arguments grounded in a reading of history disallow facile hypothetical theorization or falsification of fact. Formalization, the art of cross-sectioning and dehistoricizing social processes, only attests to the truth of the proverb that all comparisons are lame and situates similitudes and differences at the level of epiphenomena, which easily lend themselves to quantification. Quantification cannot be eschewed, but if knowledge is to be reverse constructed from appearances and quantities, qualities, and or the history of the development of objects, their laws of historical self-differentiation that demonstrate likenesses or variances, disappear. In terms of economic success, Israel, a settler colonial social formation transplanted into the footed with financial and military aid and situated in one of the hottest war zones on the planet, is roughly as successful as South Korea. For not all the Arab region failed and not all EA succeeded. When class lines that cross national boundaries are the starting point for theories of development, stories of success or failure. 3. Are linked together by class ties, while geographic or spatial conventions assume secondary relevance. The comparative development experience is never solely regional, it cuts across regions. Integrated within the American security nexus, highly developed states and imperialist security outposts such as Israel and South Korea are more at ease with the command of their policy space and resources than many others. This work argues that similarities and differences in social development between EA and the are principally products of an objective and impersonal class history that delegates to national forces the autonomy and the policy space in which to develop. As the power of the social and national revolutions in contradiction with imperialism wanes, it is the latter that develops or de-develops, and it does so by molding social conditions to the requisites of rising profit rates. The East Asian growth experience is based, among other factors, on the existence of states that enjoy a certain level of autonomy in relation to and by protection of imperial reach. The top performers who leapt into the advanced club have managed to guide the processes of structural transformation and economic growth in tandem with their joint national/imperialist security concerns. That empires strengthen, invest, and securitize advanced outposts to defend themselves from potential competitors is an age-old practice. The many prosperous Levantine cities lying at the edge of the Syrian Badiya, of which Palmyra in Syria still makes the news, were projects of the Roman Empire to cultivate the loyalties of the local population and solidify its defenses against the Parthians. 5. In the same vein, the East Asian countries that have caught up with the advanced industrial club, they have done so a fortiori as a result of US-led imperialist and geostrategic objectives. These states industrialized, built national security and considered industrialization as a subcomponent of national security, just as Soviet industrial policy initially took off to strengthen defense or as George Marshall envisaged for post-World War II Germany. Regionally, the Arab dystopia as demonstrated by the recent uprisings began with the ebbing of the Nasserite period, the successive Arab defeats, especially in 1967 and 1973, combined with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the introjection of defeatism and the rise of the merchant mode of accumulation that steers resources away from industry. The Arab state has since been reduced to either a repressive apparatus that administers strategic resources at the behest of foreign powers or a fragmented class composed of internecine warring factions that realize 4. Imperialist surplus and devalorize the national formation through self-destruction. Unlike the market for civilian end-use commodities mode of integration of EA, the A is integrated into the global economy via the channels of war and oil. Conventional explanations of development revert to notions of trans-historical cultural attributes that have suddenly awoken in the collective mind of the country in question as reasons for takeoff or descent. They and nationalistically bred success stories of elites coalescing around conjured nationalist ideals to empower the state as the ultimate resource allocator and marker of cross-country of variances. Conversely, countries that have failed the development test are implicitly or explicitly slotted into the category of undeveloped spirits whose time for fruition has not yet dawned. Whichever way one looks at it, the cultural discourse relies on unchanging historical attributes couched in a selective reading and periodization of history. In an uneven global context in which there must be winners and losers, often by the use or the threat of military force, the articulation of historical forces that affords a degree of autonomy to developing states holds primacy over the role that nationally spawned relationships and institutions play in the race for development. Peripheral social forms, states and policies are subsidiary to the full weight of history and only mediate its outstanding contradictions. Spatially, global antagonisms materialiste in a Cordon Sanitaire, may provide entente and more resources destined to civilian end use, as in the case of EA or CONFICT, and the erosion of sovereignty steering accumulation to military ends and value destruction, as was the Arab case. The impact of development nationally is necessarily conditioned by the degree of power and autonomy a nationalist capitalist class enjoys vis-a-vis international capital in order to retain and recirculate its surpluses. Hence, it is within a post-World War II configuration in which US-led imperialism sought arresting the expansion of China and promoting the expansion of Israel that the relative success of EA and the derailed development of the are to be gauged. However, the steep rise of China as an economic power in search of a political foothold is changing the rules of the game. Just in the same way that militarism and open conflict debilitated the recent rise of China is triggering a militarization of Asia and a remilitarization of Japan, which may, contingent upon shifting alliances, reverse Asian developmental achievements. The rate of surplus value is much higher under modes of commercial exploitation and war than 5. Superexploitation. Through depopulation, commercial exploitation consumes labor power by prematurely extinguishing lives at a much faster rate relative to other modes of exploitation. In reconditioning the East Asian mode of production to higher profit rates, the time may have come for US-led imperialism to restructure power or draw more resources from that region by means of war, just as it does with the In the FNAL chapter, this work will touch on the crucial issue of the growth of China and its likely impact on its surrounding region. There is no clear answer to such a debacle, however, if the working classes of China and EA rein in the comprador elements in their ruling classes, the region may not slip into oblivion as happened in the In the main, this lengthy research will examine the balance of historical forces, their realization of the law of value by the practice of imperialism, manifest in a shifting Cordon Sanitaire, which leads to divergent developmental paths in EA and the Arab region, respectively. In particular, it will highlight the importance of working class security as the substance of sovereignty to restructuring societies in ways that resulted in sturdy economic growth with a closing income gap in EA or in the opposite, extremely poor long-term averages of real per capita growth rates with widening income gaps, in the Arab regions. 6. Situating the issue. The promotion of the East Asian experience to the status of a developmental model had a positive effect on questioning the recommendations of the neoliberal economic model. By offering evasive maneuvers around the diktat of received theory, maneuvers intended to achieve tangible retention of the social product by the national economy, the emergence of the East Asian model pierced through the dogma surrounding developmental policies and the well-worn state versus markets fallacy. Apart from the dip in growth during the 1997 to 1998 Asian crisis, EA growth rates per capita remained in the healthy range, especially if China is added to the group. During the East Asian crisis of 1997 to 1998, which was ignited by a severe dip in chip prices, and accentuated into a bust as a result of excessive capital inflows trailing East Asian growth initially and whizzing out over long-term confidence in national markets combined with a dollar rally, was a one-time event after which the economy resumed its growth course. The bust occurred as a Minsky 6 moment, or a point at which the buoyant real economy drew in far more private debt than it could pay off when the real cycle recedes. However, the leading economies of EA are located/integrated in what would later become the most buoyant region globally, and their export revenues are based on high value-added, science-laden content and manufactured product to which the terms of trade are favorable. 7. However, the lower-end partners of developed Northeast Asia remain underdeveloped, with the FDI and other geopolitical rent components characterizing their potentially unsteady path on the road to future development. The East Asian social crisis lingered, a result of USA's efforts to delay bailouts and to undo the resonance of the alternative Asian model, and simultaneously for Western capital to acquire higher ownership of Asian assets at cheap rates. Chandrasekhar and Ghosh also posit that the fall of the Soviet Union may have triggered a relaxation of the capital control restraints of the Asian model of development. But at that time, the neoliberals were dizzy with success, celebrating their victory, and a specter of dreadful market fundamentalism has captured the global imagination. Financialization and the denationalization of development were globally afoot to unlatch resources from their national origins and ideologically undermine labor. Crisis or no crisis, the comprador classes of EA, procuring and profiting off the avails of fragile exports or geopolitical rents, root their allegiance in the circle of us-led capital. Although for lack of sufficient public sector-sponsored welfare nets and automatic stabilizers redressing demand, the East Asian crisis could have trailed longer, the length of the downturn was shortened because EA's exports are high-demand/dynamic products. Asian high-value-added and tech-upgraded products are the most dynamic globally, for which the 1999 rebound in demand re-energized higher employment and consumption levels. Patnaik correctly argues that although many factors have been highlighted, and rightly so, as underlying the high growth of the East Asian tigers, such as land reforms, the achievement of high levels of literacy, the economic concessions made by the USA for geopolitical reasons, a seldom noted factor, which is the key factor, according to him, is the restraint. 7. Placed on financial interests or the exclusion of international financial FOs and the subordination of the domestic financial system to the needs of the productive economy. 8. The late 90s Asian crisis was set off by the tide of financial liberalization, a derived condition from the internationalization of finance concentrating capital in the US market. The end of communism and the rise of the monolithic power of us-led capital over history began to undermine any traces of national capitalism, not only in Asia, but across the globe. Patnaik was spot on in pointing out the accent on investment in industry and the pernicious role of finance in the fiasco of the Asian crisis. Since 1999, the date of Patnaik's work, financialization grew beyond what is sustainable as a result of increasing financial rent grab, and the ailment of unfettered growth in the cycle of credit exceeding real economic performance surfaced in the Great Recession of 2007 to 2008. Growth in finance, or the layers upon layers of debts, does not produce additional value, but they necessitate social measures to increase the share of capital in the real economy by either austerity or war. Imperialist wars of aggression seeking control of strategic resources, especially in Iraq and Afghanistan and through the power emanating therefrom, underwrote much of American fiat-moneyed expansion. It may worthwhile to note that the expansion of money supply never really came undone with the commodity standard. It used to be imperialist reach and the gold standard until circa 1970, and it became mainly oil and other strategic resources combined with imperialist reach afterwards. Because the USA must maintain a steady dollar as the world wealth-holding medium, it also must guarantee dollar-moneyed expansion with higher doses of hegemony and strategic control of vital resources. At any rate, wars have long been the principal means of maintaining the sort of hegemony that ensures the flow of capital and resources back to empires. The much talked about Asia Pivot and AFRICOM are the newest militaristic forms of dollar undergirding cum power rearrangement by US empire. In retrospect, East Asian decline in 1997 to 1998 appears to have been short-lived, and although at the time of the crisis foreign capital has appropriated substantial chunks of Asian assets at free sale prices, the steady rise of China reinvigorated the growth engines of the region once more. 9. Globally, the returns to central capital from market-driven growth via financial currents occurred at rates commensurate with the 8. degree of openness in trade and capital accounts. The more developing countries opened up, the more capital flew to the safety of central markets, especially the US. The transfer of wealth via economical channels benefited countries whose industrial growth was in the lead and whose capital account was regulated. However, it also undermined the nations that had missed growth by the cycle of industrialization surplus retention, more equitable distribution. Accumulation bereft of more egalitarian redistribution of incomes and assets results in growth without development. The is an obvious case of high growth combined with deindustrialization and maldistribution, whereas India, for instance, is a case of industrialization with maldistribution. Both are cases of lumpen development. Meanwhile, US militarism has been on the rise. Militarism, its associated devalorization as in the cheapening of social reproduction costs and higher austerity rates that raise profits by dipping into labor shares, involves a whole social and ideological cycle meant at its own reproduction. Militarism is a social order and a domain of accumulation, which is auto-reproductive. This is much more than simply spending on the military as in military Keynesianism. Luxemburg asserts that capital itself ultimately controls the automatic and rhythmic movement of militarist production through the legislature and a press whose function is to mold so-called public opinion, and that is why this particular province of capitalist accumulation seems capable of infinite expansion. The idea that financialization ends national capitalism holds up to the point where US-led financial capital begins to excessively devour the shares of other nationalist capitals. That capital grows not only by the exploitation of labor but also by snatching the shares of other competing capitals is the reason why Lenin dreaded Koskai's notion of ultra-imperialism. Ultra-imperialism is the condition in which inter-imperialist differences are settled as a result of converging interests. However, violence against the working class and inter-capitalist violence are the constant flux that appertains to capital. Literally speaking, the only event whose specific date cannot easily be predicted but whose future occurrence one can always be sure of is war under capitalism. Capital cannot work against its own grain, especially as accumulation by the realization of civilian end products recedes and accumulation by wars of encroachment becomes the principal means of readjusting the growth/profit cycle. At this historical conjuncture, matters are further exacerbated by a China whose growth trajectory will flatten out if 9. It does not expand its internal as well as its external markets. As will be seen in the FNAL chapter, the nature of the game for the rich states in EA is changing, and unless their past pro-American allegiances are tempered with a view to reasonable coexistence, joining the US bandwagon in the containment of China makes grim their prospects. A critique of the mainstream. EA's economic results were contrasted with the disappointing performances of Arab economies, especially following the 1980s. Prior to 1980, the principal Arab economies of Egypt, Syria, and Iraq experienced average real yearly growth rates of 5.5, 7 and 10%, respectively, 10 whereas the joint average for Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea, and Thailand was slightly above 4%. Between 1980 and 2000, the experienced two lost decades where average real per capita growth rate sank slightly below zero as a result of dwindling oil prices. 11 When oil prices recovered in 2002, growth rates picked up again, but by then the merchant comprador class had already commandeered the resource allocation mechanisms to the point where higher growth led to higher immiseration, as evidenced by the decline in the labor share of total income, which fell from about 40% in the late 90s to below 25%. Meanwhile, in the 1980s and 1990s, EA exhibited the highest growth rates globally with rising wages and labor shares. 12 As to the at less than 1% real average yearly GDP per capita growth rate over 30 years. 13 and wholesale war destruction in Libya, Syria, Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, Libya, Lebanon, Palestine, Iraq, and Syria. It is a performance that is not difficult for any region to beat. In terms of initial endowments, this disparity in performance was unjustifiable. The I had oil, and as soon as its states leaned towards neoliberalism, they were not able to initiate the massive industrial transformation projects and state interventions that laid at the core of EA growth. Unlike the East Asian states, the control of the Arab state over society receded with its rate of neoliberal cuts to social programs, which let filter into the national formation imperialist-sponsored civil society that later contributed to state failure. The divergent outcomes between these two regions triggered a rethinking of the state as a determinant of growth/development in the However, by refeeing the state 10. And by assuming that the state is some unchangeable ideal whose real manifestation across history is a series of distorted appearances, mainstream thinking overlooks its class-laden developmental function, which is about mustering power and finance to mobilize real resources, albeit contingent upon the power of organized labor. 14. In fact, the pre-neoliberal phase Arab state resembled in its developmental function and policy orientation the pre- and post-neoliberal state in EA. But states lend themselves to comparison not because they are some ideal cultural form or a receptacle of the ethos of societies. They do so because they are the realized articulation of class forces that are manifest structurally in specific forms of social organization, of which the state itself is the ultimate institutional form. Prima facie, both regions had authoritarian states, heavily intervening in the economy and hegemonizing society, but their relationships and mode of integration with international capital became different. The differing developmental results arising from the role state as the medium of political practice depends on the degree of the realization of the working class in that state, the citizenship of the working class and its wresting of political and social power in and through the state. This is not the abstract individual citizenry of the mainstream. It is social individual whose agency is the organization of the working class. During the post-independence period, the ruling class constituents of the state in the represented a broad-based, working class, favoring alliance that later came apart. Around that time, the ruling class became overwhelmingly merchant/comprador and was destined to pillage its own society as a way of self-reproduction. Before that, however, whether as a vestige of national liberation wars or as a result of enlisting the working class into national or regional security arrangements, the realization of the working class in EA, assessed in terms of its growing share from the social product, grew. The similar strengths and coercive power of Arab and Asian states do not explain how the working class is incorporated in the state or how it commandeers the circuit of value creation and wealth distribution. Where there is an adequate policy interface that retains resources nationally, when the substance of state security is working class security, a positive development outcome ensues. The richer, more advanced, and sparsely populated states that comprise the imperialistically sponsored posts around China had their national security. 11. Infused with the nationalization of industrial knowledge and the betterment of the working class as part and parcel of that combined imperialist/national security. However, in the such a scenario does not apply even to the pro-US Gulf states, whose meager production knowledge base remains alien to and apart from their own working class and culture. Moreover, the Arab states have been subjected to incessant imperialist assault that eroded their role in promoting development as part of their security structure. Such erosion increased as of circa 1980, or as Arab ruling classes metamorphosed into a merchant/comprador class that relinquished national industrial development. Having introjected defeat, they compromised the mechanisms that address social redistributive pressures and cemented the objective grounds for militarism as a principal domain of accumulation. Only the breakthrough East Asian states derived strength from bettering the living standards of large sections of their own working class in a rent distribution mechanism or through higher wages buying loyalties, while the Arab merchant/comprador classes were squeezing the wage share from total income and curbing popular democracy. 15. For Waldner, The A and EA represent two cases of an underlying institutional process, with each of these regions adopting a different policy framework leading to different materialization of the general case of societies hegemonized by strong states. The contrasting economic outcomes lead to his conclusion that one or more factors, such as combining state building with development and entrepreneurial skills, differed between these two cases. This dehistoricized institutional experience is conceptualized as different materializations of rules of good behavior, which at a given point in time bifurcates according to differing national capabilities that generate success or failure respectively. This conception obviates the articulation of historical forces that shape development. Institutions are structural images of class formations upon which a set of constraints, namely real and representations of resultant class powers, discipline the avarice of capital through class-related rules and regulations. Institutions in the Nye tradition exude a gentlemanly quality. They are a set of constraints on behavior in the form of rules and regulations, a set of procedures to detect deviations from the rules and regulations, and, finally, a set of moral, ethical behavioral norms which 12. Define the contours that constrain the way in which the rules and regulations are specified and enforcement is carried out. It is difficult to imagine that with so many imperialist wars visited upon the that such codes of social conduct of formalist institutions can hold. In recent history, the dominant rule of superior free power surfaced as the ultimate arbiter that enforces contracts, sets the terms for trade, exchange, and transaction costs, and defines rights, including property rights and the rights of people to own their natural resources and use the proceeds to improve their living conditions. These are the guidelines laid down by imperialism or the power of the dominant class. However, at a certain level of generalization, when institutions acquire trans-historical qualities whose rules resemble the laws of religion, social reality becomes gelatinous enough to ft into or oppose any of Nye's rules of good behavior. Such is science by convenience. East Asian or Arab economic policies, be they libertarian capitalist or precociously Keynesian, are relevant to development in the way the state applies them to retain the social product and promote production and more equitable distribution. For Toy, given the ambitious scope of the task of post-colonial reconstruction, development economics at its birth was more dirigiste in spirit and practice than Keynesian macroeconomics ever was. Before Keynes' ideas filtered into development economics, Burchard stressed that in underdeveloped countries with surplus populations and a general shortage of social and private capital, a fairly rapid rate of industrialization is desired. A higher degree of direct controls and other methods, not unlike those employed in a war economy, will probably be needed. Economic development since the physiocrats is about the degree of recirculation and retention of wealth nationally without the presence of leeches draining the blood of the economic body through open veins. It does not matter how one names a policy, what matters is what share of the growth of national income improves working class conditions and development. Arab countries that have grown at fast rates, such as Egypt and Tunisia, the most liberalist, were also the countries that exhibited the weakest development performance as a result of real and monetary leakages. In EA, the replication of the Japanese model, which was influenced by the List thesis on industry protection as early the Meiji Restoration in 1867, reached a level of state coordination between factors of production that led me to qualify it as planned capitalism. As odd as it 13. may sound, land reforms in South Korea and Taiwan, which had resulted in greater agricultural efficiency, food security, and better income distribution were carried out under the auspices of the USA. 16. Both South Korea and Taiwan still enjoy export-led growth and preferred access to the U.S. market. State control in directing investment, technology, and the deployment of human resources in synchronization with capital's growth would prepare resources ahead of time to be channeled into competitive areas for which markets were already insured. The building of working-class security through retention of the surplus, improved living standard and, equivalently, rising labor share, is the development that circularly builds national security too. The facile side of Nye's arguments is that they assume that real history, incarnate in the power of imperialism, simply takes a backseat and permits each of the national forces in EA and the A to shape their institutions, rules, and policy as they please, history suddenly abides by the ahistorical general rule of good behavior, such as the premise of good entrepreneurship or unadulterated property rights. In fact, the unity of ruling national and imperialist forces, which constitutes a fusion that reconstitutes and completes their basic animation, which is determining but is itself decisively overdetermined by the various levels and instances of the more powerful social relationship imperialism, cannot be overlooked. So, in any cross-national relationship between ruling classes, imperialism, which is the class that holds sway over other national classes, integrates the national structure by the mode of distribution of national capital's revenues and, more definitively, by the degree of its control or ownership of the national production base. In an Arab context, the revenues to imperialism from the national production base are insignificant compared to militarism, and as for the significantly moneyed Gulf states, their assets are protected, financialist and dollarized. As to EA, the buying of East Asian assets in 1997 to 1998 by foreign capital, mainly U.S. capital, deepened the dependency of the region's capital on US-led imperialism. Apart from the facetious side of Nice analysis, which inadvertently forgets that U.S. embassies in the as shown by cables released by WikiLeaks, regularly call on Arab journalists to adhere to their policies, its more imperialist apologetic side omits a reading of how the shifts in resource creation, destruction, or ownership, the real events, develop by and through imperialist control and expropriation. 14. Nye reduces history to one-sided abstractions or rules unrelated to the class power that has dictated Arab failure or Asian success. Colonial/imperialist practice does not limit itself to short-lived wars, after which it returns home to live happily ever after. Imperialism is the relentless pursuit of imperial rents. Through the selective imposition of structural constraints on future development, the reorganization of constitutional, legal, and bureaucratic forms of practice, it foregrounds the process of competition for rents around the state. At the same time, working class differentiation by rent-augmented wages to sections of the working class preempts any future role for labor and working class solidarity. Because of a sequence of USA defeats in EA, including its major loss of China in 1948 and later defeat in Korea and Vietnam, imperialism could not inject such rent-based divisive mechanisms into the operational side of East Asian states. A certain level of East Asian state autonomy was historically relayed by a certain level of national security. It is somewhat superfluous to note that in the course of defeat opens immense opportunities for imperialist meddling in national affairs. Let us, for the sake of avoiding complacency, consider the case of Syria, which is topical at the time of writing. For Syria and its CONFICT, the venom of sectarian divisions has already been prepared for infusion into its forthcoming constitution, or the constitution of the new state whenever and if ever it reemerges from CONFICT. The draft of the new Syrian constitution would be a replica of the American-drafted Iraqi constitution, which was foundational to the ongoing CONFICT in Iraq. 17. One can trace the success of such imperialist measures to the imposition of a sectarian constitution in Lebanon by the French colonialists in 1926, whose accomplishment in creating a Lebanese state, which is continuously at low or high intensity intercommunal war, contributes by its very weakness to the former colonists/imperialists' power standing, and by implication to their capacity to generate imperial rents. The issue of constitutions and reconstruction is discussed at length in Chap 4. The dynamic of success or failure is part of the crisis of global capitalism, whereby capital metabolizes through value destruction as well as value creation. This is not a case of disengaging an old technology a la Schumpeter and replacing it with a new one to raise profits. This is a case of destroying man and things to ensure the rule of capital as the dominant social relationship. 15. At a later date, Mazaros describes the gravity of the global crisis in such words: it is not the control of a particular part of the planet, no matter how large, putting at a disadvantage but still tolerating the independent actions of some rivals, but the control of its totality by one hegemonic economic and military superpower, with all means even the most extreme authoritarian and, if needed, violent military ones at its disposal. This is what the ultimate rationality of globally developed capital requires, in its vain attempt to bring under control its irreconcilable antagonisms. The trouble is, though, that such rationality, which can be written without inverted commas, since it genuinely corresponds to the logic of capital at the present historical stage of global development, is at the same time the most extreme irrationality in history, including the Nazi conception of world domination, as far as the conditions required for the survival of humanity are concerned. In the Arab case, as in any other war-ridden region in the developing world, it is the devastation of massive resources via encroachment wars and the shortening of human lives by stripping working people of their rights to their wealth and their control over their labor in order to generate new wealth by cheaper inputs and more solid capitalist ideological impetuses. Such wars of encroachment act as forms of modern slavery. The reduction of subject-object to object, of humans and their labor power into things, and of things into resources for capital unowned by politically organized people, is the substance of chattel slavery or commercial exploitation juxtaposed to colonialism and, later, to imperialist practice, albeit on a much larger scale. The creation of slaves to support wage slavery in the colonizing countries never ceased to exist. It continued in colonial practice and later to imperialist practice. It strips whole peoples of the will to govern themselves, or the reduction of collective subject-object to object. Commercial exploitation never stops. It burgeoned under modern imperialism in the form of Arab state destruction or debilitation. The creation of Arab and other failures to destroy value or provide cheapened value is not an inadvertent condition or misguided choice. It is necessary for the functioning of capital, for which, in the FNAL analysis, money is only signification of the degree of power capital exercises over labor in its process of auto-reproduction. By using commercial exploitation, I am partly following Emmanuel's elaboration of the concept developed by Marx. The concept was given significance earlier in what Abdel Malik termed the historical surplus value, which is a broader category that 16. Includes, in addition to the accumulated transfers of wealth, cultural and civilizational loss as part of the exploitative condition. These snippets from Abdel Malik's chapter on the historical surplus value illustrate his points. Historical surplus value designates the looting of all major continents as of the 15th century and the accumulation of their wealth in the then rising bourgeoisies of the West. The roots of violence and the roots of global war lie in the historical restructuring of the international order, that is, the formation of Western hegemony, rooted in the historical surplus value from the 15th century onwards. This strangely ignored condition by mainstream academia considers capitalist surplus value as if it was a product of the last stage of the history of mankind and or a product of the last phase of the class struggle, during which the bourgeoisies were to exploit the working class. The historical surplus value is not delimited by economics, raw material, energy, resources, land, and space etc., it above all provided Europe with the means to secure world hegemony. Historical surplus value provided the grounds for the rise of the scientific and technological revolution. Its geopolitics furnished the Europe with the means of control of the world via sea routes, while the dissemination of ideas from the center via communication technologies dictated the theories and conceptions for the Third World to grow into. As such, the ethical normative position by which the liberal left judges violence as a pathology of the system or as an exogenous syndrome, when in fact that very historical context for development is laid down by the violence of European imperialism. Imperialism as a central factor in the power structure of the modern times was viewed in its immediacy and not as a contemporary expression of a historical process. Abdel Malik's concept is far broader and fuller than Emmanuel's because it allows for imperialist wars to be included not only as economic value in the accumulation process but also as social reconditioning for the creation of surplus value. At this junction, I would also like to further clarify the distinction between commercial exploitation and historical surplus value. It takes exploitation to make surplus value. Superexploitation, the super low wages paid to highly intensive labor performed in the Third World, is still less exploitative than commercial exploitation, which involves paying little or no wages or prices at all for the working class and its resources. Seen from a one-sided perspective, the intensive cation by the non-value creating activity of unproductive labor in the FRST world reinforces the 17. Exploitation of productive labor in Third World. Although the rents of non-productive labor in the North grow by the exploitation of living labor in the South, which intensified as Third World proletariat grew, this is by no means the beginning of higher rates of surplus value creation in the South. Since the onset of the capitalist age ca 1500, wars and their products in war booty are also a production process that involves productive war labor and surplus value usurpation. The divide between productive and unproductive labor is an analytical device propounded by Marx to illustrate the relationship between surplus labor and the working day, when in reality the very production of productive labor requires the creation of unproductive labor. The analytical divide, productive versus unproductive labor, economizes Marx. After all, Marx crowned his theory with the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation: greater wealth must be met with the immiseration of the proletariat. In this law, the power of labor in the class struggle predicates the social wage, which grows or diminishes not by types of labor, productive or unproductive, but by the resultant vector of the class struggle: how strong is labor in the equation of the state. At any rate, there has to be alienated productive labor to produce value, otherwise how would capitalist society survive? Given that the wages are the wages of the working class in all its constituents, productive, unproductive, and necessarily idle, and given that the working class does not own the means of production, it is the rapport de force incarnate in states, other forms of social organization and degree of ideological hegemony that determine/redistribute the share of wages to the working class. Under capital's hegemony, wages are the residual decided after Prof. T.S. account taken of commercial exploitation and militarism as building blocks of production. The creation of surplus value involves the consumption of living as well as dead labor. The consumption of living labor, deaths in imperialist wars of conquests, is itself a production process, and it reinforces the production of other value-forming activity. The compounded output/effect of the consumption of living labor and nature is historical surplus value. In that sense, raising historical surplus value requires more than super-exploitation or rents and war booty arising from the premature deaths of the native population, but also an arresting of Third World civilizational development, including the elimination of culture and/or its homogenization. That is why Abdel Malik 18. And later Frank spoke of a counter-imperialist civilizational project led by China as a prerequisite for sound development. 18. Under financially mature imperialism plagued by crises of severe overproduction, the rate of commercial exploitation/historical surplus value requires an acceleration of the rate of destruction of assets, including the human assets, directly by war or through the erosion of collective/working class forms of political representation. As will be discussed in Chap 2, the rates of surplus value by commercial exploitation exceed the rates of super-exploitation in EA. The pernicious side of neoliberal ideology, its methodology of pursuing individual apart from collective rights, is the broader frame of thought upon which the bombing of countries proceeds. Just like fascist platitudes, neoliberalism as an ideology personifies the private in the private/public contradiction of capital. Man the social relationship becomes man the person bereft of social context. This oversimplification or over-abstraction of concrete facts meant to delude the public justifies imperialist assaults because one or few guys are evil or Saddam-like. The conjunction of working-class stultification backstopping the descent of capital has one natural end: fascism. The comparative should be of classes and not of states. Every stage of capitalist history bears its own objective stock of ideology or arsenal of ideas by means of which the ruling class reproduces itself and into which working people are born. In the present phase, the ideological arsenal is neoliberalism. More than simply a justificatory secular religion, Neoliberalism is the set of conceptual rules that intermediate the institutional composition/function of the state and its related practice in development. This ideology was never confined to benign economic practice. Its evisceration of the minimum necessary historically determined income has engendered sustainable degradation at an exponential rate, which, when combined with socialist retreat, has resulted in social disarticulation and the intercommunal or interworking class conflict that has been actively fostered and funded by imperialism. Although interworking class divisions are prevalent across the globe, they assume a more violent nature in a self-differentiating reality. No two models of development can be alike. However, let us address the obtrusive question 19, can the East 19. Asian model be a guide for development in the or the Middle East? The East Asian case was a product of strong and autonomous states that managed to guide the processes of structural transformation and economic development. However, the strength and autonomy of these states result from a security arrangement bequeathed by the struggle during the Cold War and subsequent international divisions. The demilitarization of Japan and the protracted U.S. wars in the Korean Peninsula and Vietnam, which raised the calculated risks for imperialism of undertaking yet another war, are the historical context. The so-called developmental state endowed with a professional and autonomous bureaucracy, a closed political system, and state domination of private actors could only have existed as a result of the social forces shaping its own course. These developmental states, however, grew in the shadow of the imperialist power vortex, and the wealth they have created failed to relatively free their own working classes from the prejudices and shackles of the wage system. Incidentally, the latter point is the litmus test of development success because it means that labor holds so much of the historical agency to grow out of narrow identity into internationalist solidarity. Much of East Asian industrialization is supported by a geopolitical rent component and, given their capital class control of the rent-to-wage devolvement of income, industrialization does not induce a culture of universalism. It is in many respects much like the Gulf states with their high salaries to nationals and slave-like condition of immigrant Asiatic labor supported by a culture of chauvinism. Industrial development incentivizes socialization and working class security from want by the degree of working class struggles for higher wages, its control of the labor process, and not by the quality of the machine it is engaged with. Smaller Gulf states whine about following the industrial model of the East Asian breakthroughs, when in fact they are not too dissimilar, save the higher rents in the Gulf that are partially devolved to buttress the wages of nationals. The inherent tendency of the East Asian capital class may implicitly be wishing to become more like Gulf sheikdom's quick and higher rents and a more obsequious working class. At any rate, a rentier class requires a culture of working class segregation and disenfranchisement to maintain its rents. Although in times of socialist ideological defeat, such as the current historical phase, stressing emancipation sounds absurdly optimistic, the 20 stakes are now higher than ever before and the times for reforms in politics are long gone. So, let me be clear, there are no working classes that are free from wage slavery, and in view of socialist collapse, emancipation is a far-fetched goal, but for science questions of degree matter. There are actual cases during revolutionary tides where communes temporarily exercise a high degree of autodetermination, however, also in socializing states where the gains in social security acquired by labor allows it the freedom to espouse a proletarian ideology. The abolition of capital as a social relation is precisely the overcoming of the wage relationship. The form of capital is the dividedness of labor. It is not the degree of higher wealth that is necessary for development as freedom, but it is the degree of revolutionary consciousness and its foundational platform, or the transformation of the working class into a proletariat via organizational and revolutionary ideological power. Sections of the East Asian working class may have had a rising living standard, but because of the allegiance of that working class to its own capital via nationalist ideological networks stunting its being as the subject of history, it is far from freeing itself from the servitude of the wage system. The East Asian formation exhibits cultural traits of loyalty to capital similar to those in the Gulf states. Such are places where Islamist ideology or nationalism bonds labor with capital through an act of faith. Moreover, in the THIRD Asian states, the social regression associated with geopolitical and security rants, manifest as complacency devolved to popular culture around the idea of living under American protection, does erode the spin-offs from the knowledge economies generated by national means, which otherwise might galvanize an internationalist culture and consciousness. The developmental state is replaceable by approximation when reduced to some of its major characteristics such as efficient bureaucracy and disciplining of private actors and so on, but not for Arab-like countries that fall on the accumulation by encroachment war side of capital's metabolic order. Encroachment war, and war for war's sake as in the necessity for the value attendant on militarism to self-expand, which may or may not include an overlapping goal of raw material extraction, is an extreme form of a commercial exploitation. Recalling, encroachment wars strip the power of people to rule themselves. Just as slavery deprives an individual of rule over his or her own body, modern forms of commercial exploitation. 21. Involve stripping whole peoples of their will and means to self-governance, which is ultimately a weakening or destruction of their state, social formation, or forms of social organization. This war-ridden course of history is the overdetermined structure. It is the shifting articulation of the balance of class power that is ultimately dominated by imperialism. It is the development suppressor bequeathed by colonialism to insecure/weaker nations such as those in the and Africa. Accumulation by realization of civilian end-use commodities producing winners in EA is inverse to accumulation by encroachment war producing losers in the A. On a global scale, industrial development in EA was the result of a contingent history whose shadow image was industrial decline in the A and elsewhere, namely Africa. Following the rise of neoliberalism and Arab decline after swift military, and more importantly ideological defeats in wars with Israel, between 1980 and 2010 the shares of manufacturing in Syria, Egypt, Algeria, and Iraq fell from 19 to 5, 21 to 15, 10 to 2, and 12 to 4% respectively. The data for EA exhibits the opposite image: intensive growth led by industrialization and a technology policy, which is central to their development. Argumentatively, one can reverse Pempel's point that while the East Asian positive experiences were one of history's most overdetermined outcomes, Arab and African failures were by the same ration an equally overdetermined outcome. However, one must also note that the generalization EA/A does not follow from the regional commonalities, but rather from the class ties or the ties to imperialism dictating the regional mode of integration of the global economy in line with the interests of US-led capital. The roots of these performances are not only in colonial histories, but also in the way the class struggle morphed into the national struggle in the post-colonial era, including specific international alliances and the gearing of their domestic political development in response to imperialist intervention. There is something of a consensus that the national liberation struggle culminates the struggle of the working classes. However, both Mao and Abdel Malik underscore the point that during the national struggle for liberation, there also existed a subtle struggle against a national bourgeoisie, especially as the latter class had already become an appendage to Western colonial interests and industry. These assertions should not be surprising because, at a foundational level, the national liberation struggle is a reacquisition of national 22 resources. However, in a global metabolic accumulation order with national winners and losers, the national/international imperialist class alliance either destroys resources or supplies cheapened resources in an operation of commercial exploitation. To re-articulate the difference between super and commercial exploitation, the former is the underpricing of value, whereas the latter is the demolishment of national ownership of resources or a modern form of enslavement of whole countries whose subject agency incarnate in political forms of organization, including that of the state, has been stripped away. Commercial exploitation also manifests in the dislocation, disengagement, and at times destruction of developing county assets to satisfy the law of value or the class-related practice that determines the value of commodities or the socially necessary labor time to produce them. Alternatively, Let us just say that capital twists the social condition of a country to meet the requirements for exponential profit rates. Thus, for East Asian developmental history to be mimicked, the objective and impersonal class forces, which are history and which shape development, would have to integrate a given country by extending downstream geopolitical rents or industrial production sharing, which is both a fulfillment of the product life cycle and imperialist security concerns. Subject to the avalanche of globalization, the breakthrough countries of East Asia, including Japan, dispersed cheap capital and real production, design, and distribution to their regional partners downstream. However, globalization also intensified private appropriation from gains in the development of productive forces and from the expansion and exploitation of low-tech processes in the downstream countries. Duplication of development via export-led industrialization by every nation is necessarily subject to the fallacy of composition and returns diametrically opposed results. Not every developing country can enjoy preferential trade platforms and be a net exporter of consumer goods. The replicability of the East Asian experience in the ASEAN would require the combination of a number of events and measures, most of them outside the interest/scope of the ruling international class alliance, or the combination of classes personified in ruling imperialist forms and/or international/local institutions in charge of development. Much has 23. Been invested in imperialist good clients in the development security nexus of Israel in the Arab region or South Korea and Taiwan in EA, and the imperialist rents of US-led capital thrive on such investments. The mechanics of having Arab immiserated or war-torn formations or East Asian sweatshop economies move up a notch in development would require an upheaval in international relations and international power balances. That is why the breakthrough countries were not overdetermined by an inexplicable chance of history. Their achievements reassert the point that development is an outcome of the class struggle, especially as the latter assumes the shape of imperialism repositioning itself in a web of antagonistic international relations. With respect to the poor likelihood of emulating the capitalist dirigisme model or the East Asian breakthroughs, Johnson's Japan catchphrase, Japan's case would be hard to emulate. If nothing more, it depended to a large extent on losing a big war to the right people at the right time, addresses the point that successful development processes are unique events. However, on its own such an analogy misses something, because in addition to the fact that under such descriptive methodological considerations no two events are alike, the bourgeoining of monopoly/finance capital and its associated imperialist relationships, including their mode of accumulation, realized in development or the lack thereof, tail the arc of imperialist power in the pre- and post-Cold War eras. Necessarily, but not exclusively, the imperialists decide the type and shape of development. Methodologically, quality manifest in a set of particular characteristics renders every event unique. Hence, Johnson's statement could be meaningful only when quality is recognized as the internal relationship or the relationship of several national and cross-national classes whose power is encapsulated in the state. It then becomes the concrete condition whose abstract facet the quantity of wealth amassed by this or that class irrespective of national boundaries. Such rigor is missing in methods that focus on the state bereft of its dynamic class constituent. Johnson's catchphrase would have been sounder had it pointed out that the fast reconstruction and reindustrialization of Japan ensured a country so highly developed such that it could rearm with nuclear weapons overnight and present itself as a nightmare to China. 20. In that sense, Japan's post-war redevelopment was a boon in terms of raising 24. The returns to the cross-national imperialist class via strong manufacturing demand and financial wealth expansion rising along with the USA's debt, which circularly covers the trade deficit with Japan and, strategically, builds a potential nuclear fortress facing China. Incidentally, where imperialism assesses that it has a weak spot that cannot be confronted by its allied forces such as a potentially nuclear-armed Japan, it moves in with its own nuclear weapons in a show of incontestable force. Until the right-wing coup in Indonesia against Sukarno in the mid-1960s and the massacres that followed, Britain kept nuclear bombers on the Malaysian peninsula to contain the possible rise of the Indonesian Communist Party, which was then the third largest communist party in the world. 21. As doubtful as the problematic of catching up may seem, the way to approach comparative assessments is not by spotting the infinite heterogeneity of actuality so that no comparative conclusions can be drawn, nor by concretizing it by approximate quantification to show resemblance. The answer is found by defining the social forces that shape development. In this particular problematic of East Asian success, it is imperialist history that supersedes and even regulates the modus operandi of development success or the lack thereof. In contrast with Amsden and Chu and Wade, who argued that East Asia's success is partly related to dodging the straitjacket of neoliberalism, Hakamian, in line with World Bank literature, reassigned East Asia's success to being models of openness and beacons of economic orthodoxy and macroeconomic stability. As argued by Chang, developed countries did not adopt free trade and laissez-faire industrial policy in their early stages of development. On the contrary, they promoted their national industries through tariffs, subsidies, and other measures. Hakamian, however, reaffirms the gist of the mainstream's method that relies on data comparatives, which are inherently heterogeneous, and from which it is impossible to arrive at any degree of comparability or similitude. Unless the data is situated within a context of international class alliances determined by a country's mode of integration and its corresponding channels of resource flows, it will only speak of differences. In other words, data alone without defining an order of determination by class agency results in incomparability, not only between two regions, but also within the same country. Naturally, Hakamian arrives at the dictum that no two processes are the same. With such lack of categorization, it became possible to assign differences in development performances not so much to economic reforms, which 25 are class policies, but to higher Middle Eastern demographic growth rates and lack of diversification. It is not only that the slowdown in the growth of the Arab region's job creation rates, the relative rise in the surplus workforce relative to shrinking capacity and oil dependency are themselves products of imperialist-sponsored policies. More important, the whodunit of poor development is no longer the historically given class relationship. Class is lost and the subject is relegated to human fecundity. And in another strand of the literature, instead of relying on varieties of data as immutable forms to arrive at the inevitability that development appearances are incomparable, Sundaram raises the form upon which comparison is to be based on the state as an immutable structure instead of data, but a representative structure nonetheless. It is not the datum that is devoid of social content here, it is the state. States are no longer means of shifting costs and benefits to classes within and across countries, instruments of cross-national capitalist classes and facilitators of value production and extraction. States are cohesive and unchanging forms. So Sundaram explains that although the American security umbrella was responsible for Northeast Asian ascent, which also allowed them to circumvent laissez-faire, possibly with less corruption, better distribution, or a fidelity of workers to capital, and whatever other qualification, which would offer lessons to draw from EA, yet at the same time, he concludes with the logically imminent result that there is no model as such to distinguish different development experiences. With such eclecticism, Sundaram notes that the very power structure of imperialism prevalent in the Northeast affording sound barrier-breaking development to countries like South Korea, such power is absent from the Malacca Straits. There, a small state, like Singapore, entices Western FDI to create higher stakes for imperialism within its borders, and it thus invites imperialism to protect it from its potentially unstable surroundings. Between class partners whose geopolitical rents are determined by their joint strength, such diplomatic history is redundant and only shows which state, not class, partakes to one degree or another in imperialist signage. Imperialism has long valued and sought presence in the straits, and some ports, like Singapore's, were expanding in the 1930s because of investments from opium trade and partnering with British imperialism. The Malacca Straits are strategic to imperialism, and Singapore has long served as a base for 26. Some U.S. Navy support operations. Recently, the USA has intensified its exercises in the Straits to simulate a trade blockade of China. 22 Yet Sundaram also arrives at the point that there is no genuine development in Southeast Asia, it is FDI and export driven. That southeastern development is an offshoot of imperialist geopolitical rent can readily be observed from the region's rent culture and status as a major international trade route flourishing under imperialist entente. Because class and imperialism are missing in his discourse, he fails to note that whatever development there is, it is due to the geopolitical rent of the East Asian nexus of imperialist securitization détente. The imperialist power vortex, which is the power of history, the class relationship that had integrated the Southeast Asian comprador with imperialism cannot transform itself into a malleable force with which a small country like Singapore negotiates a better deal for itself. No country or class are above history. Some classes presiding over specific states were already subjugated prior to the 20th century, and whatever negotiation with imperialism occurs, it is to strengthen the comprador position. When selective historical facts are invoked without the class ties, which are the continuum of history, and when comparison is structured on the basis of states devoid of classes, it is certain that Sundaram will arrive at the conclusion that no development process compares to any other. There are basic questions to ask here that beg their own answers. Are these East Asian states not capitalist states, with classes exploiting classes through derivation of surplus value and the denomination of such value in transnational money form? And are these not states commandeered by capitalist classes that share similar wealth-making interests by higher levels of exploitation as do Arab capitalist classes? Is this not the law of value asserting itself through class struggle manifest in the actualization of international relations at work affirming similarity or dissimilarity? Indeed, it is. To draw comparisons on the basis of overgeneralization from a non-existent representative state or by the ludicrous level of detail provided by data is an inadequate reflection of fact. Adequacy begins from the real condition where value assumes a money form signifying changes in the social product and the type of activity of the social forces involved in accumulation. Imperialism, as history in the making, and its corresponding law of value whose shape in East Asia is development by production of civilian end-use commodities under East-West détente is the common denominator of their development processes. If such mode of abstraction is not carried out. 27. Multifarious actuality only shows differences. Worst yet, such invertible differences justify the failure of the oppressed as a result of their own practice and not that of imperialistically dictated history. Even neoclassical economics cannot but root itself in a social condition to prove that it is a social science. It boasts a subjective theory of value based on the sets of preferences of individuals, which are then manifest in a price. Removed from reality as it is, it remains in a narrow sense, more rigorous than macro accounting without value theory and the sort of state bereft of class content. The Cambridge controversy type of economics, which asserts the dictum that to develop is to be engaged with capitalism, neglects the fact that the atrocities of imperialism are the necessary price to pay for mostly and at best condition of lumpen development. The Eurocentric leaves out value for a reason, for it the third world is too cheap price-wise to matter. This stance holds that for those left alive in the third world after imperialist assaults, the price was worth it, for they will become as productive as Europeans or European-like. Deducing development from the refed state is similar in its methodology to deducing development from neoclassical Homo economicus. This strand of deductive knowledge is specious because of its simplicity and a marked lack of categorical understanding of historical processes, or the class agency that cuts across national boundaries. For instance, the neoliberal policies enshrining the fight of resources in the intensify the objective polarization necessary for the perpetuation of militaristic accumulation. Regulated capital accounts are the valves of surplus retention and, possibly, depending on the nature of class agency, they may stimulate the redeployment of surpluses in capital formation nationally. The salient case of Malaysia opposing the IMF and regulating the capital account during the crisis, stood out as key to its success in weathering the dire blows. 23. Omitting the mode of integration of the national social classes and their respective institutions with the global economy and their role in retaining the social product, is tantamount to omitting history and historical agency. How can one omit the broader picture of imperialistically propelled war and militarism of the Arab region and still speak of development? Data and things as in FOs or stocks of capital leading development are a reef cation or thingiv cation of social agency and cannot explain the reasons behind the existence of wealth or development. As will be seen in the next chapter, the Arab formation, as a particular type of capital formation. 28. Engaged via the cycle of militarism, contributes more to surplus value creation than other formations engaged via civilian commodity channels. One needs to probe beyond the cross-section similarities, analyze the genus of historical forces that actualized the East Asian experience, and search for evidence as to why the Arab states failed to generate the same economic outcomes. As I have already noted, these historical forces are class forces. Once the class content of the state is posited, then its consistency as the instrument of capital's reproduction through exploitation ceases to be a mystery. The state is capital's principal instrument by which the commodity as self-expanding value is regulated. Hence one needs to examine the way in which cross-national capitalist classes organize around common vested interests to obtain a higher rate of surplus, or to maintain their rule in a hierarchically structured international order that regenerates itself via the consumption of labor power, resources, and necessarily the laborers themselves. The apparent parallels or departures between the development courses of the A and EA would surface as a result of such class history, the history of what is being consumed and produced by these regions in the global production order. As of 1980, in addition to Arab labor power consumption in national production satisfying part of the national demand for consumption goods, the high-value items being consumed in the A are human lives martyred in the war industry or shortened by malnutrition and disease as a result of neoliberalism and war. In 2014, the A accounted for 68% of the world's battle-related deaths, 47% of its internally displaced and 58% of its refugees. 24. The Arab war proletariat is forced to engage in war activity as self-defense or in pursuit of a living wage, and to be consumed by superior imperialist war machinery. Such is the indentured war-related labor process whose profits to capital are imperialist rents, which are materialist as the extended reproduction schema come full circle, FRST, it consumes Arab oil and labor power and lastly it consumes Arab labor power plus the lives of laborers themselves. The fact that Arab workers contribute as both living and dead labor to accumulation by militarism is, anecdotally speaking, the closest one could come to drawing an analogy between the Schrödinger paradox and the Marxist concept of exploitation. Keywords: productivity, growth, surplus value, commercial exploitation, super exploitation, class struggle. In this chapter, I investigate the issue of surplus value creation under commercial exploitation, the case of the A, and super exploitation, the case of EA. I argue that the rate of surplus value creation under commercial exploitation is highest because it is associated with forms of slavery and/or with the utter consumption of human lives as inputs in war as production. I also make the point that the pragmatic approach to measuring surplus transfers from the colonies or later the developing world to Chapter 2. The higher rates of surplus value through commercial exploitation. The center is misleading because value is not only a quantity determined by previous quantities, it is primarily determined by the balance of forces between labor and capital or the central contradiction between imperialism and revolutionary forces. Eurocentrism and value, which is better for U.S. empire, the super-exploitation of Asian sweatshops or the commercial exploitation via wars in the Arab world. On the face of it, U.S. capital spends trillions on wars in the Middle East, bombing impoverished countries whose whole incomes put together would not amount to the yearly income of a mid-sized city in the United States. Meanwhile, outsourcing jobs and investment to third-world sweatshops results in huge revenues to capital determined by the difference between the puny payment to third-world labor versus the huge revenues from FNAL sale points in the Western Hemisphere. The newly elected American president has said that America gained little out of liberating Iraq, and that Americans should have a stake in Iraqi oil. One not only in relation to the Iraq War, but to a whole history of colonial pillage, the Eurocentric left adopts Trump-like two-entry bookkeeping measure of imperialist war costs relative to tribute or loot from devastated developing formations. Eurocentric arguments promote the idea that imperialist exploitation is of little value or generates little revenue to the Western world, and for a recent response to Western Marxism, see Putnaik and Putnaik's reply to David Harvey. 2. The populations of the Third World should self-content with such viewpoint, otherwise had imperialist booty been more significant to empire, their deaths rates from colonial plunder would have been several times higher. The credulity of such an argument is in applying European monetary units of measure, which are the products of their power, to the assessment of colonial surplus value. The Western proletariat does not own its means of production, and any rise in productivity at their end of the realization process is not theirs save the richer sections of the working classes integrated with capital through de jure or de facto petty property ownership, which is the payoff for loyalty to capital. 3. The bulk of these owning sections of the working classes are Western in the geographic sense, but as mentioned in the introduction, Western is an ideological descriptor, and class ties extend to the Third World where capital extends via a Southern bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy. Moreover, even if one presumes that there exists a higher Western productivity and that higher productivity leads to higher wages, that is, if one admits thinking in isolates for measurement purposes, such an argument neglects the point that higher central productivity necessitates a lowering in terms of money value the productivity of the periphery to acquire cheaper inputs for their central consumption. The higher physical output of central machinery is the mediated outcome, the accumulated historically higher rate of exploitation in the colonies or peripheries. Better machines are not the products of better machines, they are the products of social relations that necessitate oppressing and exploiting the Third World. From a Eurocentric perspective, the colonies, or peripheries, are a third market that contribute to surplus value outside the relation of labor to capital. In Maddox's assessment of Luxembourg 4. This production for the sake of production made no sense to Rosa Luxemburg, not because she was unaware of the profit motive of capitalist production, which constantly strives to reduce the worker's share of social production, but because she could not see how the extracted surplus value could be realized in money form in a market composed only of labor and capital, such as is depicted in the reproduction diagrams. To make the system workable, there must be a third market apart from the exchange relations of labor and capital, in which the produced surplus value could be transformed into additional money. Luxemburg poses that accumulation is more than an internal relationship between branches of the capitalist economy, it is primarily a relationship between a capitalist and a non-capitalist environment, and as such colonialist plunder of non-capitalist formations implies higher rates of accumulation. She also poses that the rate of depletion of the non-capitalist formation is inexhaustible and that capital ceases to be, not because of peripheral labor rising but because the central proletariat rising and finishing capital. The misconception that the European proletariat will lead world revolution was commonly upheld until the October Revolution. From where we stand today, it is European labor aristocracy and its ideological Third World clones that are most responsible for the strength of imperialism. This line of reasoning hypothesizes that the colonies are something of a land without people. 5. In short, there are at least two approaches to counter-argue the proposition that the colonies or peripheries exist outside the labor-capital relationship. 42. 1. The natural act of laboring is trans-historical, and under capitalism it only presupposes value as socially necessary labor time. The predominance of exchange value under capitalism, including the commodification of labor power on a global scale, is the category from which value or socially necessary labor and the totality of the social products are derived. Value is not some average quantity based on a prototype laborer. Although value may be nothing but that fragment of the total labor potential existing in a given society in a certain period as per Mondale, it is still presented as quantity, when it should read FRST as the power of labor, of national liberation movements, of class struggles before it is read as quantity. There is not a single individual working somewhere whose efforts can be summed up to tell us everything about society and its social product. For Marx, the average intensive magnitude of labor whereby a given quantity of labor is expended in a given time is the mediated condition after objective cation/realization or after the commodity has been sold and the laboring class receives its share of the social product. The idea of labor as substance of value or the average physiological input of labor in the commodity is Ricardian substance, whereas for Marx value is subject, object. Given the dominance of exchange value and its intermediation in money form, the Marxian labor theory of value is a social phenomenon attributable to capitalism, and that is why we analyze humanity and its social relations and not nature or not things. Moreover, if value under capitalism is adduced from the exchange of alienated commodities, then there is only one variable, and that is labor time, to which all other variables are reducible, including the accumulated historical surplus value arising from the cycle of militarism/imperialism. Only when the unthinkable condition, the sum of prices equals the sum of values, that one can assume that the peripheries or the colonies in earlier phases of history can exist in pre-capitalist systems and outside the capital-labor relations. To paraphrase Marx, making prices equal to values is like squaring a circle. 6. The practice of the law of value under the rule of capital is to underprice the 43. Value and shortchange the working class by whatever means available, especially defeated working classes in developing countries. 2. In line with the general law of capitalist accumulation, for surplus value to exist, central wealth has to be the product of peripheral poverty. The law itself is a product of the labor process, or simply how labor is reproduced and working people are regimented to produce commodities. Capitalism, from its mercantilist origins, has always been a world system. It has barbarically reached beyond Europe prior and post the rise of capitalism to generate/perpetuate the conditions of its rise. The instant the hinterlands fall under the political grip of the central political power of capital, it ceases to be pre-capitalist. It is not the higher grade machines that are capital or the size of the reserve army of labor relative to wage employment that makes a formation capitalist or not, it is the hegemony of the capital relationship, which is, en gros, a contradiction between private appropriation and social production. Capital is a social relationship, of which the development in productive forces is a single manifestation. In other words, it is not the quality of the region's technology/machine or the size of the reserve army of labor that decides how capitalist it is the reigning social and political relationships, which is universally deemed to be capital under the historical stage that is capitalism. This whole notion that somehow Europe did not underdevelop or block the industrialization of the colonies to be able to grow itself, is rather surreal. The very underdevelopment of the periphery is the practice of the law of value and, hence, a creation of surplus value. At any rate, the productivity/wage relationship is ill-founded not only because higher salaries are a form of political rent but also because higher sectional wages are necessary for working class differentiation. Working class differentiation is a condition for the existence of capital or the manifestation of capital in its state of becoming. As a case in point, smaller oil-exporting Arab countries with extremely low productivity and high oil revenues boast high wages. It is the colonial power structure that has applied such a historical arrangement by which it rips apart an Arab tribe over designated desert sands underneath which there was much oil and, from whose wealth, the broader Arab population is deprived. Imperialist or colonial. 44. Free arms impose this regime as an international/legal category. But as is well known, under capitalism, every de facto legal property category is an economic category and, as such, the Gulf or, the smaller imperialistically engineered state in Asia, are an immediate extension of the central mode of production. At FRST, the small Gulf oil coastal towns barged into the early 19th century as a result of being vanquished by the British for pirating the eastern sea trade routes in the Arabian Sea. In the modern age, these towns morphed into oil states and are effectively the property of US-led imperialism and the means by which it foments the conditions for inter-Arab working class divisions. The dual act of Gulf surpluses funding American debts and warring on the starving population of Yemen makes of the Gulf region the prize of international financial capital. Few other regions, other than the Gulf, contribute to militarism in finance, depopulation, and the reduction in the value of human lives, ideologies of religious obscurantism that feed the prospects of permanent war and, above all, bolstering us-led imperialist power. The accumulation of capital, the whole of the social arrangement behind production, extracts surplus value at below the cost of necessary labor or labor's cost of reproduction. Capitalism as a global system depends on this process in order to remain profitable, and it is the control and reproduction of labor and its labor power in which the beginning of surplus value is to be found. Put differently, capital, in its pursuit of profits, needs to depress the wage or to extend fewer resources on the reproduction of the labor force. Hence, population growth, including the politics of the reproduction of human beings and their labor power, is historically regulated by a specific relationship of surplus value extraction. The rate of population growth follows from the rate of accumulation, or it may be easier to say that society can only sustain so many people with a given mode of wealth creation. The foundation for the operation of the wage system in capitalist society springs from the rate of replacement of living by dead labor, from which also the resulting relative surplus population arises. 7. The rate of growth of the surplus population depresses the wage rate, FRST, by its sheer size, and second, and the violent way in which the wage system, wages falling below the historically determined subsistence level, works its way violently to reduce the surplus population both physically and by demonstrating cheapness of human lives. The reproduction of labor. 45. Power as such follows from the destruction of capitalistically constructed man, which is also the cornerstone of surplus value production. The population reproductive order guided by the wage system is both creation of initial value and the building block of production and future value, expending labor power in production. In this irreducibly complex, interrelated, and manifold reproduction reality, subject to multiple causation, no matter where production is located, the chain of production is indeterminate in its state of being and no teleological order can appertain to it. Every stage of the reproduction cycle has its moneyed and non-moneyed labor power consumed to generate surplus value in a continuous loop. In the course of production, the premature extinguishing of third world labor lives and or destruction of labor power is in itself a moment of production and also serves to lower the outlays on the remaining labor, and as the seminal stage of the production process, it contributes to the creation of surplus value. 8. The realization of labor power in war, militarism and, more generally, commercial exploitation, at any stage of production, as it becomes the dead labor in the raw material, exotic or non-exotic commodities, or machines at very low prices or, even with no prices at all, because of the power of imperialism, is the highest rate of exploitation. It is the enslavement of whole populations in a codetermined production vortex in which the analytical dichotomy between productive and unproductive labor becomes just that, analytical and not actuality. Production through the implementation of the law of value and its more violent regimentation of the peripheral labor process via imperialism is objective and immediate. In that ontological condition, it does not matter where realization ends because there are either no ends or no beginnings. The system is one of synchronically reinforcing processes of production. Under such indeterminacy, whether Bavarian BMW workers are more productive than child laborers in the Congo or dying soldiers in Iraq is not a question that lends itself to quantification, because each and every step in social production co-determines the other in an unspecified sequence of events. More important, each and every step includes the stripping of labor's historical agency by the degree to which capital divides the working class in order to allot higher wages to this or 46. That section of labor, all in the course of destroying labor's historical agency. The social has antecedence over the money from manifestation of productivity or profits measured in dollars/euros. It is because of the primacy of politics, which entails imperialist practice, that a higher rate of surplus value is accorded a lower wage. At this foundational level and for the sake of illustration, if dividing workers stops, a globally homogeneous labor finishes off capital and its surplus value altogether. So capital's strength is obviously drawn from the dividedness of labor, and the degree to which capital supersedes labor is reflected in the gap between value and moneyed productivity. At a fundamental level, a moneyed rate of profit is only symbolic of value, which is in the FNAL instance defined by the degree of power the ruling class exercises over workers to usurp from their share of the wealth. Abstracting the highly paid German workers out of the heap of producers globally, measuring their output in euros and ascribing to them higher productivity requires an ideologically slanted optic that upholds the belief that the lives and labor of people from whom the exotic goods and inputs arrive into the Western Hemisphere are worthless or, more absurdly, are things that the West can do without. Because each production step is codetermined by the rapport of the power of capital to labor, any measure of productivity is thus subjective and arbitrary. 9. The social product is the fruit of an integrated labor that cuts across national boundaries. The realization process is an indefinite number of realization processes in which the creation of the value that labor power embodies also generates additional surplus value by the degree to which more grabbed and non-moneyed value-forming components go into the reproduction of human beings and other commodities. Thus, in a globally integrated production process, it is the concomitant act of undervaluing labor power in third world sweatshops or in the enterprise of militarism that accounts for the greater part of the surplus value. Although wages are social, as opposed to private, and real wages are determined through class struggle, which would imply that internationalism is the priority action to empower global labor, the politics of ruling capital and its labor aristocracy reduce the internationalist and organic ties of labor to the opportunism of grabbing what they could for themselves from the rest of the world. A most pertinent point on the social and global nature of wages. 47. And productivity comes from Carl Niebuhr, who carries the social wage concept a step further in his critique of economic pragmatism. Just as it is not the individual laborer whose labor constitutes labor value, so it is not the particular industrial worker, or a particular group of industrial workers, or the industrial workers of a particular nationality that represents the industrial proletariat or what Marx meant by that term. As individuals or groups of individuals they may well have submitted to a differential level of living at the expense of other working people and with the consequent corrupting influence as in the case of some so-called labor aristocracy, or in the more significant and present case resulting from colonial and neo-colonial exploitation. Laborers can be corrupted, labor leaders can be corrupted, labor cannot. This is admittedly a difficult concept for the pragmatically minded. There are two intertwined issues at play, first, the reduction in historical surplus value to imperialistically definite quantities of money reflecting productivity, 10 and, second, quantifying the unquantifiable such as the agency of labor. In measuring historical surplus value in the currency of imperialist choice and / or by the scale of imperialist choice, imperialism, allegorically speaking, says to the developing countries, I am worth more than you, or I can do without you. As to agency, in the dialectical unity of historical necessity and uncertainty, with the latter being the outward manifestation of the former via the practice of working-class politics, no twisting or turning of the alleged might of moneyed capital amassed by imperialism and its dubious accounting methods can obviate labor as the agent of history. Labor is the historical force that can demystify and overturn the power of capital. The imperialist doctored money measures of historical surpluses and their associated productivities, including fictitious capital, serve as anti-labor ideological tools that discount a whole history of imperialist loot as civilizational missions, systematic errors with unintended consequences or, more ludicrously, as socio-psychological motives inherent in human nature. Even though labor is an organic whole whose share of the wealth grows at the expense of profits, at the current low ebb of socialist organization and ideology, imperialist measures of third world generated historical surplus value are received theory and appear as both trivial quantity and justifiable on cultural grounds or because of the West's superior technology. 48. Pragmatism also permeates the cultural discourse in Western Marxist circles. For instance, consider the Horowitz-Mondale debate in 1967. In his reply to Ernest Mondale's critique of the concept of economic surplus by Barron and Sweezy, Horowitz calls for the abandonment of the attempt to get all of theoretical features into a linear relationship with one another in a manner of Marx's use of the labor theory of value, and, not only that, he then thinks it is formalistic to focus on mere terminology such as what constitutes a proper economic theory of value. Mondale welcomes the challenge by Horowitz and defends the labor theory of value, all the while bending Marxian theory to the pragmatic consideration of the mainstream. So instead of the average intensity of labor constituting value, Mondale measures value as that fragment of the total labor potential existing in a given society in a certain period which is used for the output of a given commodity, at the average social productivity of labor existing then and there, divided by the total number of these commodities produced. As true to form as this accounting is, it leaves out the balance of forces from the designation of value. In relation to the Third World, Mondale posits that the concept of the economic surplus applies to underdeveloped countries because the differences between the two crucial problems facing monopoly capital, investment of surplus capital and increasing difficulties in realization of surplus value are negligible. Whereas for industrialist countries the huge surplus, that potential of labor from society's capacity, compels investment in armaments. In Mondale's reply, there is a schism between the industrialist country surplus and that of the Third World. Are they not historically related? There is also in the measurement of the surplus no mention of imperialism as a historical power. The very process of colonialism/imperialism underdeveloping the Third World, including its savagery, was itself a process of production producing surplus value. In short, there is either a Eurocentric bent or an effort to bend a social theory to the vulgar pragmaticism of the mainstream, and in the process, because such pragmatism is insidiously ideological, Mondale's reply omits confrontation in the social language of Marx. The Marxian concept of exploitation cannot be narrowed down to individualistic examples used by Marx in Capital Volume I. Marx does not illustrate with an illusory subject whose characteristics are biological or immutable across time. He illustrates with a real historically determined subject, the wage worker as a novel phenomenon who 49. Sells his labor power for a wage, and whose mediation in the general does not preclude the existence of diversity, especially in the intensity of labor power, muscle, or intellect, consumed in the course of production. The whole cannot be the sum of the parts because simply the parts are of different qualities and, moreover, the whole itself is of different quality. It is not within the scope of Marxian method to suppose that if we add all the surplus labor, which increases with higher technology or lowering labor costs, then at the point of realization, surplus value rises and so follows the profit rate. Labor power, a commodity objectified in other commodities and alienated from the producer, acquires a life of its own. Such fetishism clings to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities and is therefore inseparable from commodity production. Unlike previous historical epochs, such a phenomenon is peculiar to the wage system under capitalism. In pragmatic optics, realization has a beginning and an end, and it occurs last within the national boundary of the more advanced countries. Realization also occurs within a specified period, which discards altogether the various historical dimensions and loops of exploitation during production. Putting a price on value in English production during the course of this year overlooks several other production processes, which are already either codetermining or predetermined by that supposedly FNAL realization stage. Causality need not be unilinear. With production being a social process, the engagement of the periphery or the colony in militarism or super-exploitation may end up being realized after the supposedly FNAL realization stage of the center. At any rate, war plans and permanent war are constant features of capitalism. Tangentially on the issue of permanent war, often omitted as a continuous social condition, the Luxemburgist-Leninist theory of imperialism as permanent war has somewhat been resurrected in recent writings. For Kramer, wars were no longer irrational breaks in continuous historical processes. Dal Lago posits that war is neither an exception nor should it be ignored. As early as 1921, however, Walter Benjamin stated that militarism is the compulsory, universal use of violence as a means to the ends of the state, and all law, whether lawmaking or law-preserving, is a continuation of violence, albeit once again, as means to the ends of the state. At the time Benjamin wrote, the old monarchist institutions, including its judiciary, justified the killing of the 50 leftists by the right-wing militias on the basis that defending the state was an act that rested on higher moral grounds. This is yet another example of the Leninist concept of public power, which has later become recycled as the deep state. One rather scientific point a critic like Benjamin knew too well but overlooked in this article is that under capitalism violence and the technology of violence are commanded by the products of the market, which assume a life of their own in exchange value. The fetishes of the market, which require violence to stay alive in the minds of the alienated masses, draw the most of their energy from the continuous massacre of the Third World, and not the intermittent European wars. As to the permanence of violence in the Third World, Fanon's remarked that the indigenous population's first encounter with the Europeans was marked by violence and their existence together, that is to say the exploitation of the native by the settler, was carried on by dint of a great array of bayonets and cannons, best demonstrates the case. Militarism and its violence are intrinsic to and reshape the state as capital's principal instrument, including the state's articulation with security, sovereignty, and development. In a developing context, such understanding of militarism as a social process resolves into the cogent argument that development is successfully wrought or not depending on the power a given country displays against imperialism, including the power to retain and recirculate the social product, or the power that a given country's level of development imparts to imperialism. In more holistic social analysis, diverse individuals, existing as social relationships within an intricate and complex web of relationships, structured as classes and reinstituted in forms of social organization, are mediated by their political agency. The exploited shoemaker of Chap 12 of Das Kapital Volume I produces relative surplus value with rising productivity or absolute surplus value with longer working days. However, his or her living wage declines as necessary labor time falls or the value of his or her labor power becomes cheaper. For labor power to be cheapened by cheapening the commodities that reproduce the laborer, it is not the shoe factory owner who reduces the price of the commodities needed for the shoemaker's survival, it is the repressive practice of the capitalist class, the diverse social individuals with pertinent political agency through the forms of organization and ideology of their class, at home or in its more ferocious manifestation abroad, imperialism. 51. Just after mentioning the shoemaker, Marx would follow up with this. But when surplus value has to be produced by the conversion of necessary labor into surplus labor, it by no means suffices for capital to take over the labor process in the form under which it has been historically handed down, and then simply to prolong the duration of that process. The technical and social conditions of the process, and consequently the very mode of production, must be revolutionized. Marx stresses that labor power is cheapened by revolutionizing the mode of production and its underlying labor process, of which imperialist wars and subsequent arrangements involve modes of super or commercial exploitation. According to Marx, the idyllic conditions of capitalism entailed the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in minds of the aboriginal population, the beginning of the conquest and looting of the East Indies, the turning of Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. These signaled the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. By the mid-16th century, the process of undervalorizing the colonies and the central Lazarus classes continues as credit expansion to cover merchant capital's transition to industrial capital morphs warring companies into warring states and a system of public credit, that is, of national debts, whose origin we discover in Genoa and Venice as early as the Middle Ages, took possession of Europe generally during the manufacturing period, and the colonial system with its maritime trade and commercial wars served as a forcing house for it. These encroachment wars never stop, and the revolutionizing of the modes production by abolishing the old to meet the demands of higher rates of accumulation goes on in new forms. 11. In modern times, there are intensive cations of capital's metabolism, its ever-cheapening of the rates at which man and nature are consumed in production. The social cycle underlying profitable production requires heinous violence to regiment the labor process. Encroachment wars upon the assaults whose aim is the disubjective cation of working people via the demolition of their states, best capture the recent imperialist forms working class coercion and resource capture. The integrated cycle of militarism, defeat, destroy, engage/disengage assets, releases massive real and financial resources to central formations. 52. In the real world, the world in which wages are not individual wages, but the wages of the social class whose real level is class power determined, and prices are the class power mediated value forms, the rate of surplus value rises by the rate of commercial exploitation. Because international class solidarity/struggle determine the real share of wages, the share of the peripheral working class in wages is partially determined by the degree to which the central working class partakes in the spoils of capital. Furthermore, in an organic and socially metabolic production order, wages are determined as a residual after profits and redistributed to the working class, thereby defining a rate of profit in which consuming peripheral labor and its labor power at very cheap wages is a necessary condition for continuously rising profit rates. To such course of events, the violence of war against peripheral formations is akin to the way a combined production process of two social formations, a central formation articulating the peripheral mode of production as cheap inputs, materializes across time. Articulation by colonial violence was central to Marx's thesis. T was otherwise in the colonies, where the capitalist regime came into collision with the resistance of the producer in the colonies, and where the capitalist resolves the contradiction with the power of the mother country, as he tries to clear out by force their modes of production and appropriation based on the independent labor of the producer. Imperialist wars are themselves production processes and necessary corollary to central industry. These wars employ labor directly and indirectly, realize the weapon commodity, engage peripheral labor in an uneven war that destroys excessive labor power and undercuts the price of the labor commodity, and reconstitute value with much lesser necessary labor time. What is important to note here is that for Marx, wars and their accumulation domain, militarism, are not an exogenous shock that redresses the business cycle, they are endogenous and key to the creation of surplus value and wealth. Although Smiths emphasized the positive influence upon the rate of profit arising from reducing wages below the value of labor power in the peripheral sweatshops, noting that Marx excluded it from further analysis, and that orthodox 53. Marxists scoured capital for ammunition to use against dependency theory in order to exclude the blindingly obvious fact of higher rates of peripheral exploitation and, conjunction ally, to obscure capitalism's imperialist trajectory and shield it from criticism. Smith's emphasis laid only on the recent rise of the Southern industrial proletariat and its contribution to surplus value, but not on war industry and militarism. Smith proposes that higher numbers of industrial proletariat in the South undergo higher rates of exploitation that contribute to higher profits. However, the Southern surplus value is not bigger under these latent stages of monopoly capitalism alone, because already much of the stock of Northern wealth is an accumulated surplus value amassed from the practice colonialism and slavery. Adding to that, the labor process under the domain of militarism, in which the combined consumption of humans and their labor power is a building block of surplus value creation that has never ceased to flow north. The idea that surplus value is something peculiar to the industrial proletariat is, as Niebil correctly develops the Leninist concept of class, a misuse of the concept proletariat. The industrial proletariat is a class concept designed to explain a basic function in industrial capitalism, and in capitalist society its own basic functions are veiled. Marx's entire Capital was designed to unveil its true nature and function, and what was unveiled was the true function of man, of producing man, of laboring man, which brings us back full circle to the reproduction/elimination of man and his or her associated labor power, of which wars and their related effects are central to value destruction and surplus value making. Waste may have become rife under monopoly capital, but as a domain of accumulation it is akin to capitalism from its early stages of development. Imperialist wars destroy value and cheapen the power of labor by demonstrating that no matter how many millions perish, labor is so abundant and superfluous, such that wages need not rise. War disempowers, alienates humans and resources from social control, and the impact of continually sponsored imperialist wars disempowers the working class. 12. Second, militarism spending or, more yet, the promoting of the ideology of war, are ends in themselves because they redistribute real value to the capitalist class and expand financial assets simultaneously through higher credits afforded to the financial class and austerity. Foster et al. Reasserted the Keynesian position that U.S. military spending grew because of capitalist empire rather than the need to contain the Soviet. 54. Threat by soaking up the USA's vast surplus and helping stave off economic stagnation. 13. The idea that it was not against the Soviet Union, a position also shared by Baron and Sweezy and Mondale as mentioned above, places the primary cause of war in the abundance or scarcity of things, whereas under capitalism war is the macroscopic reflection of the contradiction within the commodity, which is self-expanding value. The self-expansion of the commodity is the genesis of explanating wars, and although oil and pipeline control imply wars, wars to capital are endemic and causasui. As true as the surplus impelling war proposition may in part be, it is secondary to the fact that wars of encroachment capture, destroy or undervalorize real human and physical value in the Third World. It restructures value relations in favor of the victor. Niebil, as well as Baron and Sweezy, argue that despite the fact that the proportion of industrial workers is declining, such decline has no bearing on revolutionary potential. Where Niebil departs from Baron and Sweezy is in his critique of their point that advanced monopoly capitalism does not exist in isolation, and any speculation about its future which takes account only of its inner laws and tendencies is certain to be misleading. So, it is not a question of shifting numbers, but a question of the same working class assuming new forms of historical anti-systemic agency in new struggles. Niebil thinks that the term inner laws, and here he means accumulation under monopolies that delay the writing off of their outdated technologies producing higher profit/financial surpluses generated by fewer industrial workers, is misleading because in the same way one cannot deduce lower revolutionary potential under monopoly capitalism in America as a result of a smaller industrial working class, one also cannot speculate about world revolutionary potential with the same inner laws. At this juncture, it is not the surpluses of Baron and Sweezy that egg on war, it is war as means of devalorization and shifting power and value relations that signal to the objective historical forces of imperialism to re-engage in more wars. The reworking of value relations is the application of the law of value, an application whose success is measured by deeper divisions within the global working class. Naturally, it is this undervalued global working class whose dividedness is a manifestation of capital, but also one whose coming into its own as a result of struggle necessarily implies that it should revolt against. 55. Capital, which represents both the historical agent and the determinant of value. Hence, whither the pragmatism incarnate in money forms surpluses because without ascertaining a labor theory of value, we bestow upon the money form and other fetishized appearances, such as nationhood, an eternal power of their own. This also means that although capital is auto-implosive, it can continuously buy its way out of crisis with money. Such a condition is impossible because, first, capital devours man and nature, and, secondly, it also means that a transition out of capital or historical change is impossible. In that priceless piece on methodology in which Niebil criticizes pragmatism, he says that interpretation encounters, however, the difficulty that the term inner is connected with laws, which poses again the previously discussed problem of analyzing isolates, i.e. models. The wars of resistance against monopoly capitalism are indeed constituent parts of the world capitalist crisis. The point here is that these wars cannot be interpreted as substitutes for the role of the proletariat, but are historical forms of it. that labor was substance of value and that workers must be paid lower wages for higher profits was the leading idea of political economy in the 19th century. In fact, such propositions must have made common sense since the dawn of history. Reducing Marx to the pragmatism of calculating how much surplus value out of the productive shoemaker was excised is the English pragmaticism that Marx had criticized. To reduce Marx's concept of the proletariat to productive shoemakers, bagmakers, or whatever makers sections by his analytical breakdown of productive/unproductive labor ridicules his revolutionary theory. The proletariat is a transformative concept, it is the working class armed with revolutionary consciousness. In view of prevailing commodification under capitalism, Marx argued that labor power itself has become a commodity, but unlike other commodities, capital must reduce the price of such commodity by principally violent means. The lowering of necessary labor has always required policies of austerity, militarism, and foremost, a shortening of life expectancy relative to the historical standard or outright depopulation. These are objective processes rooted in the fetishism of commodities or the relationships between humans that were supplanted by relationships between commodities. The new realm and conditions of production and the production of surplus value shift into 56. The sphere of the class struggle, the struggle by which workers relate as a social class to the means of production and their owners. War, a principal activity of militarism, and an acute stage of the class struggle by which the rates of surplus value are determined, assumes central stage in capitalist production relations. Endogenous mechanization only presupposes the rate of cheapening of labor power, it is the social agency of the working class opposing capital, and its internationalism, which determine the trends in surplus value creation. It is no longer this or that productive labor that is the proletariat, these abstract categories are sublated and the proletariat becomes the specific labor forms carrying out anti-systemic struggle amongst the global working classes. Working classes imbued with divisive inter-working class identities are not the proletariat, they are the instantiation of the hegemony of capital or its reorganizing arm. For Marx, the truth is in the whole, and, in this whole, which is the new concreteness under highly financialist imperialism, a condition in which productivity is social and the wages are the wages of the social class, the crux of the matter when investigating the foremost source of surplus value is best gauged against the rate at which human lives are snuffed before their time, and hence, the higher rate of surplus value creation by militarism, a domain of accumulation that has long been eminent on the Arab stage. It is only rhetoric to the fatuous that the history of colonialism/imperialism is a history of savagery and depopulation coexisting with Western wealth creation. Knowingly or unknowingly, war practitioners of the politics of empire exhibit an uncanny savvy of the dialectics of imperialism. Both Robert S. McNamara and Henry Kissinger have likened third world population growth to a nuclear bomb. 14 These people, through serving empire, unconsciously knew more value theory through the practice of imperialism than many Western Marxists attributing higher central wages to better Western machinery. 15 The productivity of the labor of the North is not wrought from their engagement in higher technology, but through their tacit or active consent or participation in the depopulation of the South, often by the payoff of the democracy that many central workers defend. 16 Looking back from where we stand, the social reforms and the FGHT for democracy in the North have bred manifold forms of fascist practice in the South. The higher central wages are in significant part a form of rent devolved by the power of capital wrought from its victory against the working classes of the Third World. Whether the wealth drawn from the Third World is assessed in puny or huge 57 dollar amounts, the point remains that there is one history to imperialism and the developing world is part of it. Yet, the counterfactual refrain of the mainstream is that the West can do without the developing world in spite of the growing crisis. The crisis of capital, its demand for more social dislocation to meet higher profit rates, dims in comparison with the ideological crisis of labor where pragmatic methods still assess the rate of surplus value in isolated national boundaries. In an act of self-exoneration, the pragmatists conceal third world loot behind minimal numbers or dollar amounts. For Niebil, The explanation was that the profitability of British and American imperialism, and its corrupting influence made it possible for Anglo-American social scientists to stop their inquiry into the world in which they live at the point of describing it without being forced, by the reality of emerging social contradictions, to analyze the nature of that reality. However, there is more than just corruption at work here. The partaking of sections of labor with capital for such a long a time has produced a social being and an attendant social consciousness that appear anti-labor without the medium of corruption. In view of the recent rise of the ultra-right in the Western world, the central capital/labor partnership seems to have entrenched itself as zeitgeist, such that some sections of labor edging towards fascism have become intellectually corrupt without much kickback from corruption. Yet, the fact that labor's social being and material circumstances have to be degraded and undervalued, such tendencies contingently upon forms of organization and revolutionary consciousness predispose global labor as the inexorable subject of history. It is not the models of wealth amassed by monopolies that explain shifts in revolutionary tendency, it is the capital-labor contradiction manifest in wars of all other forms of resistance against monopoly capitalism. In the totality of the class struggle as production and reproduction of working class conditions, of which militarism and war are principal domains that engage Arab workers, a much higher rate of surplus value is being emitted from the in their deaths caused by wars and immiseration, just like alienated labor everywhere, Arab workers additionally produce an essential service, which is the repositioning of global geostrategic balances. And one may add that such repositioning influences the power and financial standing of the US-led capital class by which it earns vast imperial rents through dollarization, including the East Asian FOs. In EA, breakthrough entities consume capitalized labor power to produce manufactured items with a strong 58. Scientific content and high value added that raise Asian labor returns, but only to the degree to which their higher wages buying their allegiance to capital empower imperialism to lower the global labor share. Just like central labors, EA labor's income rises through imperialist guarantees and or because of the need to bolster the ideology of nationalist unity in order to co-opt and enlist these working classes as proxy security guards for imperialism. At the time Marx wrote, there might have been a moral component driving the rise in wages, but as European chauvinistic social democracy creeped into the political scene by the late 19th century, an anti-moral component also creeped into European wages. Moreover, at the time Marx wrote he may have adhered to a positive view of ideology, where improvements in wages were the fruits of the class struggle readying the conditions for the transition to socialism. Marx's accent on positive ideology changed towards the end of his life, as he was dismayed by the prospects for revolution in Europe after 1871. One can readily invert this proposition of morally supported wages in the imperialist age. There is more of an immoral component in imperialism's redistribution of the global wage in ways that pit one section of the working class against another than the moral component behind the rising wages by which these well-to-do sections of the working class improve their living standards. What is more, capitalist reproduction by the extension of imperialist violence brings to light the side of capital where central classes set the stage for Arab capital to engage in an act of self-destruction, which together with financialization, the higher frequency of capital FOs to the center combined with the destruction or setting aside of value and the realization of new value, has become even more relevant to profiteering. Because the profits of Arab merchant classes depend much more on the reduction in labor share, which suppresses demand, and foreign exchange inflows from unsteady raw material export earnings or geopolitical rents, there is a limit to what they can do to reorganize at the national level to meet exponentially rising profit rates. Because the national demand component from industry is missing, Arab capital reverts to violent investing, as always incentivized by imperialism. This is obviously not the case in EA where industrial capital has an eye at rest. 59. In capitalizing its own working class. Moreover, as Arab wealth is dollar-denominated and falls under the hammer of central financial authorities, the intermediation of their reproducibility in ideological forms lays the grounds for re-engaging them in the higher profits of imperialist war-making. 17 Whereas the East Asian state adopts forms of selective democratization, the Arab state gradually turns into a peculiar security apparatus with less and less of consent generated from social investment. So for comparisons to be meaningful, or at least less amenable to eclectic interpretations outside the real history of events, just as DNA charts the course of biological development, at some deeper or distant past level the reorganization of class structures in response to accumulation around a commodity as self-expanding value would be better suited to illustrate how these two regions are realizations of a single fundamental relationship, capital exercising its law of value, diverging into two different social/historical processes. They do not diverge on account of entrepreneurship or because General Park of South Korea assigned a competent bureaucrat to the Ministry of Industry and an incompetent by nepotism to the Ministry of Sports. They diverge because imperialism as the violent spearhead of the interests of us-led capital does not vanish from the scene and always intervenes to set the stage for control and/or growth in militarism. Review and closing comment. Wars are the realization stage of militarism, which is itself a domain of accumulation with all the ideological and institutional underpinnings for auto-reproduction, not just military Keynesianism. Apart from the realization of the bomb commodity, in wars, we also have another commodity, human life reduced to labor power, consumed to make another human life cheap by cheapening the price of labor power, a sedimentary stage of surplus value creation. As to physical productivity and profits priced in Western currency, one must think of those in terms of the difference between the direct producer, the price paid to consume the cheaper Arab or African lives relative to the price earned via militarism in the Western market or the FNAL sellers. For the sake of perspicuity, I add that few speak of Arab and African lives in terms of commodities like coffee or cocoa, grown and paid for in low prices, but sold/realized. 60. For high prices by Western monopolies. In political economy parlance, in the totality that is capitalist production, the profit rate emerges as the mediated actuality of that most gruesome part of exploitation, the consummation of labor power in war, which is a form of commercial exploitation and a higher level in the commodification of human life than chattel slavery. To return to our initial question, why deconstruct the Arab world and construct Northeast Asia? The short answer is that by extinguishing lives far short of their historically determined life expectancy, us-led capital and its militarism draw from wars higher rates of surplus value, at least on account of commodifying labor. The rate of commercial exploitation exceeds that of super-exploitation. The former form of exploitation principally characterizes the Arab world, the latter form pertains to the exploitation of downstream sweatshop countries of East and Southeast Asia. Because the intensive cation of commercial exploitation founds the social background for higher profits, newer manifestations of slavery, as in the act of denationalizing/destroying peripheral formations, would continue to form the pedestals upon which the higher physical productivity of the North stands. The pedestal is used here in reference to Marx's remark in the chapter on the genesis of industrial capital in Volume I. The veiled slavery of the wage workers in Europe needed, for its pedestal, slavery, pure and simple. The pedestal that was slavery never stopped at the point of the abolition of formal slavery. Imperialist destruction of Arab states hijacks the will of people and reduces subject to object for whole nations just as if it were a massive form of slavery. Another way of looking at this problematic from the value relation side of things posits the following. Militarism and its wars ratchet up imperialist power and reduce the negotiating power of working classes and, by the same token, a wide range of prices that fall below value. With class struggle assuming the form of production, and since war as a production process is also a manifestation of the class struggle, the consumption of human life directly in war as production generates high rates of surplus value. The value relationship as such, the complex of contradictions between socially necessary labor time, the laborer's productivity and the laborer's labor power sale generates surplus value by the degree to which exchange value sinks way below the socially necessary. 61. Labor time that produces the laborer. Wars, for instance, reap a whole life's productivity in the short life expectancy of a FDR who is paid pittance in wages, including civilians who are paid zero or negative wages. All these people are willingly or unwillingly engaged in war as production. It is not the higher sums of prices of products of capital-owned machinery, as opposed to northern labor-owned, which demonstrate the higher surplus value of, say, an American worker, a worker defined by the mythical contours of nationality, especially as the U.S. lays control to much of the world. Control itself is a component of the production process. Prices as the mediated actuality of value via the balance of forces in the international class struggle and, within the class struggle as a production sphere itself, tally with the historically accumulated stock of imperialist power and camouflage real value by the degree of labor's repression. Prices are constructed as fetishes by the ideological power of capital. They are demystified at the junction of proletarian revolution, bringing them under social control. At each stage in history, the value that forms by imperialist wars adds to the stock of accumulated historical surplus value and, subsequently, the power, real and ideological, of central capital. Imperialist wars intensify capital, or the contradiction between the private and the social, which is the basis for higher rates of surplus value. The war's ideological spin-offs, their capability in luring class consciousness away from class and closer to identity politics, also assists in obscuring slavery with the fetishized prices that capital chooses to form. Imperialist wars entrench slavery or the deprivation of the power to negotiate the sale of one's own resources and labor power. Many peoples in the South are deprived of the power to negotiate the prices of their products at values that reproduce their populations in better shape. They continuously earn less than what is needed to improve their standards of living. Put differently, the disubjective cation of the conquered populations, the retreat of their revolutionary consciousness and representation in the state, widens the divide between the incomes of the primary producers and the prices of their produce. Apart from the fact that colonialism had curtailed the industrial development of the colonies, these rising rates of southern exploitation generate higher northern wealth and undergird their historically rising trend of physical productivity. As of late, slavery had assumed quicker, more collective 62 forms incarnate in the destruction of states. The imperialist wars of encroachment have also bred counter-revolutionary ideological impetuses at a time when working class organization and its attendant ideology are waning. The war momentum carried by the objective and impersonal forces of history faces little opposition from effective peace movements, and the dangers that capital will metabolize through all-out war are looming. Furthermore, the production of the northern commodity is an anachronous predicate of its pedestal enslavement cum commercial exploitation. The stages of production are codetermined in social time as opposed to being sequential in conventional time. Production is the realization of a torrent of accumulation by competition in which concomitant forms of slavery, from wage slavery to the outright slavery of consuming human lives in war, exhibit no beginnings or ends. Production is just a FO of already implemented, and to be implemented, diverse decisions to produce. The stages of production of laptops, mining for rare metals, the Congo Wars and/or the Iraq campaign are presented teleologically or in some palatable order referring to any given commodity cycle only for the purpose of elucidation, whereas reality is overdetermined, cross-causal and / or where cause becomes effect, and effect, cause. In short, the so-called FNAL realization stage of the commodity at the point of sale in the center, the point at which physical productivity is measured in dollars to show that the North is more productive, is not FNAL because it entails or presupposes a cycle of imperialist destruction. Closing the loop of dollar accounting exercises measuring surpluses in the Western market is fallacious or serves imperialist ideological proclivity, because the war extension, for raw materials or the regulation of demographic growth, is itself big industry and the FNAL realization stage. Figuratively speaking, it is in the Congo or Iraq wars where the reproduction cycle ends and restarts. Similarly, overdetermination overshadows the analytical dichotomy between productive and unproductive labor, which becomes just that, an analytical dichotomy that is indistinguishable in transformed actuality. Productive and unproductive labor are mutating categories from the same genus, the working class. To construct an argument for the making of surplus value under more mature conditions on the basis of this formal duality, inevitably leads to contradiction, as is the case with any formal process. Here, we end up with a minute number of productive laborers. 63. However, labor is the common denominator between productive and unproductive, and under capital's law of accumulation it is labor, including the necessarily disengaged labor, which reproduces society to capital's desire. Set against the fullness of reality, the connotation of productive labor can be anything but productive. The making of a bomb requires productive labor and produces surplus value, but the factory here is not some virtual space, it is the real populated and bombarded cities, and so on. The distinction productive/unproductive initially proved that surplus value is the product of living labor and, subordinately, that labor power is the commodity that is being sold for a wage and not some average intensity of labor as per Ricardo. Recalling, labor is subject-object. Developing reality sublates, it preserves and negates the contribution of productive and unproductive labor, and mediates them in a single form, as the product of a working class whose share of the social product is the wage bill as determined by the power balances of the class struggle. Just as the contradiction of transformation of value into price cannot be resolved logically, and is resolved by observing the historical process by which labor is conditioned to relinquish its share of value, the divide between productive and unproductive labor is resolved by grasping the organic unity of labor as a result of the developments in revolutionary consciousness. Productivity presupposes the level of wealth, while individual productivity is predetermined socially. The wage is a social wage whose rate varies in relation to how capital through the state or imperialist wars disciplines, regiments, and controls the reproduction of labor. Unmediated categories that purport to show the industrial proletariat as an isolate, or as the sole agent of history, are meaningless because the outward appearances that labor assumes are related to the functioning of the law of value, or the process by which capital subdues the international labor process. Wars of encroachment and, subordinately, depopulation, are a crucial part of that and of the making of surplus value. Once more, relying on Niebel's work and moving away from the pragmatism of thinking in isolates allows us to recognize the potential forms of the proletariat emerging in broad class alliances, which include the unemployed, the poverty wage workers, and the peasantry as agents of history alongside the now dwindling numbers. 64. Of the industrial working class. Production under the hammer of war as the practice of the law of value and its more violent regimentation of the peripheral labor process via imperialist depopulation is the recurrent/permanent historical event that requires explication. In that state of becoming, production is also systemic violence. The system here is a synchronically reinforcing process of production to which violence is a prerequisite and an input. Consequently, the retreat in civilian end-use commodity sales and/or realization is matched by rising militarism. As Lebowitz aptly points out, production is not only about producing goods, but also about producing conforming or revolutionary human beings. However, production is also production of waste and the production of laborers by the death of other laborers. I have also noted that production, whether it involves civilian or military cycles, is a cotemporal predicate of its own components. The Third World is cheap in price terms because it was and continues to be cheapened to the requirement of a cotemporal production process by which the higher-priced output of bourgeois-owned northern machinery requires inputs whose national owners are subjected to some form of shock and awe. Yet here once again, we have a boomerang effect. The destitution of Third World workers drags down with it the northern working classes. In an organic value composition of capital, the term organic is crucial because the value outlays on variable capital are a single share from a social product that integrates labor across national boundaries, and so the ultimate form of surplus value creation occurs at the intersection where the laborer and his or her labor power is consumed in production, or where recurrent imperialist depopulation policy takes place. Apart from realizing the excess surplus of the center, war, and the politics to extend war, especially in the Arab world, perform a dual role, securitizing the rule of capital and undervalorizing labor power. Abstract. This chapter investigates development in the shadow of imperialism. Asian and Arab worlds are similar in their fundamental social relationship, capital, but dissimilar in what they have become because of shifting class and power relations or their respective mode of integration with the global economy. Each case of development can be attributed to the specificity of the development/security nexus triggered by an imperialism pursuing its interests. Unlike EA, where inter-imperialist entente lengthens the time horizon amenable to long-term gestating and productive capital formation, the Arab security/development nexus not only absorbs the central economic surplus, but also reinforces commercial exploitation and undervalorization in price terms, a whole range of third-world resources and inputs. War is not only about the destruction of assets, it is also the social relationship organizing the reproduction of these assets during and after the conflict, especially the sustainability of the reconstruction effort through shifting ideological and institutional reorganization patterns. This chapter will discuss the primacy of imperialism, its logical precedence and power over history, and how its practice makes or breaks development. Keywords: economic surplus, monopoly, capital, financialization, economic development, war, economy, imperialism. Chapter 3. Development in the shadow of imperialism. Asian and Arab worlds, then, are similar in their fundamental social relationships, but dissimilar in what they have become because of shifting class and power relations as two different materializations of the same social relationship, capital. It is through historicizing the practice of imperialist expansion that the cross-cutting relationship of capital acquires a somewhat nebulous geographic shape determined by the Cold War demarcation lines, and later with the intercapitalist divide between US, Europe and China, Russia. This chapter will discuss the primacy of imperialism, its logical precedence and power over history, and how its practice makes or breaks development. Development as history: the emergence of industrializing states in the immediate post-independence period, their decline since 1980, and the continuous rise of EA were specific to their respective regions and the international context of each one. In EA, the regional context exhibited threats to the integrity and independence of countries, which triggered their class patrons to ensure the required resources and economic power to buttress their security, but which, as Petras emphasizes, grew in the shadow of American military adventurism. Threats were also present in the case of the but these threats were more frequently acted upon, and many Arab states were the subject of recurrent military assaults and defeats. Moreover, as of the mid-1970s and the end of the Vietnam War, the EA region, unlike the experienced a state of conflict diffusing that allowed it to expand its productive capacity. The East Asian market-driven development also picked up speed after the FOUs from Japan rose following the Plaza Accord in 1985. The higher yen converted to cheaper dollars provided financial support to the growth momentum of EA, bringing into the fold the second generation of so-called tigers. Although the alleged intensive and long-term military threats faced by South Korea and Taiwan provided the incentives for ruling class cooperation that ensured state cohesiveness and the motivation for economic independence, as well as a commitment to industrialization, the international powers' military stalemate is what principally provided the space for their specific course of development. It is rather droll how a Western imperialism, which is both leading capital and perpetrator of war by historical necessity and that for centuries had ransacked nations abroad, has allies in Taiwan or South Korea worried about the incursion of barbarians from China or North Korea. What 75 is droller is how the cultural introjection of the empire's cant by foreign subjects leads them to speak in the empire's Orientalist tone. However, in the successive defeats, the retreat of Arab socialism, and petrodollar infiltration from the Gulf states that crushed national exchange rate regimes and regulated capital accounts, bulldozed any notion of progress and unleashed their ruling class's desire to expand as merchant/comprador classes whose growth depended more on the global financial market than on building national industrial capacity. EA's economic growth, development, and industrial transformation grew in the crevice of an international standoff. In contrast, wars in the especially Israeli blitzkriegs that cost little but proved of tremendous ideological value to the USA as it positioned itself in the pilot seat of a very strategic region. The perception that there are strong states in EA as per Leftwich as a precondition for sovereignty and independence is adequate conceptualization only after a sober-minded calculus that assesses the state as the actualization of cross-national class and imperialist structured power relations. Imperialism is atop the pyramid of power. There is a streak of liberalism whose purpose is to beautify imperialism by highlighting its home democracy, a good capitalism in Europe versus the bad capitalism of its former colonies, from which few Western scholars cannot escape. Alas, the white man burden, too many bad noble savages remained alive to spoil the European plan for a better world. Broadly speaking, East Asian economic development has been a way to furnish the resources necessary to lay the basis for cohesive states, whereas in the dismantling of state security and development, regime change, and the inciting of conflict were the goals led imperialism. In the case of EA, economic development was not an end in itself, it was meant to securitize the frontiers of imperialist expansionism. For Castells, East Asian development was a way to become competitive in the world economy and a way of surviving both as a state and as a society. The mainstream cliché of surviving under communism, which had evidently displayed higher human development indices than capitalist development, is too much of a propaganda item. It is as if the victims of daily genocide caused by capitalist policies and the colonial/imperialist massacres, not to mention the millions who perished in the Korean and Vietnam Wars under American bombing, were yearning for the safety of Pax Americana and its drones. The post-World War II socialist advance across Asia was too significant for the USA to overlook and not to fortify its class allies in potential. 76. Confrontational outposts. For Wu Kumings, the main push in the developmental state was nationalism being dictated by the exigencies and requirements of national survival and mobilization in a 20th century dominated by bigger powers. Here is another mention of survivability when facing the advance of communism. At least on the basis of ideology, it is capitalism whose practice necessitates a lifeboat ethics and survival for the few and not socialism. Nationalism, kausasui, is vacuous everywhere but more so in a peripheral context where empire builds an industrial project by which a tractor can be easily converted into a tank to FGHT the advance of communism or national capitalism. US-sponsored rabid nationalisms are fascist-like by the extension of its ideology that demonizes the enemy. To be sure, fascism is a central capital phenomenon on loan in various forms to some of the USA's Third World allies. As a case in point, the imperialist wars visited upon Iraq have proven that they were not a case of imperialism against fascism. The modes of political organization by which a developing country struggles against imperialism cannot be fascist because the developing world's anti-imperialist struggle is itself working-class struggle. Fascism is reared progressively by liberalism and social democracy in response to the deepening crisis of central capital. The compromising position of European social democracy beginning with the German Social Democratic Party's vote for the war credit in 1914 was a continuation of a whole history of central capital reorganizing the home front to carry out the practice of imperialism. As social existence determines consciousness, capital bestows inherent rights and entitlements to a Western labor whose higher paid echelons derive their consciousness partly from imperial tribute. The question why so much of Western labor rally around a nationality that sees the droning of starving populations abroad is taboo in mainstream science. It would bring into question the fact that Western wealth is based on a whole history of pillage. 1. Fascism, the intensive cation of the central capital relationship in response to a severe crisis, whose imperialist practice restores genocide on the basis of the construct of race, also raises the rates of surplus value within the realm of production cum class struggle. Rather than race indiscriminate genocide as the type practiced by 20th century social democratic imperialism, fascism as the more pronounced practice of race-based depopulation is a boiling furnace of 77. Surplus value creation commensurate with the degree of the annihilation of the laborer as shown in the previous chapter. Imperialism as the practice of a ruling class drawing legitimacy from the overly abstract virtues of liberalism, such as individual rights, as opposed to class rights, or American political correctness, has had enough of the ideological adhesive to partly justify any war against any Muslim nation, for instance, on the basis of Islam's alleged disdain for women, just as a particular example of sanctimony. However, the liberal adhesive is coming undone as imperialist war crimes thwart its progress and the cost in taxation to central working classes rises, resorting to more emphatic use of force against a specific group of people just to serve imperialist interest without the human rights cant is emerging in quasi-fascist overtones as seen with the Trump administration. It is at this historical intersection that the media horrors of the Islamic State kindle the reversion to ultranationalism and the justification of imperialist war as a struggle against barbarianism. The Islamic State's potential contribution to war flips accumulation by militarism. The mainstream's prize question of whether ISIS has grown out of the vestige of Islamic culture is not haphazard. The choice of such question is the weapon of choice against the Muslim world. That an idea such as Takfir-i-Wahhabism or 12-er Shi'ism, which manifests itself as essence across time irrespective of concrete historical conditions, the Dispurovan Platonic form characterizes the history of a real-world culture in which the real Sharia archives of the Abbasid courts contain litigation over alimony payment in a homosexual partnership is never questioned has much to say about the dogma-gripping mainstream academia. Modern-day Takfir-i-Wahhabism and 12-er Shi'ism are the two poles of social organization that feed off each other's culture of war, fueling the domain of imperialist militarism. ISIS and 12ers are not ideas from the past, they are wholly a byproduct of imperialist history formed by conditions of the Abu Ghraib-like prisons or Shiite mullahs cheering the US invasion of Iraq. The interrelation between external threats, the building up of state capacities, and economic development brings the joint security and development issue to the fore. For Leftwich, the connection between the development of military capacity and the power and autonomy of the state does not sufficiently explain the relation of state formation with war-making. Development requires a primacy of politics in which national forces erect adequate institutional arrangements and 78. Target developmental projects with financial resources mobilizing real resources. 2. However, the use of the term state formation patronizes the underdeveloped world. The state is polymorphous and forming everywhere, be they failed states or not. A European state such as Belgium of Leopold II is not an ideal type into which other developing states can form if they mature. State formation is just another term laden with Eurocentric bias. Europe could only have afforded its bourgeois democratic state as a result of colonial plunder and the amassing of historical surplus value. The state as a form of social organization varies with the structure of class formations. The structural forms of the state, be it bicameral with an efficient bureaucracy or whatever, follow from its class history, or its class relations, culture, power, and symbolism, which are also the balance of forces that allocate the social product. Primarily, development occurs when a higher rate of resources is reallocated to higher productivity industry and working class income shares. Irrespective of whether government is vertically autocratic or, facetiously, horizontally democratic, it is the balance of class power nesting in the state that governs the allocation of resources in favor of development. To conceal the concept of class and search whether parliamentary-shaped governments generate development is to remain formalistic. Some do and some do not generate development. What is not formalistic is that in a world dominated by the exchange of commodities, and it is that exchange and not human relationships that dictate the allocation of resources. With such fetichism predictating the allocation of resources, it is the power of labor humanizing the law of value that emits development. The social structure and the state are continuously reshaped by the class struggle, so each state is definitively dissimilar from every other state, and at the same time similar in how it mediates its position vis-a-vis the global class struggle or its position/distance from imperialism. In the FUX of competing global forces, the power characterizing the whole reshapes the development processes of the part, and changes in development are better understood as a dialectic of historical continuity and discontinuity. This remark from Mazaros is pertinent because what appears as continuous in real time is in its concrete form a series of ruptures, and as unfettered us-led imperialism and its ideology of neoliberalism set the world on a path auto-degeneration, only big ruptures lie in store. 79. The Cold War's security umbrella for East Asian countries, in military aid, real capital investments, and guarantees of territorial integrity, is a prophylactic shielding the development/security structure from the vagaries of threats of war and volatile markets. In contrast to U.S. intervention siding with Israel and taxing the Arab region militarily, in EA the USA partially relieved the breakthrough countries from their military burdens. In EA, it fostered the creation of an economy that reaped the benefit of engaging in the production of downstream civil end-use commodities during the two major wars between 1950 and 1975. From the early 1950s until mid-1970s, South Korea and Taiwan were two of the largest recipients of USA aid in the developing world. The Cold War was also critical in terms of the economic windfalls that accrued to Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. US aid allowed these states to impose themselves, providing the necessary resources and to support and consolidate the security/development nexus. As serious threats of war moved further away into the time horizon, these countries had to remain at the ready for a potentially large-scale war, a war that was put on hold by nuclear deterrence. In the interim, breakthroughs worked on cementing their national fronts via development that was materialist not only by realizing their military potential, but also via the route of redistribution to lessen social disparities combined with ideological interpellation to strengthen national social bonds. At the bare minimum of theory, war and technological innovations are socially alienated processes under capitalism. It is imperative for capital as expanding value to consume nature and human beings. The dynamism of capital's growth, including the ideological pretext it uses to bend the social conditions for the requirement of growth, which range from labeling the colonist or ex-colonist as lesser humans to bombing them as part of humanitarian interventions, requires violence to set prices of developing world commodities below value. Imperialism, the violent facet of capital, seeks the possession of goods bereft of owners. The motto "Our oil under Arab sands typifies this measure." Being akin to empires across history, this dynamic of forceful expropriation is more of an axiom than of a hypothesis. Under capitalism, however, the process of expropriation qua commercial exploitation follows the requirements of the law of value, which is an ontological condition of capital. It is what capital does as it assesses the value expropriated or traded with the developing world on 80. Its own terms and in its own unit of measure, which entail the imposition upon the developing world of all forms of repression, financial hegemony, and severe austerity. What is meant by this dialectic of continuity/discontinuity? Borrowing from Marxian method, one can posit that the continuity is the outside manifestation of discontinuity or, respectively, the abstract concept of a more concrete condition resulting from the spasms of the class struggle. The instantiation of commercial exploitation in the sequence of the historical events constituting the historicity of capitalism from the days of chattel slavery, to the massacres of natives, to colonialism, to world wars, to the ongoing wars and starvation as one writes, should not be examined by the peculiarity of each successive event. It is the context leading to the repetition of such events that matters, not each elephant in the room but the room itself. Although Marxists stooping to the level of pragmatism to show that colonial/imperialist pillage is significant in dollar terms sacrifice much content of Marxist theory, but they do so to engage a mainstream social science that just takes things at face value and lets supply and demand prices determine the degree of surplus. Mainstream science is subordinate to power and it thence must minimize the historical surplus value of colonial and imperialist pillage and neglect how the sums of values contributed to the rise of European capitalism and the Industrial Revolution. However, science must look behind the given surface. It should investigate the class and power relationships making prices what they are. As discussed in the previous chapter, value relationships are hardly quantifiable because value is subject/object and its alienated relationships are the predicates without which capitalism would not be the special case in history that it is. For Emmanuel, the money measures with which values are quantified, the currency of the colonial powers, are the product of a building store of unequal power that progressively had cheapened the contribution of the colonies, accentuating unequal exchange. For instance, what is the contribution slavery and resource grab from Africa to the rise of capitalism when the prices of these exports were paid in moneyed value set by the colonist at the cheapest possible rates? Moreover, to deepen the unequal exchange platform, Europe required the deindustrialization of the East and Africa so that none of their development could translate into competitive power. Thus, for a more efficient quantitative measure of the colony's contribution to European capitalism to even remotely apply, it would have 81. To take into account the rise in European wealth relative to expropriation and destruction of Third World humans, culture, industry, and assets as necessary corollaries and intermediaries of production measured in value terms. JAFE estimates that 500 million people were killed by European colonists since its onset in the 16th century until 1900, not counting the 20th century imperialist war-related deaths, which could be as high as another 500 million. Figuratively, as one is forced to quantify the unquantifiable, the value of 1 billion lives is just a rough estimate of Europe's wealth and the reason why it rose before the historically much more advanced East. New forms of commercial exploitation. The issue of commercial exploitation cannot be fully covered without broaching the issue of how war bears upon unequal exchange. Conflicts and wars in the Third World act as measures of primitive accumulation on a massive scale. They socialize more than just the evicted peasantry, they socialize the national assets by depriving a nation from its means of political control over its sovereign territory. Unlatching resources from their owners, by means of war or neoliberalism, is the new form of slavery that capital requires as it grows. Note should be made to the effect that severe bouts of neoliberalism can sometimes be just as bad as wars. In a few peripheral countries, dislocated labor and resources are re-engaged in a virtuous transformation, but that is just the precious few. Profit rates conveyed through price signals that social time-wise guide the redistribution rates of socially necessary labor time, necessitate the setting aside of human resources and perverse development. Expanding a point that appeared in the previous chapter, when social repression eviscerates labor's political agency, as in the destruction of states or organizational platforms that intermediate labor's revolutionary consciousness, the process of dislocation by encroachment wars turns into an extreme case of commercial exploitation. The and Africa are protruding cases. Just as chattel slavery was the pedestal of rising central capitalism according to Marx, capitalism never stopped rising and it required more of the commercial exploitation. In surplus value-centered accumulation terms, the commercial exploitation incurred by the 82 Arab region is the newest version of many preceding pedestals supporting industrial development elsewhere, in reference to Marx. Whilst the cotton industry introduced child slavery in England, it gave in the United States a stimulus to the transformation of the earlier, more or less patriarchal slavery, into a system of commercial exploitation. In fact, the veiled slavery of the wage earners in Europe needed, for its pedestal, slavery pure and simple in the New World. With profit rates assuming the appearance of rates of surplus value derived from higher rates of exploitation, it was compulsory for European capital to engage in acts of commercial exploitation from the start, since capitalism was born in crisis from the start. The rate of expansion of commercial exploitation in ever-mutating forms of slavery, the colonialism and imperialist assaults stripping whole nations from their will to govern themselves, in addition to severe austerity, remitigate otherwise falling rates of profit. Such barbarianism brings into focus the falsity of the Eurocentric argument that capitalism is essentially progressive. It is only progressive for the intelligentsia of aristocratic nations partaking in imperialist loot. To be sure, Emmanuel did not underplay the role of the often effortless struggle of the central working classes to win a higher share of the value of their own labor. However, Central wealth includes the imperial rent component in which the classes of the colonizing formation partake. The early imperial rents contributing to the transformation of merchant capital into productive capital ushered the forced eviction of the peasantry from the countryside, albeit, with the means of blood and effort, as Marx notes in Capital Volume I. Not all imperial rents were a bonus to the European working classes. Imperial booty-infused wealth did not just trickle down to a passive working class as rent or bribe in the aristocratic nations. Central working classes fought for better wages and shorter hours, and in so doing they have shown certain aspects of capitalist progress. Central working classes also fought against chattel slavery in the West Indies and the USA, and their struggle contributed to emancipation. Then as now, so long as struggle targeted the production of value sphere and not the sphere of circulation, equal pay for equal working conditions and not a pay rise to one section of the working class at the expense of another, reform targeting the sphere of 83. Circulation has always permitted imperial rents to boost wages in order to strengthen capital. Capital was not so distressed with unions demanding higher wages without attaching an end to imperialist assaults and higher worker pay abroad for similar working condition. For the struggle to be fruitful, there has to have been a deafening mediation of the nationalist agenda into internationalism. The fact such internationalist development was consistently stymied, as Emmanuel pointed out, could only mean that capital was and still is successfully intervening at the opportune moment to undermine internationalism. To one degree or another, the rise of central wages included an imperialist bribe component. There was a payoff to pit the central against the peripheral working classes. I am simplifying the relationship against a central/periphery backdrop for the sake of clarity, when in fact Western is an ideological descriptor and the class relationship is a cross-cutting class relationship. There is also a payoff to sections of peripheral intelligentsia and labor aristocracy to support imperialist assaults. Privileged sections of the central working classes develop a consciousness, positively correlated with imperialist practice, because imperialism is at the root of their material circumstances of reproduction. Here arises the concept of aristocratic nations. The concept underscores the difficulty in transforming central working class consciousness into revolutionary consciousness. For so long Western workers effogging around a nationalist identity, repeatedly paid for and imposed upon them by the state, have provided capital with its outstanding resilience. Political centrism is ingrained in the historical culture and symbols of the central working class. There is but second-hand emotion for the starving, injured, and dead in the Third World, which through the element of state-sponsored fear routinely turns the Western working class onto itself. To illustrate the ludicrousness of social democratic theories that begin to raise concern only when the crisis of Europeanism deepens, see Martin Wolf's scathing critique of Streeck's work on the end of capitalism. Wolf sardonically ridicules such prophecies of capitalist collapse. He says, countless intellectuals, including Karl Marx, have forecast the imminent or at least inevitable end of capitalism. Capitalism has always survived, and one may add that it will continue to survive as long as the money-worthless millions in the former colonies are not the starting point of internationalist struggle. There is a huge volume of capitalist-sponsored cultural anthropology work, which is available to fuse with the liberal culture of Europe and produce a new fascism whose bond is not 84. Race, but a cultural superiority of people who can afford liberal rights. In the absence of internationalist working class organizations, central capital inexorably reorganizes itself into some form of fascism. A caption from one paragraph by Martin Wolf notes that the relationship between democracy and capitalism derives from a belief in the role of people as active citizens and economic agents. In the former role, they make decisions together; in the latter, they make decisions for themselves. Here he is also reminding Streeck that we vote for the war together and we reap the benefits individually. This prosaism is rather similar to the one made by Milton Friedman when he reminded economists who were critical of capitalism not to bite the hand that feeds them. Social democracy bestowed upon wealth creation an exclusive Western identity. Its omission of the Third World from the value chain is not oversight, it is racism pretending to be wise. Social democracy severs the organic ties of international labor, especially through its tarnishing of Stalinism, which is mainly the ideology of third-worldist Marxism. Is it not a class position that so much Western left is anti-Stalinist while Third World left is pro-Stalin? In Althusserian language, within the political, ideological, and philosophical struggle, the words are also weapons, explosives, or tranquilizers and poisons, and occasionally, the whole class struggle may be summed up in the struggle for one word against another word. Such divergence in the cultures of First and Third Worlds lends support to idea that social democracy supplements the rule of capital in the center. By idealizing bourgeois democracy, as in making it into an end in itself, and conscripting the production cycle to its own time and space, social democracy theorized the wrong object and practiced the wrong theory. In view of the endogenous rise in technology as a result of intercapitalist competition, the degree of progress as manifested in prolonged life expectancy can be judged as advancement or retrogression relative to the historically determined standard of living and by the value system espoused by one social class or another. The discovery of life-prolonging medications such as the early antiparasitic drugs for malaria FRST discovered to treat a disease infesting British cattle and or the better hygiene of the electric showers enjoyed by Native Americans are some of the infinite offshoots of modernity that do prolong life expectancy. Relative to an absolute benchmark in pre-capitalist history, capital can boast that it ushered progress. In between pre-capitalist history and modern history, capital will also have to repeat the point that Madeleine Albright made. 85. In justifying the killing of 500,000 children in Iraq, it was worth it? It was certainly worth it for the cross-border ruling classes whose wealth and power have always risen by imperialist or colonial wars. However, what is factual and objective is that the minimum level of subsistence derived from greater wealth creation under capitalism must rise. While the ruling classes that judge capitalism as progress will always and the falsity that Europe saved the world from Stone Age living conditions and compare present-day wealth to the meager wealth of the feudal age, the majority working classes remain far too immiserated relative to the historically determined income. Formulaically, given the collapse of socialist organization and ideology, income and wealth disparities are set to rise to the point where capital's ideological hegemony begins to wear out as higher private wealth accumulation wipes social concerns or to the point when another major intercapitalist war dawns. However, formulas and history are a poor mix. As the rising velocity of exchange compresses social time and space, there will be so many circumstances in the dialectic of history where coincidence transmutes into the necessity for the rise of labor. Divergent paths it is in the articulation of cross-border classes realized in forms of sovereignty, security, and /or confists that a possible interpretation of the contrasting outcomes of winners and losers in EA and the A can be derived from or across their proper regions. This articulation turned out to be conducive to a particular form of economic development in EA, affirming the relationship between security, residing in the shadow of us-led imperialism. 3. By contrast, in the A, the development outcome followed the path of war defeat with the introjection of the notion that imperialism is unbeatable, leading to social restructuring serving private ends, manifest as the creation of a merchant/comprador class that accommodates the condition of surrender by relinquishing the development security nexus. Unlike EA, where the self-reinforcing relationship between the requirements of national defense and economic power boosted autonomy, the metamorphosed ruling classes in the A adopted an openness framework in which resource outflows and value are bled from the share of an already debilitated working class. Multiple incidents of confict and instability, literally as well as figuratively oiling the power. 86. Of militarism, were the main conduits of global integration and the main impediments to Arab development and economic growth. The baleful impact of confict that has been writing off development or its prospects in many developing countries could not but be recognized by the most laggard of institutions, the United Nations. The UN's high-level panel on threats, challenges and change notes, in an increasingly interconnected world, progress in the areas of development, security and human rights must go hand in hand. there will be no development without security and no security without development. Yet in typical half-truth language, the Commission on Human Security reduces security to its fragmented manifestation in human security. In this way, it blurs the power structures behind its determination. It obscures the fact that human security follows from national and communal security raw through the tumultuous process of working-class struggle, which indubitably follows from the relationship of the national structure to imperialism. More so than in other developed areas, in threatened developing counties, like the security cannot be reduced to its indefinite and symptomatic subcomponents of income, food, health security, and so on. Threats to individuals exist beyond the dissected concepts of security of person, security of housing, etc., as definite in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These threats, rising in intensity in post-uprising Arab nations, hinge on deteriorating national and regional security arrangements. National security as a totality of social and political variables presupposes all layers of security, including security of person. The point that individual security cannot but follow from national security is foundational to the justification of the structure of sovereignty. The point has been reiterated by Francis. However, communal security or forms of social cohesion associated with working-class organizations are both muted in his argument. Communal or working-class associated security is a prerequisite for demand-led development, and at a further remove, as incremental independence from wage slavery autonomous working-class-based development. For as posited so far, the threats to state security in an EA context were potentially serious but not as frequently experienced by the and East Asian breakthroughs. Integrity and independence is subsumed under that more powerful US-led imperialist security cover, including the channels by which foreign resources sustain development as part of building their long-term security structure. The case may be that the 87 long-term military threat faced by South Korea and Taiwan both provided the incentives for elite cooperation, ensuring state cohesiveness and the inducements for economic independence and power, and ensured a commitment to industrialization. However, that threat was more of a threat to U.S. hegemony. The specification of the concept of threat itself is not an arithmetic calculation between the perceived threat and the potential unreliability of U.S. support, which would induce the Japanese-trained elites in South Korea and Taiwan to industrialize securities. Threat is the self-evident circumstance in international relations, and it exists as the image of underlying international class/capital relations involved in predatory accumulation. In the context of EA, threat is the condition that could undermine the US-led integrated capital relationship, its hegemonic imperialism combined with US-bound capital FOs, to which East Asian states and other subsidiary forms of social organizations are media of imperialist power reproduction. Unless a historical trajectory is considered in terms of different cooperating circles of capital by which the USA hitches Korean or Taiwanese elite cooperation to industrialize, as a means to an end for ensuring imperial stature and the circuitous rent arising from China/North Korea containment, Xu's idea of a developmental state that would retreat as the threat diminishes while China grows does not hold. According to the International Monetary Fund, the U.S. share of world production is 16% while China is at 18%, and by 2020, the USA will produce roughly 15% of global output compared with China's 20%. Growth du commerce, as Xu had postulated, would not smoothly integrate China into the US-led financial order, it would do exactly the contrary. As China's market share and dollar-denominated wealth grows, its dissatisfaction with dollar peonage, or of holding its wealth in US currency, would grow. The more China's wealth is not its own, the more of the soft threats it would transmit its Asian infrastructure and investment bank and new payment systems parallel to the swift adumbrate a desire for autonomy. With the power of hindsight, it is this trajectory of unacceptable Chinese autonomy tilting the hard-cast law of uneven accumulation laid down by the power of US-led capital that practically dispels the notion that US empire had abandoned, even for a moment, its objectives in Chinese containment. As will be discussed in the FNAL chapter, the hard threat is US-led aggression and the real-life buoy is an alliance of working classes undermining capital. 88. The growth of China appears to have undercut the US-led capital hegemony, remilitarizing Asia to the point where the breakthrough states might be potentially drained of resources by excessive tensions. However, once the class context supplements Zhu's point, then the historical context of capital accumulation to which war is innate will no longer be the state devoid of class content that threatens, it will be classes and articulation of classes that threaten. Class power balances broker the development trends. War, or not war, will depend on how deeply entrenched has become the war-inclined comprador class culture in China and EA. In contrast, Arab lumpen development arose through the high incidence of CONFists, political instability, eroding the development component of security in the state. The higher the security exposure of an Arab state, the more comprador becomes its ruling class. Zhu's indictment of war as it shifts government attention to day-to-day concerns instead of long-term jails applies to the with the added nuance that most Arab governments, as structural representations of ruling social classes, have abandoned much of the national base. Their day-to-day concerns coincided with the concerns of an imperialism whose purpose in the region is its development. Avramides discussed the slow rate of Arab capital formation and linked the declining quality of investment and torpid investment rate to uncertainty plaguing the time horizon. Uncertainty here is not so much the probability associated with risks around a stochastic time series, which can be assessed by an actuary. Additionally, uncertainty is not a case of an individual decision maker or the decisions of many individuals summed up and suddenly deciding to reverse a course of action, making matters unpredictable around a trend as in time incoherence. The position of analytical philosophy that social science differs from natural science because a human being situates himself or herself in the present in relation to where he or she wants to be in the future, the sort of voluntarism that is not to be found in an atom whose position in the future does not determine its present position, overlooks the fact that agency is the agency of the political class as a historically and ideologically determined process. It is not any individual agency, or its summation, which count as historical agency. It is the intermediate and politically relevant class action, which springs on the basis of historically bequeathed real and ideological powers. The political class as the mediated process, which is a being in itself. 89. And which acts in rapport to the objective and constantly shifting ideological grounds that regenerate its power, is the agent of history. Because ideological shifts are the resultant products of contingent class struggle, uncertainty, including the possibility of revolutionary rupture, are also bound up with social or qualitative time and are immeasurable and unpredictable. They simply do not lend themselves to any form of plausible prediction. Moreover, the problematic of building a genuine anti-imperialist development and its associated capital stock is not so much about the uncertainty of time incoherence, it is about the degree of revolutionary class consciousness and solidarity. Moreover, unlike EA, which receives the highest capital injections and FDI-INFOs, FDI to the amounts to less than 1% of all FDI-FOs to developing countries. Regional instability, through erosion of market-driven development, especially national agricultural production, has widened the reverberation of recurrent CONFists onto the whole of the Arab social structure, decapitalizing both material and human assets. National forces or elites managing CONFists is not what differentiates EA from the it is the balance of forces provided by the historical moment, particularly the balance of military forces and the low risk/low cost of war when visited upon the Arab states. In addition to the number of CONFists being significantly higher in the its capacity to manage CONFICT was decimated as a result of class disarticulation, swinging the ruling classes away from a nationalist position, whose reproductive base and legitimacy springs from the national formation, into compradors. These compradors go through stages of development, they first bleed the national economy and then metamorphose into a war bourgeoisie willing to set ablaze their own social formations at the behest of US-led imperialism. The EA Entente left smaller East Asian breakthrough states in the position of advanced imperialist posts endowed with the luxury of US military coverage and financial aid, which only Israel enjoys in the Arab region. 5. There is a glaring similarity between smaller well-armed and advanced states in EA surrounded by a sea of highly populated poorer regions involved in lower value-added manufacturing activity and an Israel, surrounded by immiserated or war-torn countries, in many of which the proletariat has become a war-indigent proletariat engaged in the industry of war. The war proletariat contributes to imperialist hegemony, monopoly/finance surplus realization, heightened militarization, the attendant growth in financialist imperial rents as a result of financial 90. Assets seeking the security of the U.S. market, and as of late, through the magnification of identity wars to eroding internationalist ideology. As discussed in the previous chapter, besides the war proletariat's crucial position in the domain of militarism, their rate of exploitation, which includes death in war and related dire effects, is far higher than that imposed on the working class employed in the sweatshops of Asia or anywhere else around the world. Another common denominator between richer small states in EA and their counterparts in the Arab region receiving rents or geopolitical rents rests in their capacity to devolve higher wage shares to labor and resurrect cultures of ultranationalism as in the new Gulf Arab identity. Although industrialization and the indigenously grown knowledge economy would spur a culture of responsibility and engagement across identity divides, the rent component sows a culture of ghettoism, politicizing narrow identity values that rip apart the foundation of working class unity. One must note the exceptional case of South Korea and the repression of its working class, which required more than just passed down payoffs to be disciplined, partly because for the Korean workers and their organizations, the US-led slaughter was still vivid in their memory. Here emerges the Achilles heel of East Asian development, or the idea of high growth rates unmatched by cultural and social progress, of which the devolved higher standard of living is a payoff to maintain capital's rule. The bigger, more populated nations in EA, like Indonesia, were integrated via sweatshop arrangements from which surplus value arises by super-exploitation, while for the super-exploitation pales in significance when compared to the high rate of exploitation arising from commercial exploitation through the medium of war. According to CIPRI's dataset on armed CONFICT, the Middle East has witnessed 51 years of war compared to 15 for the countries making up the Asian miracle. There is more to the assessment of CONFICTs and their impact than simply approximating their physical damage or the foregone investment due to risk. Whereas nuclear deterrence exists on both sides in EA, in the Arab region only Israel possesses such weapon. So even when war was not taking place, the magnification of the threat of war with a superiorly armed enemy in possession of nuclear weapons distorted the formation of a culture of popular armed resistance. The Israeli nuclear weapon became an ideological weapon facilitating the introjection of defeatism by Arab comprador. 91. For whom imperialism is a natural ally. Since 2011, nearly half the Arab states have been at war, and most are in a condition of low-intensity CONFICT. Nevertheless, quantitative exercises assessing war damage bundle in the category CONFICT in any violent intra- or interstate CONFICTs with varying economic outcomes whose immediate or circuitous effects on the social structure are indistinguishable. The way in which the national social structure internalises the ideological impact of the war event itself is intrinsic to the war process and may or may not deal efficiently with the outcome of the war at the end of the effing. The material impacts of war in deaths, injuries, damage to infrastructure, etc. are significant, but their significance varies with the nation's ability to deal with their immediate outcome and after effects. In any case, war is not only about the destruction of assets, it is also the social relationship organizing the reproduction of these assets during and after the CONFICT, especially the sustainability of the reconstruction effort through shifting ideological and institutional reorganization patterns. Unlike EA, where some autonomy remained to guide reconstruction, in the imperialist aggression is essentially a kind of recolonization, which is about stripping peoples of their political will. This time around, the recolonization of the is taking place not through immediate command of the host country by ground forces, but by the debilitation of the state and the fragmentation of the host country into an ungoverned territory. As to recolonization, The ideological assault precedes the actual violence, and identity divisions are reconstituted in much the same way as cultural identity was politicized by the colonially engineered Arab state. Even though feudalism was the womb in which identity/sectarianism was conceived, modern sectarian and anti-working class identity is a product of colonial production relations as opposed to pre-capitalist relations, because it is the form by which the colonially spawned bourgeoisie exercises its class power. Reconstructing cultural identity into divisive or sectarian identity is the new social science vogue of mainstream institutions that employ identity experts en masse. It reinforces by interpellation the ideological division of the working class, by pitting identity against class. Trapping in identity politics, the politics of anti-working class solidarity, which is repeated ad nauseum to inculcate the reconstructed other, is similar in its psychological impact to advertising two competing brands of the same monopoly, the Buick versus the Chevrolet brands. 92. Of General Motors or the Sunnis versus the Shiites of imperialism, it is false competition. In the mainstream discourse, it is common to speak of this or that identity, such as the white working class, as if it were a distinct class unto itself. But class lines crisscross the identity label, and structurally a class, which is itself a relationship to other classes, knows no rigid boundary. An identity-based class does not exist, and classes cannot exist without cultural identity. There is no such thing as white or Shiites classes. These are ideological constructs designed as tools to obscure the reality of class in the USA and elsewhere and, foremost, to divert increasing surplus value to capital. On its own, identity is a FUID cultural state, an amorphous concept in which any characteristic or variable is a function or subset of any other variable. Apart from the fact that through obscuring the objective material conditions upon which a social class rests via the construction of imaginary historical bonds that splinter workers' solidarity, it also, for the same reasons of not having a materialist grounding for evolving forms of consciousness, lacks a systemic rule or framework that admits an analytical or political understanding of the relations of individuals to collectives. The modus operandi of regressive identity politics is to blight the ability and the forms of political organization of the working class to command a higher share of the social product. There is no class without identity, but regressive identity is an end in itself as opposed to identity growing out of itself into working class solidarity. Culture, exhibited in political identity forms, is both cause and effect of class and each constitutive of the other. Together they form a complex overdetermination that emerges in class structures, of which the state itself is a manifestation of class structure and is overdetermined by class and culture. However, the category of imperialistically devised identity, a concept so FUID such that anything can stick with anything, is not the autogenous continuation of trans-historical values. For the imaginary to be real, such a schism has to be backed by the effort of interpolations awakening and transforming cultural values into political rallying points. It is after all through the disarticulation of consciousness, the mode of perception by which workers invert reality to justify their internecine relationship, that capital hijacks labor's historical agency. Instead of the normal multiple identities that people enjoy, an exclusive political identity was forced upon them by all forms of ideological indoctrinations and institutional constructs, including constitutionally imposed procedures, which leave the individual with no choice but to 93. Belong to that specific group. Through such combined assaults by comprador regimes and an imperialism parading as protector of minorities, or as vulnerable to Islamic terrorism, new Arab sectarian forms and Salaf Islamism have become economic and ideological assets to capital. In times of socialist ideological retreat, the sharpness and speed of identity reconstruction accelerate the political implosion of the working class and the rate at which the share of capital from the social product rises to keep pace with exponential profit-making. 6. Post-war reconstruction carries different meanings in different contexts. Arab reconstruction builds divisive identities standing above the state, while East Asian reconstruction rebuilds industry and a state that is an institution of all institutions, albeit as an additional prop in imperialist security. As Nakib observes, all the literature on Arab post-conflict reconstruction has one and only one purpose, which is to divert attention from the ongoing conflict and to occupy the minds with hallucinations. It should be exposed for what it is. 7. Nakib bases his affirmation on his long-time study of aid to occupied West Bank and Gaza, where aid to alleviate the damage to the local economy inflicted by Israeli bombardment or colonial economic asphyxiation has the bizarre effect of reimbursing Israel for the very damages it actually inflicts. Since nearly all the material equipment and incremental increase money supply required for reconstruction by the occupied territories must originate or pass through Israel, the economic performance of the Israeli economy improves by the degree to which it damages the occupied territories. This cycle of occupy or bomb and earn immediate dollars for the damages you perpetrate applies to broader areas forcibly integrated with the global economy by means of war. Compared to the post-World War II imperialistically led Northeast Asian reconstruction experience, the word reconstruction assumes a polysemous character when thought of in an Arab context. US aid to post-war South Korea was so significant such that Moon and Park unequivocally state were it not for American bilateral aid, South Korea would have never recovered. The authors extol the initial high level of bilateral aid amounting to more than 10% of GDP and other legitimizing measures and financial assistance conducted through the United Nations Korean Reconstruction Agency, which incidentally was mostly US-funded as well. But what is are not the numbers themselves, but the 94 degree of autonomy afforded to the South Korean authorities and the meticulousness with which the USA followed up on the implementation of the reconstruction plans. By contrast, recent reconstruction efforts in the AH further deconstructed the state and the unity arising from national identity around the state. Through imperialist-imposed statutory measures laced with geopolitical rents, reconstruction was a partial reconstruction of physical assets with the purpose to reconstruct interwarring identities. To commence with, the wars in the war-afflicted Arab countries never halted entirely to allow a genuine rebuilding process. In an Arab context, the reconstruction effort was a measure to promote the objectives of imperialism in setting the background for continued war and/or the dissolution of the development achievements that would otherwise buttress the future security of the state. Not that there is much novelty in such a proposition. It is the thesis of this work that empires across history build or deconstruct in line with their interests. In recent literature, a parallel is drawn between Clausewitz's interrelationship of war and politics as it relates to the act of reconstruction as continuation of politics by other means. Reconstruction was in some sense a continuation of the struggle to achieve through political means the aims for which the war was fought. In relation to Arab reconstruction, Jacobi concludes that the hegemon uses post-war reconstruction processes as an opportunity to preserve and extend an international order friendly to its principles, its security, and its prosperity. The dimension of political economy that is overlooked in such statements by such authors is that unlike pre-capitalist modes, the tribute to capitalist empires occurs through financial channels during crises of overproduction. In pre-capitalist phases of history, it was necessary for empires that grew with constant or decreasing scale technologies to build and maintain life in order to reap higher tribute. The healthier and more numerous the peasants, the greater the social products. The distinction with capitalism is that in the pursuit of profits, more commodities are produced with fewer people, and many are necessarily made redundant. More adequately, capitalist overproduction, determined by an alienated moneyed exchange process, and involving a higher rate of metabolising man and nature, necessitates the reaping of rents from a surplus product that grows by destroying or 95. Setting aside resources. Permanent wars and unemployment are striking characteristics of capitalism that set aside or destroy resources. Hence, it is not imperialist securitization alone that counts. Through creating redundant resources and an increasing rate of denationalizing or extinguishing resources, wars cheapen the value of the laborer by cheapening labor power as the principal input in production upon which the profit rate arises as mediated actuality. Militarism for us-led capital allows the highest rates of exploitation. It reduces a wide range of prices way below value, far more than the super-exploitation of children mining for cobalt, because it consumes man directly in the process of the reproduction of capital. War and reconstruction to extend war perform a dual role, securing the rule of capital and devalorizing labor power. There are no shortages of examples of reconstruction fueling the continuation of war. The Lebanese case provides a vivid illustration of reconstruction cementing the grounds for future wars. The human costs of the Lebanese civil war is estimated at around 150,000 deaths, and foregone income losses, not counting the damage to the capital stock, around 12 times the value of Lebanese GDP in 1974. But the war never really ended in 1990. Israel occupied the south until 2000, wars continued to rage in the south after 2000, the Prime Minister Rafc Hariri, the Saudi billionaire leading the post-war reconstruction, was assassinated in 2005, throwing the country further into turmoil. Israel reinvaded for a short period in 2006, causing damage to the infrastructure estimated anywhere between 10 and 15 billion US dollars. A small civil war broke out in the summer of 2007, and a new conflict in neighboring Syria beginning in 2011 has drawn Lebanese militias to the war campaign in Syria, inviting the suicide bombers and fighting in the northeast of the country. In spite of billions of dollars in off-shale development assistance and a debt equivalent to 163.1% of GDP, the country still endures long periods of electricity blackouts and water shortages. A much worse picture holds for Iraq. Iraq remains at war, and despite massive investments in reconstruction, the physical and, more important, the social infrastructure are decimated. Whereas under the nationalist government of Saddam Hussein, electricity was restored within 6 months after the 1991 US-led assault, the electric power crisis continues unabated since 2003. Even the Kurdish region, which had served as a foothold for Israeli and US soldiers, failed to capture any. 96. Long-term industrial investment despite American security cover. As soon as oil prices began to fall, development in the Iraqi Kurdish region took a nosedive, with unemployment estimated at 50%. The plan of Iraqi reconstruction mimics that of Lebanon. The central state is restructured into various sectarian institutions which command and distribute rents that build allegiance to the sect and not to the state. The TAIF Accord for Lebanon precedes the Bremer Constitution for Iraq. Prior to the TAIF Accord, the French enacted Lebanese Constitution of 1926 concentrated power in the hands of the Lebanese Maronite population. The Maronites had so many privileges under French colonialism such that their leadership initially objected to French withdrawal from Lebanese territory, until they had guarantees from the remaining Lebanese factions that they would continue to enjoy these privileges after French evacuation. Efforts to splinter the Lebanese working class began prior to the civil war in 1974. An Iranian-sponsored cleric founded the Amal movement to draw the mainly Shiite population of South Lebanon away from secularism and popular unity around the Palestinian National Liberation Movement. In my discussions with prominent trade unionist Mr. Shaki Shaubassi concerning the reasons of the Lebanese civil war, he proclaimed that prior to the civil war, intersectoral worker solidarity was growing and eroding the divisions of the French-designed 1926 constitution. The cross-sectoral worker solidarity worried capital. Solidarity was trampling the French constitution for Lebanon, which de facto distributed power and rent on the basis of sect. Shaubassi judged that an imperialist and/or rightist pro-imperialist attack upon the secular nationalist movement became inevitable. Later measures of Lebanese reconstruction under the auspices of the Saudi-sponsored Hariri government targeted the Sunni youth population from 1990. Tens of thousands of educational grants sent Sunni youth abroad to acquire an education which the disabled war-torn economy was not ready to absorb. The economy could not have possibly re-assimilated these graduates into productive employment. In Lebanon, the distribution of state rents to cement the sectarian bonds are central. The deputy director of the Central Bank of Lebanon in 2007, when I asked about the growth in the public debt, responded by giving the example that the Shiite head of parliament had created more than 30,000 government positions for which there was no function but to promote allegiance to the sect's leadership. 97. Contrariwise, East Asian Reconstruction nationalises industrial knowledge for the purpose of fortifying national security. Unlike Arab Reconstruction, it does not promote labor exodus, thus depriving the national economy of skilled labor as happened in the 8 Reconstruction of both Lebanon and Iraq was centered on investment in the infrastructure of a particular geopolitical rent class. It boosted the speculative price of that class assets while, institutionally and ideologically, it forced upon individuals a particular political identity supported by a pay scheme aimed at the division of the working class. The ruling class in such formations is not some persons in this and that sect or some analytical category of sect, it is the interconfisting sectarian relationship whose very reproduction depends on the rate of national pillage or resource drainage and its allegiance to imperialism. The contrast between Arab and other forms of post-war rebuilding plans is glaring. Until the USA needed Germany in opposing the advance of communism circa 1948, it had a post-war Morgenthau plan whose purpose was to cripple the German economy so that it would never rise again. Once imperialist security and the primacy of politics came into play, the famed Marshall Plan reinvigorated the German development/security nexus. Similarly for Japan, as early as 1947, Japan's reparations to the Allied powers for the damage and suffering caused by it during the war were toned down considerably because the resources of Japan were not sufficient if it is to maintain a viable economy. Grafrath then contrasts this docile tone with the devastating impact of reparations imposed upon Iraq for its invasion of Kuwait by a then US-dominated Unsecurity Council, likening their effects to the Versailles Treaty. Had Iraq not been invaded in 2003, the hundreds of billions of dollars sought in reparation represented an unserviceable debt burden that could only have led to future wars. In a thorough investigation of the post-1991 unimposed reparation scheme under Security Council Resolution 687, Alain Gresh characterized the procedures of Security Council reparations as effigrant war crimes, while hundreds of thousands of children were perishing under the unimposed embargo. The UN Security Council demanded that at least 20% of Iraq's oil revenues under the Food for Oil program should compensate states and individuals that incurred economic damages from Iraq's invasion of Kuwait. Gresh documents how the USA controlled and manipulated the UN operation, appointing 98. a State Department staff as the de facto head, doctoring the evidence against Iraq so that it pays higher indemnity, obliging Iraq to incur long-term debts for the hypothetical costs of suspension in trade during the 1991 war, attempts to indenture Iraq with hundreds of billions of dollars in debts for a mere $10 billion in foregone income losses suffered by Kuwait, and obliging Iraq to pay for the environmental damages to surrounding states. Even at the height of the war in Syria, the United Nations was fast at work gathering information about the rate of social destruction as if in cahoots with intelligence agencies seeking better information about the impact of its weaponry on the ground or simply a spot in the Syrian landscape. 9. As reported by Al Akhbar News, the Lebanese model was being proposed for Syrian reconstruction. 10. The Lebanese model of sharing power and rent through the state between various sects created the permanent conditions by which the country oscillates between high and low intensity warfare. Lately, the Sunni/Shiite and other sectarian schisms within the working class are given clear territorial form. There are as many countries within the country as there are sects. In a more theoretical sense, division of the working class is the capital process in its state of becoming. With constitutional statutes providing sectarianism with legitimacy, the role of labor as social agency may be banished for years to come. Ironically, the reconstruction and/or neoliberal economic model being proposed for Syria while CONFICT rages recommends further liberalization under constitutional reforms that effectively splinter the country, first by de jure decentralization allowing warlords to retain their territories, and second, by a constitution that replaces the representation of the citizen in the state by that of the sect or ethnicity. The Syrian National Council has coordinated with Western countries to inject emergency aid, a sort of a mini Marshall Plan, and it unsurprisingly advocates further market liberalization in Syria. It is critical of the old economic liberalization measures from the wrong angle, stating that they were not enough and that they were only modest economic reforms. It therefore advocates lifting of subsidies on necessity goods, fuel and electricity, the liberalization of prices, the liberalization of trade and capital accounts, the lifting protection of local industry, and the privatization of nationalist assets. Amazingly, this neoliberal fantasy is being trotted out yet again, against all the mountains of empirical evidence to the contrary. 99. Piled up over at least 3 decades, with all the vigorously bogus sincerity of religious hucksterism. 11. Furthermore, the United Nations is forecasting a huge FGUR in the hundreds of billions of dollars, which would be destined for Arab reconstruction. In a region that has seen more wars than any other in recent history and over which international antagonisms appear unbridgeable, the United Nations posits that wars cannot last forever, and that such funds would represent a global public good for the international community. 12. To use the ludicrous language of neoclassical economics, these public goods, if they ever come through, will serve as free rides for the financialist class. But the US-led financialist class is already free riding on huge revenues from militarism, the war on terror, lowering the price of labor and many other commodities across the globe, and bringing in capital to the US dollar or risk-free market. 13. Although the amounts associated with militarism are far too significant, it is not their sheer size that matters. In a dynamic growth process, militarism and its financial offshoots are the gyros steadying the global economy, the exogenous stabilizing shocks to an otherwise fading system. The ideological offshoots of war reconstituting the power of capital underwrite further expansion of fiat money. No amount of benefits from trade can overshadow the war gains, especially as the anchor of the gold standard is superseded. The notion that imperialism will somehow drop war and its growth by militarism for the pittance of reconstruction is either obtuse or malevolent, and, in either case, it beautifies capital as if war is somehow something of a momentary transgression, an unintended consequence, from which it quickly recovers. War to capital is permanent, and the professionals engaged in pointing out the benefits of reconstruction without pointing such permanency are in the business of obfuscating the true nature of imperialism. Every penny in tax payments that the working classes of central economies contribute for wars, the US-led financial class earns as credit, and this beyond the immense capital flows to central markets impelled by the growing rate of global insecurity. As to reconstruction in the wars of 1967 and 1973, consider the evidence from GDP growth in both Egypt and Syria as reported by the World Development Indicators of the World Bank. These clearly show that their growth rates incurred minor setbacks in the specific years of the two major wars of 1967 and 1973. The rates declined to 1% in both war years and remained positive. The costs of these two conflicts, 100 to the were severe only in terms of the way the ruling class used defeatism to block the development of conventional war with Israel into a people's war and transform itself into a comparator to imperialism. 14 But it was circa 1980 that these states let down their ideological guard through compromise and opened their spigots of wealth via unregulated trade and capital accounts. In a world continually plagued by a crisis of overproduction requiring the destruction of value and human lives by permanent war, the wars visited upon the after 1980 had baleful economic and social consequences. The association of cross-national classes, a relationship in which imperialism has the last word, adheres to a profit rate mechanism that must ensure demand on one end and cost reduction through working class incapacitation on the other. For imperialism, meanwhile, war is both a means to control and cheapen raw materials and a profitable end in itself. A quantitative comparison of the impact of war or the threat of war on the business cycles of the ANEA, though it may offer some insights on their differences, cannot offer an interpretation of the restructuring of social forces through ideological shifts in the political and economic systems. A relevant approach begins by treating security as a social and ideological process affecting the mode of resource allocation, class relations, and the international mode of integration, the A through the channels of war and oil, and EA through the manufactured civilian end-use commodity. How each social formation responds to threats and conflicts and/or security arrangements by its ties to imperialism and its position in the international division of labor sheds more light on the developmental potential of each region than does a focus on the quantitative impact of conflicts in terms of lost opportunities and reduced resources, which in any case can hardly be approximated by any econometric method. 15 conflicts, wars, and threats are best understood by their impact on class disarticulation and by shifts in ideology or the social stock of knowledge instrumentalized to serve the joint or cross-national ruling class. It is through class and ideological momenta that the impact of conflict is mediated by the type of political regime, the relative power of working classes within the state, and whether or not the ruling class integrates the lower income low-wealth layers of society. Post facto, the poor Arab economic indicators as of 1980 are a product of unfavorable social disarticulation caused by the rise of neoliberalism and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which furnished financialist capital and its military arm. 101. With a free hand worldwide. Two manifestations foreground the case for Arab disarticulation. First, capital's near monopoly over resource channeling mechanisms is evidenced by the growth of acute income disparity over time. Second, the reconstruction of identities whose prefabricated concepts are generated by empowering sectarianism, which also results in a growing disparity over time between social being and social consciousness. Working people share growing misery, but their mode of perception pits them against each other rather than against capital. Add to that, in fragmenting states where the ruling class is the relationship of inter-conflicting groups devouring their own social formation, there does not exist a cohesive ruling class whose weakening hegemony on the state would spark revolution, not any revolution, the revolution that targets the gradual erosion of private property by extensive nationalization at the behest of the working class. If this decomposing Arab state model, created by imperialist ideological strength and a new form of auto-defeating state, whose raison d'etre is to be eroded by voracious comprador or war bourgeoisie, extends far enough, its structural overdetermination, which is global capital, would more likely rupture only to reproduce itself again and again. Things will go from bad to worse if the degenerative Arab state model catches steam. Such negative dialectic is just a logical end, which is predestined to fail once revolutionary consciousness takes hold, but the real course of events at the time of writing and the global balance of class forces is pretty much anti-revolutionary consciousness and internationalism. Postscript: the peculiarity of conflicts in the Arab world since the end of World War II, the A and its immediate region have witnessed the highest rates of conflict and war. These wars include regional wars, Arab-Israeli conflicts, the two Gulf Wars, and proxy interstate and intracommunal proxy wars such as the Lebanese and Yemeni wars. The war devastation across the A is an expansion of the Iron Wall, the process by which Arab losses and the inter-Arab divisions foment and further reinforce the power standing of Israel and the USA. 102. In addition to economic losses, one obvious way conflicts affect the region is the flow of refugees from conflict areas to more stable areas. Apart from the Palestinian refugee question, which arguably remains the most outstanding refugee issue globally, as of September 2007 the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees estimated that more than 1.2 million Iraqi refugees have sought asylum in Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, and the GCC countries. Somalia, Sudan, Yemen, the Western Sahara, Libya, and Lebanon are additional cases of refugee flows. The current crisis in Syria has forcefully evicted nearly half of the population from their homes. Conflicts have also increased the costs of pre- and post-war financing. At twice the world rate of spending on defense from GDP, the A's high levels of military expenditures act as a fiscal drag on demand and growth. Since the Arab Spring, military spending in the A has risen even further. The Arab and Middle East regions were and remain home to some of the world's most militarist states, with high military expenditures as a share of both government expenditures and GDP and high proportion of armed forces as a percentage of total population. Military spending crowds out spending on developmental or social undertakings. In countries such as the USA that carry out accumulation through military industrialization or through a social cycle of militarism where economic reproduction depends on a higher defense spending cycle that also targets military technology, demand, and the expansion of credit for military-associated industries, a positive relationship between growth and military spending has ensued. Such is not the case for Arab countries, where the effect of military spending on growth has been found to be negative, with spending on imported military technology sapping resources otherwise destined to national production. A comparison of military and social spending in a selected number of Arab countries over the 1970s and 1980s found that most of the countries in the UAE have consistently devoted more of their resources to military use rather than to much-needed health and education spending. This ending included both oil-exporting and non-oil exporting countries in the UAE. In a parametric estimation of war cost/impact conducted by Gilbert Richard for the 2006 Un-Western Asia Economic Survey, results from both demand and supply sides have unequivocally shown that war has thwarted long-term growth. 103. Moreover, the so-called peace dividend of the Camp David Accords or the Jordanian peace accords did not free up resources from unproductive military spending for more productive industrial or social spending. This was because these treaties ensure that while wars will not be destroying the security component of development in these countries, neoliberal policies in personalized economic institutions will definitely divert resources away from the productive national structure and stunt development. Closing comment. To resituate the argument, the direct impact of war in terms of lost lives and resources is not the sole relation one can discover between wars or conflicts and economic development. Security, understood as an ongoing social process rather than the absence of conflict, has its own effects on national development as well as on the regional system through its relation to class, state, and forms of governance. In the UAE, the intermittent absence of conflict has left no space for development. While a high frequency of conflicts was absent in EA, the social offshoots of security were at work buttressing human development within and across the regional system. It is at this sublateral level that the relation between security and economic development can be addressed. Notes 1. Whereas humanity has been living its darkest ages since 1500 as the killing spree of capital-wielding European civilization goes on unabated, European social democrats remind us that the only thing worse than being exploited by capitalism is not to be exploited by capitalism. The more appropriate term for capitalism is not dark age but white age. From that optic, exploitation is limited to clothing factories and not wars of extermination. No matter at what human cost, humanity should rejoice at the discovery of penicillin invention is constructed as the unique product of the genius of that civilization. Unless one has tunnel vision, it is not difficult to spot the blatant racism in social democracy. However, it is the way Eurocentric Marxists including their internationally cultivated labor aristocrats manage to stick to unmediated forms of production and delink imperialist practice from the extended reproduction of capital, particularly the way it reproduces surplus value via militarism and depopulation that is quite astounding. Instead of capturing 104. The revolutionary transformation of the working class into the proletariat, the latter term remains stuck in the category of the ever-shrinking numbers of industrial workers. Now, how could there be a revolution in Europe with diminishing industrial workers, when there was not a revolution during the heyday of industrialization? Where European social being, rooted in colonial surplus usurpation via Western democratization serving as a safety valve for capital, was determining social consciousness, an esoteric form of Western Marxism was reared by capital to deprioritize the emancipation of the Third World. Not until the numbers of industrial workers in the South began to outstrip their northern counterparts that northern Marxists began to speak of significant value transfers from the South to the North. The notion that Europe should lead the global proletarian revolution because it had more factory workers is probably the most outstanding theoretical sham of the 20th century. 2. Just as Lenin understood the primacy of politics to be the strengthening of working class rule, so does organized capital as it intermittently compromises profits in order to retain its dominant status. Capital itself is a hierarchical class order whose structure has proven resilient and responsive to challenges because, with its high degree of centralization, its nucleus has the capacity to undertake reform measures countering revolutionary momentum. For instance, the targeted aid as replacement for subsidy removal measures applied to developing countries by the World Bank cost more operationally than the subsidy removal, but they also humiliate and criminalize huge sections of the working class in developing countries. 3. In Tilly, the relationship of war-making to development is specified, but the determinacy of us-led imperialism is underplayed, as if latent forms of capitalist development did not ride on the back of American gunboats cruising the passive sea ocean. Moreover, when development occurs in the shadow of us-led imperialism, it is of a particular nature because it deepens through ideological channels the indenture of labor to capital. 4. By wage slavery I follow Marx. The concept denotes the condition wherein the whole of the working class must sell its labor power to survive at below the cost of the reproduction of labor. 5. This point is shared with Zhu, however, here it is not the power play of empire's politics devoid of the political economy of imperialist rent-making. Us-led imperialism undergirds Israeli development and military expansionism. It continuously fans the flames of war in a strategic region. By doing this it adds to the volatility of system of dollarized. 105. Resource FOs globally, impelling tremendous Arab and other moneyed assets into the safety of US financial markets. 6. The socialist ideological retreat is serious enough such that Fukuyama's thesis in which he announces that history came to end after the collapse of the Soviet Union stands vindicated at least so far. Despite the failures of capital, it seems that all existence is evaluated in terms of money alone and is presented to us as ideal. The partisans of the established order cannot really call it ideal, so instead, they have decided to say that all the rest is horrible, or that our world is the best of all possible worlds, to which no alternative exists. The liberal mantras that introduce the illusion of overturning capitalism through bourgeois democratic reform, without ironclad people's organizations and violence, is not only misleading people and foiling the advance of socialism, but also, through its legitimizing and reifying capital's forms of governance and its sacrosanct bourgeois democracy, they rationalize the continuity of the violence of capital and its imperialism abroad. 7. Discussion with Professor Fadil Nakib. 8. Squietzer M., October 2013, The Destruction of Iraq's Intellectuals in the Whirlwind of Iraq's Violent History, the once powerful academic class has disintegrated. http://www.aljazeera.com/human-rights/2013/10 Destruction Iraq's Intellectuals 201311114937748151.html 8. Syria at War, 5 years on, https://www.uncwa.org/publications Syria War FVE Years 10. The Lebanese Model for Syrian Reconstruction, the ESQUA bid to hold Syria hostage to debt, http://english.al-akbar.com/node/21483. 11. For the proposal on decentralization see administrative governance and decentralization, https://www.uncwa.org/publications Administrative Governance Decentralization. 12. UN Official, Rebuilding Arab War-Torn Countries a Global Public Good http://www.therabweekly.com/opinion/6198/unofficial Rebuilding Arab War-Torn Countries A-%E2% 80% Global Public Good %E2% 80% 99. By a comical twist of fate, This is the same Afçal who was responsible for market reforms in Syria prior to its collapse and who had heralded a bright future for that country as a result of billions of dollars in FDI and FOs. 13. Although there are no clear figures of war costs, a recent figure event at Davos had put American war debt over the last 30 years at $14.2 trillion. http://www.0hedge.com/news/2017-wars-wars-wars-wars-wars-past-3-0-years. 106. 14. The impact of Arab defeat in the 1967 Arab-Israeli War impacted the internal political structure in an immediate way. The Prime Minister of Syria in the mid-60s, Yusuf Ziyouin, indicated that Hafez Assad was considered a moderate. Assad opposed plans to arm the population in order to conduct people's warfare and was promoted openly by the US to accede to power following the 1967 defeat. Hussein el-Shafi'i, vice president under Nasser, noted a similar point regarding the promotion of Anwar Sadat as the representative of the right-wing flank in Nasser's administration to the position of vice president as a result of international pressure after the defeat of Egypt in the Six-Day War of 1967. 15. Econometric estimation cannot parade as theory for many reasons, but here the forgotten point is that there is a self-differentiating process within and between social or economic variables, that is to say, they are a product of themselves and they affect each other by qualitative change. As such, this state of contingency a priori omits the possibility of modeling becoming theory. Moreover, the mainstream choice of dissecting the social state of affairs by overlooking social contradiction also eliminates the model as such from serving merely as an illustrative tool. So it is not only that some variables were overlooked and that theory requires their inclusion in a continuous process of falsification to stand on better grounds, or that it is the quantitative relationship of variables to each other that would count as theory, it is in failing to account for the dynamics of history, that is the subject of history, its deafening social relationship, which is rudimentary to theoretical construction. Abstract. This chapter examines the relationship of security and economic development in East Asia and the Arab world. Economic development derives from and drives security. Security, the totality in which communal and democratic securities accrue to the working class, is itself based upon a complex international FUX in class relations that furnishes cover for national security. The unshakable weight of history or of USA's capital command of history, which has the capacity to mobilize huge resources in Marshall Plan-like projects, is also mirrored in its capacity to maintain the global imbalances. Some relatively secure countries do not necessarily develop and others develop as a response to insecurity, but few if any can accomplish what the imperialistically tied states of EA have done in joining the rich club. This chapter reasserts the point that their development is part and parcels of the USA's imperialist reach. Keywords: resource mobilization, security, economic development, Marshall Plan, war, economy, imperialism. Introduction. Economic development derives from and drives security. Security, the totality in which communal and democratic securities accrue to the working class, is itself based upon a complex international FUX in class relations that furnishes cover for national security. Diachronic interpretations. Chapter 4. Security and Economic Development. 112. Of class as agency suggests that security predisposes development, but the temporal/causal order of security development cannot exhibit a general unilinear direction or causal order. Causality exists, but it is to be found in the historiographies of each region or a reading of who did it. The unshakable weight of history or of US-led capital command of history, which has the capacity to mobilize huge resources in Marshall Plan-like projects, is also mirrored by the global imbalances. Some relatively secure countries do not necessarily develop and others develop as a response to insecurity, but few if any can accomplish what the imperialistically tied states of EA have done in joining the rich club. US-led capital can turn underdevelopment to development around quickly. Apart from the injection of capital, it does so through the promotion of ideologies cementing national unity around resource retention, and capturing gains from trade and capital FOs, but primarily through the provision of its own security assurance. Just the perception that the developing state coffers enjoy American protection would induce capital FOs to FND refuge in that state. The teleological order is clear: imperialist protection, capital infusion, growth, followed by private FOs. East Asian states have overcome the financing for development barriers. Their investment rates were the highest for a significant stretch between 1980 and 2000, and some are world leaders in finance. Arab states are insecure, net exporters of resources, and their adoption of neoliberalism is evidenced in their stubborn adherence to deregulation in favor of capital in addition to open capital and trade accounts. As working class power wanes, the term deregulation can be misleading, just like freedom in free markets. The market is a stage for resource FOs, and the state regulates or deregulates the allocation of resources from one class to another. Because the Arab ruling classes internalized defeat after the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, especially as Egypt shifted into the imperialist orbit after the Camp David Accords, and because US-led imperialism requires the realization of its economic surplus and devalorization of peripheral resources by violent means, war becomes the Arab region's constant feature. I have argued in that militarism and war spending are ends in themselves because they redistribute real value to the capitalist class and expand financial assets simultaneously through higher credits afforded to the financial class and, circularly, through austerity. As argued in Chap 2, Foster et al. Were correct when they reasserted the Kalekian position that U.S. military spending grew because it soaks up 113. The USA's vast surplus and staves off economic stagnation. However, this proposition is secondary to the fact that wars of encroachment capture, destroy, or undervalorize real human and physical value in the Third World. Accordingly, the purposeful drainage of Arab ideologies of resistance and nationalist class cohesiveness promotes further wars, brittle state security and development. The apparent paradox that East Asian breakthroughs developed and the did not, despite the fact that both are allies of U.S. capital, can easily be denudated when one considers that in the holistic condition of capital accumulation more surplus follows from war and commercial exploitation than super-exploitation. In accounting frameworks, the wars are a continuation of a whole history of slaughter, compounding the historical surplus value while bestowing enough power over US-led capital to grab a higher share of the moneyed capital in circulation. The Arab comprador ruling classes are much closer to US-led capital than their East Asian counterparts because they lack an industrial foundation in their own economies and fly almost entirely in the USA's financial orbit, yet little did this allegiance matter. The industry of the Arab comprador classes was the debilitation of their economies. On another note, one cannot take the issue of personal allegiance too seriously, as one cannot personalize class ties. These class relationships are historical and impersonal. Post-1980, the Arab ruling classes volte-face situated them in a suborbit of US-led imperialism. Arab class impetus shifted from the national production base to accumulation by devalorization of national assets, through value dives tour under neoliberalism and war. The East Asian class relationship, which also includes imperialism at its helm, promoted national capitalism, strengthening outposts facing the inevitable rise of China, a rise which is conditioned by a state whose centripetal authority keeps it from fracturing, for it has long been understood that China grows by the centrality of its command structure. In power terms, US-led imperialism has no choice but to contain the growth of China. In value terms, the recent media promulgated Asian pivot becoming more relevant than the Middle East pivot is meaningful only when the value contribution of Arab destruction and its impact in ideologically disarming the international working class is matched against the potential for a protracted war in EA. It need not be said that Arab state destruction negatively implicates China and the rest of the Third World. Coverselly for lack of anti-imperialist ideological build-up, neither China nor the Third World are doing much to arrest the retrogression. 114. As I have been at pains to show, capital cannot grow without new forms of slavery, incarnated in systems of commercial exploitation. Currently the repercussions of the war on terror, a war on anyone and anything ranging from indiscriminate bombing to policing rogue elements of the working classes and minorities in central nations, bear upon the rise of militarism and possibly fascism, further strengthening the rule of capital. While EA has become the factory of the world by putting to use lower quality technology, a process of war and lumpen development has taken hold of the As discussed in Chap 3, the high human and economic inputs into wars resulted in higher surplus value extracted per population through violence, reducing the outlays on necessary labor and regimenting the labor process, albeit, by a global capital weighted down by overproduction crises. In ways of the negative dialectic, the law of value is not just about the disciplining of hours worked in factories producing useful goods such that it allocates the socially necessary labor time ex ante determined by profiteering, waste and war, or more broadly militarism are also a big factory, and here the law of value is about committing workers to die in the industry of imperialist wars. An economic comparative at a glance. The long-term entente of EA imparts a stable political arrangement in which the perceived longer-term horizon encourages the implementation of higher productivity FXED capital projects. By remolding the policy interface in view of the particularity of the obstacles that development projects face, more secure economies rationalize the structure governing capital formation. As discussed already, the principal conduit for the positive outcome in EA was the retention and recirculation of the surplus product in the national economy, hence, EA's gradated and selective measures of openness, which appear to circumvent the Washington Consensus. They only appear to dodge neoliberalism because imperialism is comfortable with their position and with the negotiated distribution of the surplus that guarantees their security enhancement and successful growth. On the FIP side, the unfastened value spigots of the have recirculated real or financial wealth in ways that botch productive capital formation and divest the gains from the global trading system. A point-form comparison of resource allocation mechanisms with the more productive EA illustrates the case. 115. East Asian countries, by relying on an industrial mode of development, have emphasized reinvestment in the working class and the promotion of national knowledge and R&D. In the commerce, or buying from abroad and selling at home, makes up the bulk of value-added activity. In the dominant merchant mode of development grows by disinvesting from the working class and denationalizing knowledge. EA internalises knowledge through many re-engineering and reverse engineering measures, including translation to the national language. Arab schooling and higher education, becoming more private, have adopted English as their principal language, barring the broader masses from access to learning. The two states that promoted Arabization of knowledge, Iraq and Syria, have been practically evident. Moreover, many of the newly sprouted American universities in the are ideological disinformation platforms that contribute negatively to national development through skill and knowledge leakages. EA directed investment into high productivity plant and equipment as opposed to low output to capital ratio fire activities that came to characterize the economies of the The higher rates of profit of the Arab ruling classes are a result of this essentially fictitious economic growth as well as of growing income inequality. EA also selectively protected nascent industries, particularly those producing science content-laden value-added products. It subsidized industry, disciplined profit rates and enacted trade protocols with other nations for the purpose of promoting exports. In the short-term profiteering prevailed, cutting into the share of labor. In the diversification away from oil is so unsuccessful such that in 2003, the Gulf states needed $18 per barrel to stabilize their budget deficit. In 2014, they needed nearly $100. It is odd that with such a rising dependency on oil, some commentators still talk about the success of diversification industrialization in the Gulf. The 2030 Saudi plan under the prevailing governance structure, combined with low oil prices and increased war spending on the war with Yemen and elsewhere, may just cause the biggest Arab economy to drop like a stone. Whether or not that state will then fragment like Libya depends on the USA's intervention and / or on the ideological hold of the House of 116. Saud on the state. With the USA freeing itself of oil dependency and with Saudi disruption possibly curbing China's growth, the fall of the House of Saud and with it the whole of the Arabian social formation may not be far off. Generating employment became the key link to poverty alleviation in EA, whereas employment in the UAE is a patronage process that generates the equilibrium to sustain political regimes. The imperialistically hegemonist Arab social restructuring process favors the conversion of the ruling comprador merchant class into an auto-confisting relationship of several groups profiting from pillaging and depopulating their own economy through war. Through shortening life expectancy way below the historically determined level, the neoliberal and war bourgeoisies carry out depopulation policies similar those conducted by colonialism in the past. Given increasing immiseration as a result of job creation rates falling far below the rate of new entrants into the labor market, unemployment in the UAE is equivalent to the rate of abjection and, as such, it has to be measured by the rising poverty rate and not by the rate of engagement in poverty wage activity. EA managed its interest and exchange rates in ways that entrenched the beneficence of trade, as well as deepening state-sponsored financial intermediation. Nothing was carved in stone. The interest rate was managed to balance savings and investment while promoting investment, and the exchange rate was set in way to promote exports without infringing upon the bread basket. The pegged to the dollar, opened the capital and trade accounts unconditionally, raised interest rates to high levels that hedge against capital flight and, in a context of declining labor shares, subsidized the national currency with reserves to ensure that inflation did not reduce ruling class savings in dollars, but rather reduce the disposable income of the working class. Situated on the civil end-use market expansion side of global accumulation, EA's foreign direct investment was of the market and efficiency-seeking type, strengthening linkages and qualitative spillovers, as opposed to Arab-destined resource-seeking FDI, which, as non-complacent academia rediscovers anew year in and year out, correlates nicely with environmental degradation and civil strife. 117. The fascism in neoliberalism. Just as commercial exploitation objectifies human lives, the theory of the mainstream, neoclassical economics, also introduces an objective cation of social processes concealed beneath the cliché of an abstract individual who is sovereign and enjoys freedoms to choose in a hypothetical world. It reduces peoples, their interactions, and social relations, to things. In that world, prices and the money form, which are also weapons of the ruling class, are either assumed given, and even when recognized as distorted, their distortions are priced and resolved in separate markets. There is a price solution to every problem and, as per the usual, supply and demand meet at fairy tale equilibrium. All of this amounts to an overgeneralization that has no referent in reality. Yet, once the platitude of a trans-historical individual whose rights are severed from collective rights assumes the status of dogma, then the rights of whole working populations can be outed because the rights of a single abstract individual can be made to appear forsaken by capital's media. As mentioned in the previous chapter, although many essentials of livelihood rights were met in Libya, Iraq, and Syria, these countries were bombed on the basis of regimes that do not live up to the standards of individuated American political correctness. In one sense, just like the rights of people are trampled upon by fascist ideologies on the basis of race, the rights of the majority in Arab countries, including the right to life for millions, were overrun by the alibi of a bad leader or a regime culture that tortures in its jails. Apart from the question of degree, the difference between the dogmas of fascism and neoliberalism is that when class privileges are argued by liberalism, they are easy to justify on abstract ethical grounds, as opposed to the ill-reputed credo of fascism. However, in their method of abstracting and utilitarian ethical standards applied to isolates, neoliberalism is no different than fascism. The latter chooses a slice of reality, economizing with the truth, to sway public opinion in its favor, just as the latter. Consider the much-touted trickle-down effect. Such effect would only work if organized labor forces capital to reinvest in society. That capital-labor contradiction was omitted because wage slavery is assumed under free exchange of labor for wages, and under fascism because the nation-state is an historical absolute to which all individual or communal rights must be sacrificed. Before moneyed exchange occurs, there is a system of social 118 and political control at work through distorted power platforms, which establishes the precondition for price-making and unequal exchange. The selective mode of abstraction of mainstream social science is fallacious because it never refers the partial condition to the whole from which it originates. The whole is real and it is the capital-labor contradiction mirrored in the commodity in which alienated socially necessary labor time comes into contradiction with use value, which later comes into contradiction with exchange value. Marx started with an analysis of the commodity because it holds the agenetic-like chart to historical development under capitalism. Because of the objective cation of the commodity, such subject-subject contradiction becomes object-object contradiction as relationship between humans are replaced with relationships between commodities, hence fetishism. Now, to think holistically, each isolated condition must be referred back to this fetishist dynamic of social reproduction and demystified. The correspondence in method between Nazism and the mainstream has already been made prior to the rise of neoliberalism. However, social totality without mediation is rather like freedom without equality, an abstract and empty postulate. Social totality exists in and through those manifold mediations through which the specificity complexes, i.e. partial totalities, are linked to each other in a constantly shifting and changing, dynamic overall complex. The direct cult of totality, the mystic cation of totality as an immediacy, the negation of mediations and complex interconnections with each other, can only produce a myth and, as Nazism has proved, a dangerous one at that. The other extreme of undialectical separation, the cult of immediacy and the negation of totality, of the objective interconnections between the individual complexes, is also dangerous, producing disorientation, the defense of fragmentation, the psychology of the meaninglessness of one's actions, the cynical rejection of morally inspired activity, and the powerless acceptance of one's conditions, however inhuman they might be. No wonder that Lukács rejects them both. Thus, even if neoclassical economics adds missing components to its parcelled analysis, it only adds parts from the whole, but does not inductively relate the parts back to the whole. Principally, it leaves out history or the continuum in which social forces interact on the basis of social values and vested interests. Yet even though social values and vested interests cannot be value neutral, the mainstream proclaims an ethic of 119. Neutrality or non-ideology that leads to a separation of science from the great social issues of any age. In relation to REA breakthroughs or Israel, there are 2 points to carry forth from here. First, dissecting parts from the whole justified by the sham of neutrality allows mainstream science to affirm that a small thinly populated state rising by imperialist cover and as a result of super-exploitation or war is successful. Second, such a state is also ethical because it lifted its own population out of poverty, regardless of what damage it did to the massive population outside its borders. The concrete shape of security in development, unlike EA where despite the disparate incomes of constituent countries, there is considerable similarity in their macro profile, especially regarding the narrow savings investment gap, the A exhibits a majority population countries who suffer chronic savings shortages, while the thinly populated Gulf states are huge savers. Together, the Arab countries amount to a region of excess savings. In view of their subordination by militarist imperialism, most wealth, of which the Gulf's financial wealth is renowned, funnels abroad while the remaining pittance funds reactionary Islamist ideology. Arab development enhances long-term security and as such it is an imperialist taboo. Not even the Gulf could convert its huge money capital into real resources. It still exhibits a highly oil-dependent and undiversified economy. Despite its high unemployment rates, the Gulf absorbs the equivalent of its whole population in foreign workers employed in low-productivity jobs, yet the legend that Gulf states are too small to absorb wealth in industrial projects is consistently trotted out. Furthermore, the Arab merchant mode of production deepens cultural retrogression, of which the subjection and suppression of women by imperialist-guided class system is the most visible aspect. One must be wary of the use of the term neo-patriarchy, for such dicta in the past was f-ed by the UNDP Human Development Report of 2002 and provided partial justification for the invasion of Iraq. 2. In view of their underdevelopment, Arab countries enjoy ample absorptive capacity, writing off crowding out effects. None of the Arab countries experience higher wages, raising the per unit cost of production and hampering exports, such as the case of many in EA. Unlike EA, where according to the Asia-Pacific c. 120 sub-regional trade briefs of East and Northeast Asia, the intra-regional trade share from world trade stood at around 50%. The A is a region that is poorly integrated in terms of policy coordination. Intra-regional trade, which is only approximately 10% of its global trade, intra-regional resource transfers, and infrastructure. I have argued elsewhere that in the merchant/comprador states, wealth does not expand via integration with the rest of the Arab market, it is rather the purposeful incapacitation of that market, via conducting commerce alone bereft of industry, that reinforces merchant-type accumulation. Integration in EA, based on a leading class of industrial capital, sharing industrial production, and joining economic and financial infrastructures, proceeds by overcoming national inhibitions to intra-regional trade. Despite being highly integrated politically, the Gulf Cooperation Council exhibits an intra-regional trade rate of 6% and minimal production and infrastructural linkages. The Qatar-Saudi fiasco that erupted in the summer of 2017 in the form of an embargo by non-sovereign Arab states tailing USA diktat upon another lackey state, Qatar, in a most strategic waterway, implies that the USA plans to further heat the war moods. A formalist comparison of the poor economic results of the A, whether or not their cause is the misallocation of resources and whether or not oil is a curse, adds little to understanding the problem of Arab underdevelopment. A proper explanation also cannot be based on the premise that the A started with more endowments than EA and performed miserably afterwards. In any case, capitalist production is about increasing returns to scale. It is more about the invention and employment of higher technology in production than initial endowment. The explanation has to begin with cross-national class and power relations, allowing a margin of autonomy for policy choices that retain a higher portion of the surplus/social product. The reasons for the meager Arab developmental showing as such become overdetermination by imperialist power. This is not power for the sake of power, it is power for the sake of augmenting imperial rents. For instance, the US-supported Saudi war on Yemen is costing the Gulf states billions of dollars when these funds could have been used for development in Yemen. However, when the returns from developing trade with one of the poorest countries, Yemen, whose purchasing power is puny, in a world already oversaturated with output and underutilized capacity, are compared to the return from depopulating or setting ablaze a geostrategic region. 121. The answer becomes self-evident. The least relevant part of the returns to imperialism is the cost of the weapons bought with several $billion from US and European sources. The war on Yemen is a colonial war par excellence. It involves depopulation through refugee making, war deaths and starvation, and a demonstration of the cheapness of labor that resonates super-ideological value favoring global capital. Here, imperialism strips the Yemeni people from the right to represent it through a state for years to come, direly implicating the regional political system. It militarizes the Mandeb Strait, an alternative route to the Hormuz Strait for Gulf oil shipments, and raises strategic militarization efforts and dollar risk premiums on oil and financial transactions globally. It raises global geostrategic tensions, stimulating credit-supported military spending and financial FOUs to U.S. market safety, all the trappings of an imperialist war. Yemen is not much different from any imperialist or colonial war where the ideological and real payoffs to capital are more significant than development efforts. Imperialist power requires warlike historical ruptures, principally states of defeat, which alienate the Arab working class from its products and its share of power in the state. The EFF khaki of the means and procedures by which a class presides over a state, be they democratic or popularly democratic, is discernible from the degree to which the share of working class in the social product rises or falls. In order for a comparison to become possible in terms of a taxonomy admitting similarities as well as differences, one needs to establish the crucial historical moment when the two regions, EA and A, parted in terms of class restructuring. Before 1980, the A, like EA, exercised a form of nationalist capitalism in which capital and trade accounts were regulated under FXED exchange rates. Until then as well, value retention measures meant more development. In the Arab socialist states, for instance, the development outcomes as a result of higher equitable socialization were outstanding even by global standards. After 1980, however, Arab ruling classes embarked on a path of self-serving capitulation that coincided with imperialist positioning and militaristic interests. As observed in quantitative terms, until about 1980, real per capita income in the A grew at about the same rate as that of EA. However, since then, EA's per capita income has grown at a rate that has allowed it to triple since 1996, while on average per capita income in the A has stagnated particularly since the early 1980s, the long-term real per capita average is at slightly less than 0%. 122. Security is the empowerment of the working class in and through the state. In an Arab context, a pertinent analysis cannot ignore this formative impact of security on the state, FRST, as an institution incorporating the interests of the working class and driving development and, subsequently, in the neoliberal phase, a state as nominal presence dominated by the Interconfisting, but imperialistically integrated, capital strata devouring their own national assets. Recalling that the Arab socialist period of nationalist capitalism resembled the East Asian models and that in the Arab case, the imperialist imposed law of value governs capital's production of surplus value via commodity realization in war. While in EA, the materialization of capital in the state assumes two forms, FRST, the superiorly armed frontal states, such as South Korea, fully integrated in the US-led security nexus, and, second, the remaining swaths of heavily populated states reaping the paltry benefits of Entente through low-end manufacturing activity. In both cases, security is the resultant vector of a complex national and international class CONFICT. The organizational forms of capital, such as the state, the NATOs and the IMFs of the world, are some of the institutions with which the working class engages in struggle and whose practice sways depending the leverage of the working class. Understanding these structures and the primacy of politics is fundamental to grasping the three-way relation between CONFICTs, development, and security. There is an audacious tendency to tally the arithmetic of fiscal loss or gain to immediate shifts in state policy, without due consideration to the primacy of politics. The notion that the costs of post-war reconstruction following the 1967 and 1973 wars forced through the liberalization programs of the 80s and the opening up to the private sector in Egypt and Syria, as in Sadowski, is fallacious. 3. As already noted, the growth rates in Egypt in 1968 and 1973 were at 1% in both war years, implying that the damage to capital's productive capacity was minimal. Syria experienced similar growth figures and both countries grew steadily afterwards. Their debt-to-GDP ratios were manageable, investment rates were steady, and almost no principal macroeconomic variables point to any exigency to annul dirigisme and import substitution policies. Import substitution policies are class tools that favored the working class. They were relinquished because the class in charge of the state capitalist class, gravitated as it grew to an alliance with imperialism and higher profits via commercial. 123. Activity. The shift in class ties occurred in conjunction with the petrodollar FOs from the Gulf, which exaggerated the purchasing power of the dollar vis-a-vis the currency of the protected economies of Egypt and Syria. The state bourgeoisie was eager to expand and formalize its wealth in an international environment that became affised with the glitz of free markets of the 80s. All the while, this class turn coincided with US-backed Israeli victories. Together these factors created an incapacitating Arab path dependence that relies almost entirely on Arab integration and the hollowing of industry. At a further remove, the demonstration effect of the superiority of U.S. conventional war machinery in swift Israeli victories against Arabs allayed its losses or its inability to deal a swift blow to its enemies in Asia, but more important, they created the perception that Soviet conventional military technology and industrial capacity were far too weak to confront NATO. If an exact point in time is required as a point of reference for the bourgeoisie's turn to the right, the shift in Egypt's position to the U.S. camp in 1978 was the beginning of the decline of national liberation movements not only in the but also around Africa and the Middle East. As a rule of thumb, developing formations, such as successful East Asian models, combining working-class subsumption in the state with resource/value retention policies create a self-reinforcing relationship with development. However, the mainstream way of assessing nation-states as institutionally autonomous phenomena with characteristics like the construction of a unified territorial base, the passive cation of space, the development of industry triggered by development and the military needs of the state, the interplay between the fiscal needs of the state and property rights, the development of a legal system, the role of war as providing technology, the deepening of production, the development of communications, infrastructure, and the growth in demand, etc., is merely a listing of symptoms that miss the content of the modern state as capital's instrument. In such a listing, there might be interconnectivity, but it is superficial because it is ahistorical and, hence, without an order of determination. Every state that overcomes underdevelopment will exhibit these characteristics, but that does not explain how it got there in the first place and which social forces shaped its transition. After the fact, it is parochial to pick a positive interface between policy and development outcome, and advise a country under bombardment to follow that example. 124. Under capitalism as a historical stage, it is principally the state that cements capital's repressive and ideological hold as the precursor for the recreation of surplus value, not of additional surplus product, but a surplus that is extracted via the commodification of nearly all necessities, including labor power, through the alienated medium of commodities exchanging for prices. Such social predicates did not exist before capitalism. Moreover, the internationally animated modern nation-state, which had developed in order to manage the reproduction of what is socially necessary for the dispossession of the working class guided by private profiteering, incorporates the whole preceding list as instruments for its own role as an instrument of capital. The state marionettes and is being marionetted by capital. The nation-state manages and disengages the nation's resources at a rate in step with its class content and degree of integration into global capital. Furthermore, necessarily but not exclusively, the rate of expropriating developing formations varies in step with its auto-generated security or with the security wrought from anti-imperialist alliances. In the language of overdetermination, the state is necessary to development because the development function itself and state autonomy depend on the way the state creates its own security by devolving power and wealth to each of its constituent social classes. The point that the relative strength of states has been and continues to be one of the major mechanisms for determining the comparative individual position of countries within the international economy is more meaningful when security cum the distributive nexus of the state is considered as a form of class organization resulting from the relationship with imperialism. Before being the rule or administration of a given territory or whatever mainstream cross-historical characteristic one adds to the definition of the state by selective chess-like strategy, the state is a product of the changing objective and impersonal forces of history or, more straightforwardly, the outcome of the national and international class struggle. Polanyi may have rightly located the role of the state in the management of the fictitious commodities whose social substance needs to be denied in order for the market mechanism to function. However, the creation of the reserve army of labor and the premature destruction of labor itself and of labor power via the exigencies of the wage system as necessary corollaries to 125. Capital are quintessentially economic. to de-economize the value contributed by the colored nations may admit into the analysis the idea that the motives of imperialism involved some uneconomic drive for the enslavement of developing countries and regions. No matter how far the primacy of politics strays from immediate economic gains, it is rooted in value theory and its actualization in profits, hence, it is in the last moment economic. Tangentially, this is also a blind spot that Abdelmalek and Cope and Lawson criticize in Western Marxists who separate historical materialism from the operation of the law of value, or those whose way of quantifying value assumes that the higher surplus value produced by better Western machinery is only the product of Western labor engaged in the production of the FNAL commodity just hours before that commodity is born. For these thinkers, it is as if the historical value chain which begins in the imperialist bombing of Iraq and Congo is just a mission civilisatris, and as if permanent war, which is of tremendous economic value in itself and which reduces the prices of third world labor and commodities to an insignificant margin, is not part of the economic value chain of the major industrial corporations of the central nations and their downstream affiliates. The moral condemnation of colonial racism or imperialism is insufficient unless it is backed by a corresponding view of commercial exploitation. It may be more of a travail d'esprit, but it is fruitful intellectually to follow the growth of commodity production as expanding value, which is socially a contradiction between the use value put to the service of the working class and the exchange value put to the service of capital. Under the neoliberal phase of history, the imperialist relationship slots security-weak developing states and their ruling classes, like the Arab states, into surrogate instruments of imperialism, whose development impotency rears the objective grounds for more militarism. The reduction of successful states to their market policies, which influence capitalist transformation through channels of planned or implicit market strategies as per Weiss and Hobson, is a one-sided conceptualization that reduces the state to a class-eviscerated network. Since the transformation of the state itself and its development policy are products of a specific articulation of class powers in which imperialism is the superior power, market procedures as a series of measures and policies are also not without a common historical background allowing for their emergence in one form or another. 126. In effect, the state's formal/rational side redistributes more equitably, disciplines market excesses, and refortifies capital's hold on its apparatuses, but not only its own capital, the international capital relationship as well. The self-disciplining measures of East Asian capital exhibit resemblance to the experience of American capital intervention and regulation after the Great Depression plus the dirigisme of Japanese capital. Such behavior and their successful market policies underscore the preeminence of the state's class content over market measures. As mentioned in the previous chapter, the USA monitored the dispensation of its aid to South Korea with an eye to correcting any anti-development shortfall of implementing institutions. When the desire of the imperialist class is to strengthen its hegemony, markets must function. The experiences of the developed economies or successful East Asian economies as models to pursue are often advanced as technocratic history without underlining the interrelatedness of states to the larger web of the international division of labor. Without an understanding of this interrelatedness, the order of power, specifically the power of imperialism in the international order, causality is lost. Once lost, the doors are open to blame games, as in blaming the working class in a developing country for its underdevelopment because it does not know markets or how to market. The asphyxiation of the Polish economy by Brzezinski's financial containment mechanism is a clear example of market subordination to imperialist power. Lend US dollars to Poland to produce export commodities, close off the global markets for such commodities, and indenture the Polish economy with unsustainable debts. The order of decision-making is clear, and so is the order of responsibility. However, inverse culpability is continuously interpellated by the apparatuses of global capital use of the term, whose ability to invert reality has recently become so powerful, such that the impoverished working classes lay blame for their underdevelopment on themselves. With respect to state intervention in the economy, the imperialist state through its wars may have intervened more abroad to extract value than at home. The interconnectedness of surplus value creation holds historical primacy over the efficient of the nationally bounded state function, which besides being an abstraction isolated from holistic history, never materialist on its own, there was never a time without imperialist. 127. Conquests with tribute redistributed in the economy of the imperialist homeland. To speak of state intervention or successful market strategies at home in the advanced capitalist economies without mention of looting abroad or the imposition of commercial exploitation is a lobotomy of history. As posited so far, much of Western European post-World War II economic development was initially nurtured by George Marshall as a constituent of security to provide a cordon sanitaire blocking communist expansion. Later, an Asian cordon sanitaire provided the development-bolstered security and ideological buffer against China. In due course, development imparted a higher degree of autonomy that shaped these countries' integration into the world economy. Autonomy, including policy autonomy, reconditioned international factors that would otherwise have curtailed the redistributive/development function of the state, but never to the point at which imperialist hegemony is compromised. In point of fact, there is a 20th century from which one can test the extremes of violence to which imperialism can go in furthering its power. The salient explanations for developmental success or failure are either from the mainstream that consecrates a quest for power and profits devoid of value theory, what Parenti Riley dubs as empire without imperialism and its raking of imperial rents, or from a political left that speaks in one-sided value terms of security spawned via militarization and development aid that partly realizes monopoly surpluses in the central nations, without the preeminence of undervalorization and the historical surplus value. What has remained unexplained is that in the shadow of the US-Soviet power struggle, the developing world, namely the non-aligned movement, retained and priced much of the value it owned and produced. That was a golden age of post-independence in the former colonies. As the Soviet walls fell, the cordon sanitaire moved further north in Europe, strangling Russia with NATO encirclement. In Asia, the so-called Asia pivot adumbrates the process by which the USA is also attempting to shift the Asian cordon sanitaire further north, encumbering Chinese development with territorial disputes that augur disaster. In policy substance, however, the Cold War context of competition for social progress has been replaced with a privately geared system of lower per-unit cost production destined for export-led profits. A leaden age of development has gripped most former colonies. For what neither mainstream nor Eurocentric left theorists mention is that the moneyless / 128 or money insignificant aspects of imperialistically held production inputs and material, which must also be continuously removed from the control of their owning social classes and devalorized in terms of prices often by force, are both the real and logical predicates of higher profits. Aspects of production in value terms precede and determine profit rates. Just as in the value that mothers pass to their children by rearing them and for which the social democracy of Scandinavian states once demanded that the welfare state wage the efforts of motherhood, national liberation struggles have demanded that colonialists price their resources in ways that meet their development objectives. Undoubtedly, paying higher prices for commodities whose values had cost the colonialist/imperialist little before national liberation would cut into profits. It is little wonder that imperialist wars must be waged consistently. Imperialist wars in low entry risk, cost areas, such as a starved Iraq under the embargo that ended in 2003, set aside or maintain resources in suspended animation, obliterate the lives of an imperialistically constructed superfluous laboring population, and demoralize or sap working-class ideological zeal across the globe. As discussed, these are forms of commercial exploitation, which is the modern form of slavery serving as pedestal for modern development and propping the earnings of an internationally privileged class. Just as there are more secure and privileged smaller NATO-allied states in Asia surrounded by poorer sweatshop economies, there is also a similar order in the manifest in Israel surrounded by war-torn Arab states. The geographic/spatial area development comparison is cross-cutting between regions, but more or less, the A is an area of war while EA is not. The establishment of relative sovereignty over a given territory is necessary but not sufficient for economic development. Sufficiency depends on the policy that recirculates more of the social product nationally, generating welfare and its ideological byproducts. In the case of the richer countries of EA, the ideological spin-off cemented the rule of capital as part of the nationalist patrimony for which the working class struggles so as to protect its gains along with the continuous imperialist rents. It is in this interrelation between war and development that imparts welfare to a co-opted working class confronting the potential enemies of US-led financialist imperialism that cases of East Asian development success are to be found. The ideological offshoot of the self-fracturing Arab states generated cultural degradation, Islamic terror groups and children abduction in Iraq, which reenact the collapse with self-fracturing identity politics at ever higher rates. 129. Concluding comment, states under security constraints Tilly's recycled identity war made the state, and the state made war 5 could be reissued in another recycled form, class war made the state, and the state made class war. State structures in their institutional forms are organized around the means by which society governs its material reproduction. Without history bearing the resultant vector of class forces in the various forms that states mediate, the institution of the state becomes an immutable noumenon no matter what the historical material developments are. Conversely, the resolved contradictions of social classes via differing security measures also shape state types. As an aside, unlike state formation in conventional or mainstream thought, the state should not be forming into an ideal type, which is the central state with its bourgeois democracy, because such political practice partly arises as an outcome of the commercial exploitation of the developing world, redistributes part of the looted surplus in the form of wages to central working classes and acts a safety valve for central capital. As such, the material foundation of bourgeois democracy can exist in a developing context just like the passed down benefits of imperialism for the select few, like South Korea or Israel. Because bourgeois democracy involves a partial payoff from imperialist rents to the working classes, it is anathema to Third World development. Third World popular democratic alternatives assume many forms. The crucial relationship to spot is one that is anti-systemic/imperialist, redistributive in support of internationalism and uncompromising in its prioritization of internationalism over narrows national bourgeois interest. Once the politics of compromise steer the political strategy of national liberation or development reconstruction, the natural end of such capital-compliant processes is for the once nationalist class to undergo a volte-face and fall into the lap of imperialism. Security in that sense coalesces with national defense security and with all sorts of subcomponents of security, such as economic security, food security, health security, environmental security, personal security, and community security, as constituents of working class security whose improvement ratchets up the consolidation of sovereignty. Security and sovereignty bear upon development in different outcomes, however. The eclecticism in theory explaining the contribution of security to development is oblivious to the point that security qua working class security is 130. Itself development. There is a litany of literature on this topic employing econometric cross-sectional data, for instance, C, which misses security as totality. Common characteristics drawn from modeling various samples to distinguish by matter of degree which states enjoyed enough security to develop and which did not, cannot include security as the historical/decision-making process that endows a country with sovereignty over its national resources. Security derived from an exercise of power in international relations mediating exigencies in the crisis of accumulation generates one-sided development as was the case of growth in countries like South Korea and Israel. Such one-sided security producing one-sided development conscripts a tiny minority of the international working class into the service of imperialism and curtails the internationalist dimension of development. Asian miracle countries cannot serve as models of development because of their security ties to imperialism. They impose doses of dislocation and repression for the extraction of surplus value, which necessarily undermine the development of an increasingly higher number of working people in the downstream countries supplying them with resources. These miracles display endemic weaknesses. There is the persistent problem of the easily perforated private sector-led social welfare nets in EA, as became evident after the 1997 to 1998 crisis. Sectioned labor gains in the form rents are also manifest at the level of cultural phenomena in the form of intra-working class schisms and racism. Taking into account the rising historically determined level of income, which follows from the endogeneity of technology under capitalism, success stories, in a context of unregulated private accumulation, must progressively generate more absolute and relative losers along the value-making chain, which is the global chain. Hence, raising the Asian development model to sanctified status confounds development resulting from imperialist security ties with all-round development. Better developmental conditions can be put under the rubric state autonomy substantiated by working-class security/representation and policy autonomy, and concomitantly, as a recirculation of the surplus in capital-forming activity that further mobilizes national resources. A number of factors, including the regional and international institutions in charge of policy making and resource allocation, determine the form and direction of this autonomy structure. As already noted, security arrangements, the shifting cordon sanitaire, and the international, regional, and domestic. 131. Balance of power, all influence the autonomy structure and thus the policy space available to people for retaining and redistributing a greater slice of the social product. This balance is not a national power balance, it is an international class balance mediated via the ruling class-governed nation-state. East Asian development is a buffer against communism and later against the advancing mixed economy of China. Growing unchecked, China can push the cordon sanitaire to the south and integrate the tigers. However, the ruling class base of the tiger countries, including Japan, lies in the Western Hemisphere. They are ultimately comprador no matter what sovereignty cant they profess. Such a debacle brings us to the point of a China looking to supplement its economic power with political power and opposing the advance of the USA through its Asia pivot. Could the growth of China and rising tensions in EA spell the sort of war-related disaster for development as happened in the Notes 1. Corruption is the refrain of moralizing academics. However, corruption is an innate category of capitalism, which is a system that runs on social waste. Corruption is innate and ubiquitous to capital and not particular to this or that group. Prior to the East Asian crisis in 1997 to 1998, the international financial institutions were praising the role of corruption in cutting red tape and transaction costs. After 1998, corruption was to blame for the crisis. But the crisis in EA was not an issue related to bribes paid to functionaries, it was a crisis of open capital accounts, excessive borrowing from foreign sources and hot money FOs reacting to overproduction, dollar market fluctuations, and price volatility. This is not corruption, it is the system itself. In the ruling class consortia still attribute failure to corruption as a moral category. The free market channels social wealth into private hands because the context of neoliberalism allows it. Corruption in an Arab context is the pegging of the currency to the dollar in open capital and trade accounts and, in an institutional context, already commanded by a merchant class, national wealth FEES, and the corrupt here are the international financial institutions and their class allies. 2. Instead of arguing for the primacy of working class representation in the state and working class security through its acquisition of a higher share of the social product, the UNDP Arab Human Development Report of 2002 selected 3 areas of underdevelopment identified upon the by imperialism to culturally place the Arab in a subhuman category: gender, democracy, and knowledge. Later, US-led imperialism, literally in its attack. 132. On Iraq, employed these characteristics to imply that the prototype Arab is stupid, undemocratic, and oppresses women, as part of its effort to dehumanize the enemy. 3. This fallacious position appears in many other Arabic sources, which are too numerous to cite. The other piece of received wisdom is that import substitution policies failed, as if policies are not wealth distribution measures serving class interests. policies do not fail by themselves. The working class lost its power at the heart of the state, and the bourgeoisie opened the economy in ways that favored its interest and securitized the state. 4. For the post-Cold War Cordon Sanitaire, the proviso is development akin to growth performance rather than improvements in socialization, institutional transformation, and a culture of internationalism combined with an advance in living standards. The post-Cold War era is also an age of financialization, which eschews real production, implements austerity, and or dips into the share of labor to raise profits. 5. Lenin, critiquing Koskai's effort to line up the German working class behind the war credits in WWI, characterized the state as the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie to which war was a service and whose smashing is a proletarian objective. A closer epigram to Tilley's comes from Randolph Bourne's Nicht essay The State, in which he famously observed that war is the health of the state. The essay can be found here, http://fair-use.org/Randolph Bourne/the-state/. Abstract. This chapter looks into the rise of China and the potential for East Asian collapse. China's steady growth and real, as opposed to financial wealth acquisition, is shaking the foundations of American empire. The possibility of a transition to a different plateau of balance of forces globally is receiving tremendous attention in the mainstream literature. There are two theoretical points one can rely on in investigating the implications of China's ascent. First, no such transition under capitalism can occur without violence, ranging from proxy wars to immediate confrontation. Second, it is only the strength of an anti-war working class alliance in China, and across the globe that could temper the degree of violence. Violence may drain the resources of East Asia, sapping its past developmental achievements. I conclude with a summary of the relevant theoretical points encountered in this work. Keywords: Chinese development, global imbalances, economic transitions, imperialism, war, economy. Although China's export-led economic growth rates are impressive, around 8% real growth since 1980, its average real GDP growth during the socialist period 1952 to 1977 was nearly as high as 6%. 1. China's poverty alleviation under socialism remains unmatched in modern history. Although it is somewhat counterfactual to assess the gains from an alternative growth path, the case may be that the social end. Chapter 5. The rise of China and the potential for East Asian collapse. 136. Environmental costs of the current path of capitalist development far outstrip the benefits had China continued along the road of socialism. Yet, China's steady growth is shaking the foundations of American empire. The possibility of a transition to a different plateau of balance of forces globally is receiving tremendous attention in the mainstream literature. The subordination of mainstream culture to American capital disfigures the real China and renders almost impossible the deciphering of truth. However, there are two theoretical points one can rely on in investigating the implications of China's ascent. First, no such transition under capitalism can occur without violence, ranging from proxy wars to immediate confrontation. Second, it is the strength of the working class alliance in China, and across the globe against us-led imperialism that could temper the degree of violence. China's economy is composed of a state sector, a domestic private capitalist sector, and a foreign-owned sector. The share of trade from foreign-owned investment has risen over time, but has stabilized as of late. Foreign capital could be controlling as much as 2/3 of China's 21 major industries. 2. Although wages have risen, they have not kept up with the high productivity of Chinese workers because foreign capital denominated in foreign currency rejects the need for high local wages as it earns its dollar profits from export to foreign markets. A significant component leading to rising productivity is the increase in the national science content of exported commodities, which has risen to over 50%. This outcome is indicative of China's fast climb up the knowledge productivity ladder powered by local means. Recently, total domestic and public Chinese investment rate has risen vis-a-vis foreign investment. However, as Liu noted, China needs to accelerate its domestic development with sovereign credit denominated in Chinese currency to proportionally reduce its excessive dependence on exports and to denominate its exports in Chinese currency to break free from dollar hegemony. Some of these measures are already in place but not to the degree Liu would have wanted them. There are 2 points to keep in mind following China's entry into the WTO. China now has a higher rate of dependency on the American financial market, and foreign owners have captured more than 50% of export income. But one thing remains evident: capital controls are central to Chinese economic success. The degree to which capital controls are circumvented by the rentier sections of the ruling class inside China mirrors the balance of forces between the nationalist industrial class and the comprador class. 137. China is currently the biggest economy in terms of purchasing power parity prices. At the current rates of growth and in current prices, China is set to become the biggest global economy in less than a decade. It so seems that even without the Soviet Union and without much socialism in China, the east wind is prevailing over the west wind. 3. The rise of China had already been perceived as unstoppable at the early stages of its revolution. In 2 articles published as early as 1956, the late Arthur K. Davis aptly captures the impact of China. The triumphant emergence of new powers and of revolutionary socialism in Asia has already rendered obsolete the traditionally bigoted Western view of world history. Space-wise, this view encompasses little more than the end of the European peninsula plus North America, with a few vaguely conceived hinterlands like Asia, Africa, South America, and Eastern Europe in the background. The Western conception of history stems from the limited experience of the past century, when China was weak, backward, and forcibly opened by and for Western exploitation. During most of history, however, China has been not only a great state, but a leader in science and civilization. With the recent consolidation of the communist regime, China has resumed her normal great power status. We believe that this event, like the Russian Revolution, is a decisive turning point of world history. Unlike the USA, the successor empire to European colonialism, which regularly resorts to the use of violence to secure imperial rents, China depends on market power. The latest of its economic expansion plans, an extension in trade and investment that complements its market power, the One Belt, One Road plan, whose name is a metaphoric restitution of the old Silk Roads, both, the sea and land routes. China is already a net exporter of financial capital with huge surpluses in financial capital and output capacity. This plan does not fall outside the scope of its strategy to establish higher market shares by engaging other developing economies through ephemeral trade treaties and the initiation and implementation of infrastructural plans with the aim of securing demand for its products, but also to secure areas of its strategic dependence on oil. Given the EU's lower demand for oil, China's growth accounts for much of the increasing rate for global oil demand, hence its putative vulnerability on the energy security front. 4. Conditions of instability and/or actual or potential militarization of areas exporting oil to China, weaken China's 138. Perceived power and negotiating position. At the current historical conjuncture, China may be big, but it is not in control. The quasi-off-shale line says that the One Belt, One Road plan extends to broader segments of the globe through China's ongoing capital outflows, investment abroad, and FDI leading to part ownership through association with state, non-state actors and/or private off-shales in strategic economic sectors. 5. It adds that it will furnish some states with economic grants and low-interest loans and constructed large-scale infrastructure projects, railroads, airports, seaports, and highways with the aim of stabilizing or securing strategic partners. However, these measures are exactly how China has conducted itself on the global market so far, and the growth of such trajectory dims in comparison to the financial measures China has been adopting and that really signal its newly acquired power status. Apart from the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank and new payment systems parallel to the SWIFT, Chinese companies began using RMB for trade finance, and by 2015, a third of Chinese trade was settled in RMB. The RMB is the third most traded currency in the world and is effectively a fully convertible currency. These authors conclude, rather assertively, that Russia and China are too formidable as a power bloc to be confronted directly and, although the USA will not submit its currency power voluntarily, it will agitate with multiple provocations on various fronts for China, similar to the umbrella movement in Hong Kong, the Maidan Square coup in Ukraine, and recent political turmoil in South Africa, but a new and more equitable currency balance is inevitable. The authors neglect the impact of global wars as wealth allocating mechanisms and means of containment against China. There has never been a time since the 19th century where so many wars without a clear anti-capitalist agenda are taking place and where retrogression in socialist organization and its attendant ideology were as steep. The unfettered development of the class forces in charge of regulating the labor process by means of violence carries within it its own momentum for further violence. In such a world where militarism boosts finance and FOs to the US market, the more of these wars the USA ignites creating instability globally, the more it drains China and Russia. The immediate mutual commercial concerns between China and the USA that may anchor the war process into some reasonability, which precludes all-out war, may be lost as dogmatic politics backing militarism pursues its course. Although remote. 139. The scope for nuclear violence stretches further to the point where humanity might be giving itself more problems than it can solve. Mason warns that the USA refuses to recognize the end of its unipolar system beginning with the destruction of Iraq in 1991 and pursues its wars in the Levant and in Ukraine with the unique aim of cutting the two land supply routes from China to Western Europe. It wants to maintain its interdiction of the Silk Road and erect an impenetrable barrier that will divide humanity. Historically, China's expansion resembles Europe between the end of the 19th century and the years before the First World War, when strong nations jostled one another for industrial and military dominance. Referring to the role of China in Syria, I had noted that the world appears to be reliving a proxy war for the division of peripheral formations resembling to some degree a pre-First World War scenario. It is also perhaps no coincidence that Yemen and Sudan, the two Arab countries in which China traded and invested most, have become fragmented states. 6. Although history has plenty of examples of empires competing for tribute through war, the knack for war under capitalism is innate to the system because accumulation cannot be carried over only by the sales of civilian end-use commodities. Such market expansion scenario without wars has never happened. Wars, especially the invasion of Iraq, as already established, are seminal to the domain of militarism and to the growth of militarist capital. Already the Trump administration declared that the USA is going to make sure that it protects its interests in the Chinese-controlled islands in the disputed waters, and even if those islands are in fact in international waters and not part of China proper, then the USA is going to defend international territories from being taken over by one country. 7. On the basis of these and similar statements, Simon surmises that threats on the South China Sea are the sharpest of warnings that the world is heading with gathering speed towards a nuclear catastrophe. While the primacy of nuclear war is being openly entertained in the USA, the amateurish statement of a new administration is of no particular relevance to the speed at which the world heads towards nuclear war. However, more so now than during the Cold War, the pressure that nuclear hubris exerts has to be taken more seriously. Intrinsically, the Prof T system runs on waste, and as the 20th century wars show, it is a system prone to implosion by the sociological underpinnings of imperialism, and it demonstrates itself by 140. Its overkill capacity. John Stone, a former Pentagon expert on the impact of nuclear war, asserts that the Cold War understanding, any nuclear war is mutually assured destruction, has been forgotten at the present stage. Unlike the Soviet Union, however, China is eroding America's share and control of the world market, and two narrowly governed capitalist class structures are perilously faced off against each other. War is a social and political process that is already being fought off on several economic, ideological, and militarist fronts. The USA may be in a race against time to halt the growth of China before it closes the military gap, But as John Stone emphasizes, there can be no such thing as nuclear primacy. In the current phase of history, the notion that the USA is being cornered into pushing the button portends its ultimate downfall. The USA's FRST strike hype may not be pressuring China into concessions or into internal fracturing, it is perceived as a weakness of US diplomacy. Broaching the potential of the system for self-realization in ultimate waste, the result of a US FRST strike on China, even if it lives up to the optimal US design scenario, will be a failure. This is not to say that the USA will succumb on ethical grounds. Ethical considerations are impertinent to imperialist practice. However, the speed at which the development of mutually mass-destructive weaponry in a world of alliances, including biological, and the precedent of FRST strike itself, will shape an unprecedented level of future barbarism. To state the obvious, the expansion of trade and financial policies building Chinese autonomy is not without political peril. The view that China's peaceful development will stealthily outperform American development through militarism is ludicrous. There can be no capital without war. This is not the same as the school of realism, which deduces violence from several cross-historical factors and then reduces theory to game theory straitgazing. Such is not realism, it is truism in any class society. For millennia, elders of Mount Hermon straitgazed and calibrated the degree of inter- or intra-village violence. Violence and technology to capital, the principal relationship under the historical stage that is capitalism, are alienated from social control and intrinsic to the reducing the value of necessary labor for profit-making. The mainstream media had already begun to oxygenate the aims of war by exaggerating the reach of China. In How China Rules the Waves, the Financial Times reports that the Chinese have occupied the major trading ports globally, and although civilian in nature, these ports can be 141 put to dual use. 8 on its own. The enlargements of Chinese markets may undermine the leverage of the USA in its spheres of influence. The USA is fully aware of the risks. However, just as the disruption of the sea and land Silk Roads by Europeans thwarted the transformation of Eastern merchant capital into more productive capital centuries ago, the current destabilization of key trading partners or routes may yet hamper the potential development of Chinese capital. Will China coil on itself as it did in the 16th century and lose the race to Western capitalism once more, or will it take a more aggressive stand rebalancing the global order? The status quo destabilization and a rise in militarization shake the stability of China-partnered states required for smooth market transactions and/or for securing China's strategic trading routes. China has a cross-cutting relationship with the USA, partnership and competition at once. The unprecedented growth of China has thrown the equilibrium of this relationship off balance. China's vetoing of the UN Security Council's initiated resolution against the Syrian government, a measure it has only sparingly used outside its immediate backyard, foretells the growing reach of China and the importance of the Middle East to its stability over the long term. China faces in the USA not only a superiorly armed foe, but also a state whose post-Cold War ideological victory, its rise to prominence as the sole unipolar power after the Cold War, furnished it with a free hand to globally replicate the uglier image of its American way of life. Just in passing, this way of life has two powerful historical momenta with which China has to grapple. The FRST is the modernity issue of which Badiou speaks, and whose appeal of leisure and consumption patterns was a hindrance that Soviet communism failed to confront with an ethic of communism and that was partly responsible for its collapse. The appeal of US-style consumerism is a cultural weapon that weakens the development of a revolutionary consciousness whose decisive constituent is internationalism. 9. Moreover, the Western working class is susceptible to being co-opted by capital. Although Emmanuel signaled the difficulty of bridging international working class differences because, as per the popular dictum, capital can hire half of the working class to FGHT the other half, things have changed since. The bribe to pro-capitalist movements has been endogenous through the civil 142 society arm of social democracy, and anti-working class measures include a significant cultural component that took root in the developing world. In the struggle against US imperialism, China requires the support of working classes freed from the myth of liberalism, which may be scarce at this era in history. The second American way of life obstacle facing China is the USA's exceptionalism and expansionism, which rest on its credo of a frontier Eden or an American history unfolding by manifest destiny. It is the uniqueness and superiority of Americanism as a frontier ideology, a frontier that expands territorially unhampered by considerations of mass annihilating the other, which would make it difficult for China to use mutual commercial beneficence as repositories for negotiating a peaceful transition with the USA. The USA combined its knack for military aggression and cultural hegemony, including its commandeering of international organizations, to continuously underwrite its imperial status. There are only rare examples of international institutions in which the USA does not demand veto privileges before joining. These are hard-cast material and cultural trends that the USA will be at pains to part with. As issuer of the global reserve currency, however, the USA has been a net global debtor in its own currency for over 4 decades. It has also been a sort of consumer of last resort steadying the Western business cycle. As the successor empire to European empires, it enjoys vast powers and historical privileges that follow from the biased treaties and a history of piled-up colonially construed disparities. U.S. debts reflect serious global imbalances. Foreign countries, especially China, hold a not too large but significant share of U.S. government debt. The 4 major Asian central banks alone hold over $5 trillion, the Gulf states rank second. The backing of U.S. debt requires the consolidation of hegemony over strategic resources and/or the curbing of the autonomy of aspiring nationalist capitalism where such resources are found. 10. That the world reserve currency the dollar is supported by a US favoring power platform necessarily implies dollar peonage or dollar hegemony as per the use of the term in Avramides and Liu respectively. Provides the clearest example of how U.S. dollar hegemony operates in China. The U.S. is investing in China with money it borrows from China, and the U.S. is able to do this because the debt and capital are both denominated in dollars that the U.S. can print at will. 143. As dollar wealth holders, lenders are ill at ease with the borrower's capability to undervalue global wealth holdings by means of debt deflation or devaluation. Although the refinancing of China's exports with additional dollar supply oils the economic engines of the Chinese economy, the ultimate lack of control of China over its own paper wealth, which is denominated in dollars, loops like a noose around its neck. Despite various interlocking mutually satisfying channels of wealth delivery to both China and the USA, a contradiction springs forth as China's financial wealth searches for investment venues into which it translates itself into real wealth. Real Chinese wealth is potentially power at the expense of the power of the USA. All else considered steady, the erosion of US-led international clout implies dollar erosion and unsteady global wealth holding denominated in the dollar. Unpacking the contradiction, although several scholars had envisaged a significant growth in the industrial workforce in developing countries, China's industrial surge shifted the bulk of industrial labor fully to the south in ways no one had predicted. In 1950, industrial workers from developing countries composed roughly 30% of the total industrial labor force. In 2010, industrial workers from developing countries made up over 80% of the global industrial labor force. In China and the few other newly industrialized Asian economies that enjoy a margin of autonomy in policy, the majority of rural to urban migrants have moved into rising wage employment. The rigidity of the Chinese labor market, its socialist legacy of the iron rice bowl, had enshrined certain labor rights that were difficult to undo by the rising capitalist measures and that resulted in a steady wage rise, albeit incommensurate with productivity. The militancy of the Chinese working class has reinforced this rising wage trend. Labor incidents, not merely strikes but riots and confrontations, were 150,000 in 2015, and although the U.S. wishes to make this into a solid RNOSC, the jury is still out on whether Chinese working class will unseat the Communist Party. As elsewhere, How working class consciousness in China will develop depends on the efforts revolutionary cadres put into effecting the credo of imperialism and its civil society arms. 4. 144. The time being, the labor stories provided by Li and Friedman paint a bright picture of a discerning vision developing amongst sections of the Chinese working class. For a nationalist capitalist China with socialist undercurrents of resource allocation, the indigenization of wealth and technology imparted progress. For most of the world, however, the neoliberal transformation has been perverse, and most actual or potential wage laborers either become unemployed or are engaged in low productivity/poverty wage informal jobs. 11. In the language of the flying geese paradigm, China is becoming the new goose that may potentially induce the development of its partners around its old new Silk Road. However, judging by the development impact of its past investments in the least developed nations, such as Sudan or Yemen, it has not imparted significant productivity gains through its FDI and infrastructure project linkages to the national knowledge base of these economies. Such positive technical spillovers are central to developing industrial knowledge and possibly enhancing the long-term stability of its partners, a steadiness from which China stands to benefit. More important, China has not set in motion a counter-neoliberal ideology with which it could build stronger ties to progressive workers' platforms in the Arab or Third Worlds. Wang et al. Warned that China's expansion is also a contest for institutional influence in East Asia and that China must promote a message of social justice and equitable development to counter the soft power of institutional transition that the United States has pushed since the 1980s. However, there is an obsequious strand in Chinese politics that stems from the rents of the cross-cutting relationship with the USA and that caps the thrust of anti-capitalist propaganda. China was growing steadily and at high rates before prosecuting the Gang of Four, whose real name should have been the Gang of FVE, with Mao Zedong being the FFTH gang member. The late Arthur K. Davis made this point often in many of his lectures. At this juncture in Chinese history, there is a potential for a turn to the right, especially with many members of the leading groups in the Communist Party amassing huge wealth, as in the slogan, "To get rich is glorious." In discussing the dangers of incorporating capitalism under socialism with revisionists such as Deng Xiaoping, Mao Zedong argued against such combination, implying that the growth of capitalism will poison social development. However, the real turn to the right occurred with the turn to the USA during the days of Mao and the mysterious death of Lin Biao in 1971, who vehemently opposed rapprochement with the USA. 145. Yet, as faulty as its high export-led growth with many of the associated social and environmental costs may have been, China's nationalist development model is still better than the laissez-faire neoliberalism affisting the developing world. Its autonomy, which combines an expansive public sector growing side by side with a private sector, and an economy that is disciplined by restrictions on the capital account and other labor-favoring rigidities lingering from its socialist past, had channeled a significant proportion of economic wealth into social gains. In a word, there was relative development. In relation to the literal and theoretical poverty that neoliberalism displays, such macro-discipline model could be popularized as a much healthier ideological alternative against the trend of economic growth via the path of unbridled neoliberalism. However, instead of promoting its model of restrained but autonomous capitalism as an alternative, China continues to hark back on hollow rhetoric such as the ancient friendships that date back millennia between China and other developing states, especially the Arab states. China's War of Independence and Revolution did foster friendships with many peoples of the developing world, especially through its unconditional support for the Arab people's struggle against Zionism, but not necessarily their ruling classes. For instance, its declaration that it FRMLY supports Arab national liberation movements, supports Arab countries' struggle to uphold sovereignty and territorial integrity, pursue and safeguard national interests, and combat external interference and aggression are meaningful to Arab working classes, but meaningless to Arab ruling classes that regard the US-led imperialist objectives as their own. 12 Such positions are anathema to most Arab ruling classes and only appeal to the broader Distraught Arab masses whose vital interest is to combat imperialism and its neoliberal policies. There is an awareness in certain circles of Chinese intelligentsia that where freedom for capital exists, it is to blame for the China's woes. These authors also attribute China's success to its own nationalist policies, enumerating 8 principles of which, the primacy of labor, public ownership, and economic sovereignty are outstanding policies. However, China does not propagate or emulate the Chinese experience model, or its would-be successful ideological offensive, against neoliberalism. For reasons of tact or etiquette, what Chang and Ding do not say is that China does not promulgate its development. 146. Principles. Because of a Chinese rentier class benefiting from the cross-cutting relationship with the USA and knowing that such a measure agitates the hegemon, what the rentier class misses is that the USA is already vexed by the actual growth of China no matter what position China adopts. Meanwhile, Western NGOs and labor aristocrats have infiltrated the labor movement in China and, instead of focusing on exposing the downstream social and environmental woes that US-led imperialism visits upon the Chinese working class, these social democracy-spawned civil society groups are targeting the secondary political contradiction, the Communist Party, and fomenting unrest, weakening the potential for nationalist solidarity that would confront imperialism. Ironically, in some instances, these civil society entities use the very socialist rhetoric nominally upheld by the Chinese government. 13. The anecdote that a war with Taiwan is a win-win situation because if we win, and if we lose the Communist Party, unearths the undertone of divisions within Chinese society. Thus, while confronting many challenges on the outside, China has proven complacent in advancing ideological forms that fortify its internal cohesion as well as an anti-imperialist external position. It is quite an unsettling prospect for a rising global power like China to underplay, or not deploy the counter-imperialist ideological offensive. Its inability to contribute ideologically to rearing social agendas in underdeveloped nations, which require a socializing and stabilizing anti-imperialist impetus just as much as the infrastructural development, bodes well for US-led financial and imperialist interests. For the new financial imperialists, building infrastructure is not so acceptable, yet bitterly tolerated for the time being. Relying on its principle of sustainability led by science and technology, more than half of the tech content of Chinese exports now emerges by national means. China is engaged with its more tech-advanced trading partners in a way that upgrades its own science productivity content. However, it did not conduct itself in the same manner with its partners in the least developed economies. For China's infrastructural projects to churn out higher productivity of output per capita invested in the developing world, they have to complement the national productive sector, otherwise, roads, railroads, ports, dams and airports perform more as consumption items. 147. Rather than production projects. In that regard, China should have moved into the developing world with a more holistic strategy combining an ideology of resistance to neoliberalism with an integrated production platform. Why is China not replicating its own experience abroad? Although I have touched upon this issue above, I will take it up in more detail. The point of destabilizing Chinese partners, as in the USA disrupting vital asset areas and resource flows along China's trading routes or tipping power balances in favor of the US-led camp, has an implacable bearing on the undervalorization of global resources. Sometimes tipping power balances could involve piecemeal destruction of states. As posited throughout this work, encroachment wars cheapen developing country labor and resources. They also positively bear upon the rate of imperial financial rents. For instance, the circular flow of Arab petrodollars exchanged for T-bills or weapons is secondary to the much more significant category of U.S. imperial rents raw through circuitous dollar seigniorage or as the world scrambles to the US dollar safety. Destabilizing, as in war infusion to restructure power balances and expand fictitious capital, also engenders real value snatch. Financialized imperialism lowers labor income shares in the social product, imposes debts to induce austerity and uses money FOs to reduce the prices of national assets and acquire their ownership. Imperialist social fragmentation and the weakening of peripheral states, as happens in the and other insecure areas, are the mainstay of U.S. foreign policy. There is in the US-led imperialist methodology the sort of far-sighted positivism of philosophical pragmatism, and that is not so because of the sages in charge of U.S. foreign policy, the impersonal institutions of the US-led capitalist class, its democracy for us-only system, capitalize on every opportunity to foment or exploit disasters, of which there are an ever-increasing number because of neoliberalism, and as such they guarantee the more intelligent function of formal institutions as the rudder that steers history. In such a context, the madness of presidents does little to personalize the course of events. 14 Such conception is not the same as the late USA's Secretary of State, Dean Rusk type of conspiracy. While we are sleeping, 2/3 of the world is plotting to do us in, although no class politics would be devoid of such conspiracies. This is about the historical momentum of disruptions, the context itself or the historically furnished class relations entangled in an act of accumulation, and not some facile perception of persons who sleep while 148 others conspire. The process of destabilization accords with the trends of political economy and materialises through neoliberalism combined with actual intelligence and military interventions. It is that history, which is real, and it is that history that requires explication, not some counterfactual logic. The class connection between nationally ruling classes and imperialism continuously feed the objective grounds for social implosion. It is principally the context of lower incomes and the deterioration in the social infrastructure in a climate of open capital and trade accounts that stiff resources. China can erect barriers against such infiltrations, but instead it has come close to embracing the Western model of financial capitalism. The central government has promoted novel trading tools such as margin trading, financial futures, over-the-counter financing, and so on, all to facilitate the development and trading of derivatives. After the subsequent launch of derivatives trading products able to absorb a large amount of excess currency, the interests of domestic and foreign financial capital would merge in the form of a Western-style virtualist financial capitalism. In addition to such ominous warnings, Moody's has downgraded China's credit ratings as a result of credit growth running at nearly 300% of GDP, government and quasi-government debt rising from 62% in 2015 to 68% in 2016, and corporate debt increasing from 153% of GDP in 2015 to 164% in 2016. In addition to many internet-side maneuvers allowing capital outflows, the new open link between the Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and Shanghai stock markets will allow more foreign investors to directly buy Chinese shares. There is a real and a propaganda onslaught destined to maroon China in a credit crisis. Beyond the scaremongering, China is home to enormous banks and may be too big to fail. If it does, it may take the world's finances with it. All else unchanging and assuming China's financial rentierism does not get the upper hand, China's expansion will capitalize its market and share of dollar wealth. But dollar wealth could be devalued with dollar devaluation, a measure US-led capital still holds. Thus, it is the trajectory of the real wealth, the physical stock of capital, its degree of growing knowledge/output synergy underwritten by China's sovereignty, which will either bring things to a head militarily, or smoothly shift the global center of gravity away from the USA. Financial fragility may indirectly enter the politics of international relations. In the course of capital's concentration, together with 149. Its associated centralization of power under the leadership of the USA's financial rentier class, there may have emerged, coincidentally or necessarily, a new political response pattern, springing from the trade and financial imbalances with China. There are more impromptu knee-jerk responses to the conflict in Syria, and more generally a reflexive immediacy in politics elsewhere that signals a higher probability of sudden major power clashes. The Russian and NATO air traffic over Syria is a case in point. The responses of an edgy US empire feeling cornered and seeking elbow room can carry the irrationality of capitalist development to new extremes. The new danger of a major intercapitalist war may not be contained because, unlike the Cold War era when the Soviet Union used to dedicate a third of its party's convention statement to promote nuclear disarmament, this time around all parties are capitalist, engaged in proxy political battles of all sorts and rearming. The USA sustains pressure on China to come undone on the inside, namely through financial means circumventing its capital controls and precipitating a crisis after which foreign capital rakes in the Chinese assets at free sale prices. Apart from the military encirclement and the destable stay-in of key energy suppliers to China, the crisis that US-led financial capital wants to instigate is one that drains the state coffers, induces inflation, and results in huge job losses. In other words, a financial bust has happened in EA, but on a scale large enough to instill regime change or tear apart Chinese society. Sui et al. Warn that unless Chinese regulatory authorities take decisive steps to contain the circuitous financial infiltration by the alliance of foreign and local rentiers, the stock market crash will strike further blows to China's real economy. Wealth accumulated over the years by corporatized local governments in the real economy, albeit by suppressing workers' rights and wages and by destroying the environment, could be reduced to virtually nothing, as in the 500-day privatization plan introduced in Russia in 1991. In Russia and other privatizing Central Asian post-Soviet Union states, life expectancy declined after the shock therapy. The fall of China through financial war will imply its partial depopulation. As I explained in Chap 3, pre-capitalist forms of life organization required an increase in population to produce wealth, whereas capitalism creates wealth by setting aside labor or depopulation. The actuality of production, its resumption in a class struggle in which the Chinese working class has been disarmed of its strong central state, presents a dual bonanza for capital, destruction of value via depopulation. 150. Resulting in higher rates of exploitation and the profit feast of capturing China's wealth. In the objective laws of history, a history that has been largely under the command of US-led capital, the current ideology and impersonal institutions lay the groundwork for the creation of value by extending an ethos of war, whereas the subjective decision of the political making circles in the USA may be hard-pressed to up the war effort and, possibly fabricate the incidents that sparks war. In addition to the financial risks, proxy wars and militarization of the South China Sea, China faces certain structural barriers inherent to capitalism. Capitalist development is not inherently uneven, it is necessarily uneven and, in practice, the unevenness tallies with the balance of the class struggle. There are no inherent biological traits pitting humanity against each other. Each historical phase has its laws of war making that are necessary to its reproduction. Wang et al. Aptly emphasized that if China continues to absorb excess capacity through rapid urbanization without regard for rural culture or ecological sustainability, and if the government fails to address the severe social contradictions caused by rising wealth inequality, labor disputes, environmental deterioration, and off-scale corruption, then the slogans of infrastructure-based developmentalism will have little persuasive power overseas. In short, neither the USA nor the normal wear and tear of capitalism allow China an easy sailing into the future. A déjà vu moment in history. Mainstream academia insipidly attempts to parody the ascent of China with civilizational clashes across history. The practice of the law of value characterizes capitalism, and to delve too far back in history in order to draw parallels with the China-America case is more about literary religiosity than political economy. The way the US-led capitalist class is reacting to China as it cuts a higher share into the global capitalist pie exhibits similarities the way the British and the French reacted to the rise of Germany in the years before WWI. To illustrate the resemblance, here is Lenin in 1917 on the topic. Germany introduced the beginnings of state-controlled capitalist production, combining the colossal power of capitalism with the colossal power of the state into a single mechanism and bringing tens of millions of people within the single organization of state capitalism, the outcome of the policies of the classes who, long before the war, had caught the whole. 151. World, all countries, in the net of financial exploitation and economically divided the globe up among themselves, were bound to clash. The present moment in imperialist history, the moment at which an ever higher velocity of exchange value circulation forces technological innovations to compress time and space, also reveals that whatever changes to the historical legacy of the institutions of the Cold War and the acceleration of finance-based accumulation reported in quarterly profit rates had required, international conventions were rewritten. New justifications for imperialist aggression were invented. Justifications for intervention/accumulation and regime change are practiced under humanitarian pretexts and or, simply by the defense of American interests. More and more, the higher rate of integration of finance capital, its homogeneity, also allows it to decide its rate of profit by slicing deeper into the global wage share. On the labor side, a lack of an internationally organized movement to oppose the status quo precedes the absence of an ideological alternative. 15. No matter how vocal, individualistic, loud, romantic, or academic the left voices are, without anti-systemic, ironclad organizations that provide workable alternatives, there will be no socialist ideology. Also, cries of moral indignation may be more pro than anti-systemic in their effectiveness because they depressurize popular sentiment without their recanalization into organizational forms. The resulting despondency sets progress even further back. Hence, the class landscape is hegemonized by the language of neoliberalism, and apart from capitalist classes whose wealth production is nationally based, all financialist capitalist classes are submissively integrated with the U.S. market and its capital. In one possible outcome, the pressure on China, the squeeze on its market expansion and its dollar peonage, may restructure its ruling classes into comprador. Such an outcome is highly unlikely because the national class reproduction base remains the national industrial economy. All the while, the industrial class is looking for ways to control its finance independently of the dollar. The Chinese ruling class may hold out against US-led capital because its returns from the national economy would exceed its revenues from serving as comprador to US-led finance. Another reason why such outcome is more likely is because the growth of capital occurs by cutting into the share of the working class and into the shares of other competing capitals. In this complex and shifting amalgam of class contradictions and alliances, it is the anarchy of production. 152. Through competition and its alienated price system that underlay the raison d'etre of capital and its rates of return. An intermediation of class differences, the competitions of different circles of capital for higher profits, which are preset by history, makes inter-imperialist collaboration or the development of anti-imperialist policy mediated by imperialist players themselves untenable. Recalling, war is as endogenous to capital as is technology, so to presume that capitalism would be going against its own grain and stop war is also unlikely. War falls outside immediate social control according to the degree to which labor weakens organizationally and ideologically. Thus, we are left with two outstanding facts that adumbrate the future of such competition: the inevitability of war to capital and the decaying state of socialist organization and ideology. Recently, a study commissioned by the Rand Corporation was titled War with China, Thinking Through the Unthinkable, and, in a most banal fashion, it proposes engaging China in a militarist conflict. 16. The new US-led assault on the Chinese ruling class follows a similar path to Nixon's madman theory during the Cold War. As part of the American scare tactic, he pretended to be crazy enough to push the nuclear button. Recently, the candidates for the US 2016 election had both reenacted a new version of the madman theory exhibiting their knowledge of nuclear button pushing. 17. The phantasmagorical nuclear problem of assured mutual destruction has taken a new turn with the election of Donald Trump as U.S. President. Although history's advance towards nuclear war may be mitigated by the fact that capitalizing the nuclear arsenal need not result in the realization of the nuclear bomb itself, there is at present a stale capital performance requiring the infusion of new value and more unsettled people in charge. The remark by Clare leaves out the madness of Western history and institutions by pointing out that war may be a one-man mad job when in fact Trump's inane predisposition fits neatly into the game theoretic strategy of the American institution. The palate of some sections of liberalism cannot accept the fact that their good capitalism breeds fascism. Although Hillary Clinton may have not been too different, Trump's election signals how class formations restructure when faced with crises. Knowledge per SE, or the 153. Underpinning of social consent, is the substance of power, and the production of knowledge in its ideological form is subjugated to power. The nexus of power and ideology continuously re-articulates central classes to respond to crises. The liberalism that was promoting neoliberalism was also deepening the demand-side crisis of accumulation to which capital must raise the dose of expropriation through socially constructed/concocted measures and violent means. At home in the center, such new forms are the right-wing populism, and abroad, they are imperialist assaults. The Trump-proposed inward recoiling of the USA is itself an imposition of risk and cost-sharing upon other imperialist partners in Europe and elsewhere that have been free-riding on the massive military and security umbrella of the USA. The USA alone cannot curb the rise of China. Arresting the ascent of China is an inter-imperialist responsibility, just as happened when combating the Soviet Union. However, this Trump election proves that the power of objective and impersonal history, the class struggle, is the real establishment and the power broker of last resort for capital, while the interlocutors of liberalism and its media are simply mouthpieces that will fall in line when a more rapacious imperialism raises their shares of imperial rents. To assess whether the USA's pivot to Asia will result in war, an analysis of the new rules of engagement provided by the real-time examples of the international war fought on Syrian and Iraqi soils may sketch the state of affairs to come. There are in these wars coordinated and gradually measured escalations efted to the desires of competing states. They designate the space in which to FGHT and the type of weaponry. You bomb here and I bomb there is pretty much what is happening in Syria. In between nuclear war and no war, there is also a spectrum of possibilities oscillating between the surreal realization of the philosophical categories of being and nothingness, the latter in the literal sense. If the war moves east, it may unfold much as the superpower game is being put on display in Syria and Iraq, or the immediacy and irrationality of politics may take its nuclear toll. Although not impossible, the later state of complete annihilation is highly unlikely because nuclear war does not deliver to capital what conventional war does, the realization of the war commodity itself and undervalorization of peripheral assets. Put differently, in building nuclear capacity, capital reaps what it invests in the warhead and only that. Whereas in conventional war, it invests in the war commodity, realizes the war commodity in which it had invested, and 154. Accrues immediate and subsidiary benefits, resituating its real and ideological power, boosting imperial rents and cheapening the resources it requires for production. Conventional war is measured depopulation and devalorization of the Third World, whereas a nuclear winter goes overboard. For the majority of immiserated working classes for which a no-exit existential condition from poverty already prevails and whose needs would be better met by humanistic reason, the nuclear game is understood just as a game from which their historical agency is musing. But if the mass murder in war of the 20th century is any indication of degree of ruling class insobriety, then the point made by Clare may not ring so hollow, and one must brace for a slightly higher probability of the worst-case scenario. So far one thing is for sure, the trend of market power expansion by China is compromising the power standing of US-led capital. Judging by the rule of stability and autonomy leading to development as discussed, the prospects for EA as already observed through newly re-invoked territorial disputes are not so promising. Increasing militarism drains development, and the East Asian comprador pawns of US empire will not part ways with it in case it bombs in desperation. On a promising note, China is not engaging in an arms race that would incapacitate its economy to the point of sliding into an implosion as did the Soviet Union. Soviet implosion was principally about working-class ideological defeat and, in that sense, China without revolutionary ideology might implode irrespective of successful economics. It is choosing carefully to modernize its army by selective technology upgrading without taking nuclear primacy seriously. Chasudovsky re-emphasizes that the already established U.S. strategy of militarization in the Middle East and its ongoing militarization in EA undercut China's interests insofar these policies diminish the space potentially accessible through market power. Meanwhile, one observes that the growth of several competing capitalist classes organized around powerful states augurs the likelihood of heightened capitalist competition and confists. In such a state of FUX, the rise of the social forces, especially in EA, which may thwart the potential for confict becomes a historical necessity. As for the rest of the developing world, another window of opportunity may be opening as a result of intercapitalist confict. In view of the seriousness of the debacle, one can only suggest what Lin Biao had suggested in relation to anti-imperialist praxis creating revolutionary thought. As revolutionary thought is grasped by the broad masses, it may become a 155 source of strength and a spiritual atom bomb of infinite power. Such is the time for the real and spiritual struggle against war. Closing remarks. My principal hypothesis has been that imperialism is the ultimate class power articulating the developing country's ruling class's role in development, and any procedural policies undertaken by these national classes in development must be referred back to the more holistic concept of imperialism to be better understood. From beginning to end, this research is one long essay that focuses on the relationships between security and economic development, based on the insight that each class articulation and its associated security arrangement entail a certain pattern of resource allocation and development. In such a framework, an investigation of the terms of power, instead of terms of trade, and the mode of integration of a given developing country with the international economy affords a more lucid explanation of the determinants of development. These terms of power emerge through an interplay of national and international class forces. In other words, there are no developing world champions of development. Development occurs in the shadow of a cordon sanitaire strategically serving the security concerns of US-led imperialism. In an age of socialist ideological defeat, imperialism is the only champion and the degree of development becomes, allegorically speaking, a residual after the vassal's tribute to empire. In a developing context characterized by a high frequency of confists and deprived of autonomy, including policy autonomy, such as the Arab social formation, capital accumulation is slotted under the domain of militarism. In securing the development of East Asian breakthroughs, it is the imperialist forces that had overseen a process of national institutional change, which recirculates resources nationally, captures gains from preferred trade statuses and engages its downstream neighbors in a super-exploitation framework. Although national class relationships are indifferentiable from cross-national class ties, it is the desire of the weightier force of imperialism to strengthen its hegemony through a cordon sanitaire, which had resulted in the East Asian breakthroughs. In its pursuit of securitizing and hedging against the advance of China in EA, imperialism bolstered their nexus of globally integrated industrialization together with the national security structure. A priori, the hard-cast law of nationally successful capital accumulation. 156. Development remains rooted in the retention and recirculation of the social surplus within the social formation. Part of the imperialist securitization game involves buttressing the living security and allegiance of the working class to national identity. Understood in historical terms, the security arrangements in the UNEA are only secondarily the results of domestic development. These performances are better explicated in relation to their modes of integration with the global economic structure and their positions in the international division of labor. In the same vein, the power of the national ruling classes and their autonomous or non-autonomous policy spaces in EA and the UR respectively, are subsidiary intermediations of their relationship with imperialism. The focus on class and the international roots of institutional arrangements steering development does not ignore the effects of domestic factors. In the totality that is security, the argument simply allots determinacy to imperialism. Determinacy is not determinism. In the complex of historical relationships, the leading relationship, or the more powerful relationship that is imperialism, necessarily but not exclusively, dominates developments. Such imperialistically dominated developments as occurred in EA may be characterized by huge quantities of wealth for the few or for a select national working class group at the expense of other national working classes. In the East Asian states that have already caught up, higher living standards have underpinned a nationalist fervor and the sort of consciousness that more purposely than inadvertently contributes to imperialist security. The grand prize for imperialism is the chimera by which the working classes of the breakthroughs of EA do not perceive that fighting for their homeland is equivalent to fighting for imperialism. Such narrow form of development with pro-imperialist consciousness as in Israel and the breakthroughs, impoverishes more numerous working people in other countries downstream and creates more of the lumpen or uneven development across national borders. In spite of the negative dialectic attendant upon imperialist-led development, there are lessons to be drawn from the allocation/accounting East Asian resources for development. To achieve more even-handed development with positive international implications, autonomy of policy and national sovereignty, both determined by the distance that working-class forces steer the state away from imperialist control, should become interrelated goals and form the necessary but insufficient condition for genuine economic development. To speak in the formal vernacular. 157. Sufficiency will require, in addition to the satisfaction of anti-imperialist fronts, the retention and redeployment of the social product nationally and the establishment of a domestic coalition for a command of the wealth-creating channels by the working class. In the case of an developing by militarism, imperialist powers have a vested interest in undermining the Arab security arrangement and degree of autonomy arising from the representation of the working class in the state. The Arab region is a region of war FOs as well as oil FOs, the former serves to devalue assets, reconstitute imperialist power on a more solid footing and shifts financial resources to empire, and the latter, that is oil FO control, is a source of dollar backing and bears strategically on oil importers worldwide. In addition to scaring financial resources to the safety of the dollar, the recent wedlock between militarism and finance is also a furnace of surplus value creation by the absolute consumption of labor power along with the laborers' depopulation and the premature extinguishing of human lives. In the actuality of production that has internalized and negated the analytical demarcation lines between productive and unproductive labor and emerged in the conditions of the class struggle, militarism continues to destroy value in order to create new value. With higher value productivity via militarism underpinning physical productivity elsewhere, the war inertia gains speed. The higher rate of surplus value in the sphere of militarism arises from the law of Velae or the social act that sets back use value behind exchange value considerations by means of war. It relegates the social, as opposed to the private, to a lower end on the order priorities. In order to accomplish higher rates of productivity and imperial rents, capital foments inter- and intra-working class divisions. Capital, the social relationship, takes its principal shape, not in the act of appropriating the surplus, but in the division of the working class, hence, the primacy of the labor process. In terms of returns to investment, militarism as a domain of accumulation and its war economy releases far more surplus value and moneyed value to financial capital than the super-exploitation of EA. The articulation of the class in power in EA with imperialism recirculated a bigger share of the social surplus in the national social formation, hence the partial development. In Arab countries, Arab class relations collapsed into a single core relationship, which is the transnational joint financial comprador class laying the groundwork for nationalist collapse. 158. Exceeding the woes of unrestrained openness under neoliberalism, the ultimate form of Arab collapse is state fragmentation, which sets on course the socialization or denationalization of national resources, ergo, Commercial exploitation functioning under the domain of militarism is the highest form of exploitation and surplus value creation. Another spin-off of the war or warlike conditions of the is the accentuation of its own merchant mode of production. Commerce bereft of industry, traders in charge of the state which eschews production even more than financial rentierism, recirculates wealth abroad. The dependence of ruling classes in the Arab region on tapping into oil earnings and war economy rents has lessened their motivation to invest in their local societies. In EA, the Entente, or the imperialistically provided security blanket, eminently set the stage for creating a less inequitable distribution of power and income. The plugging of East Asian leakages and national wealth reinvestment in higher productivity endeavors only steady the performance of the global capitalist system. The subsidiary autonomy of the East Asian state in the allocation, distribution, and welfare brings the national decision-making process under its purview and strengthens its hegemony over civil society institutions. Such characteristics are visibly lacking in the leaving much space to the Salafism, whose scare effect has counterbalanced the ebbing militarization of the Cold War. In explaining why some develop and some do not, one is well advised to remember the reasons for colonialism. The Third World was colonist because the colonizers could strip it of its political will, cheapen its assets, price its currency, and exploit its resources at will. Such processes are still at play in the post-colonial However, because the U.S. empire has fewer competitors than colonial Britain and, because in the age of financialization the channeling of value through money form is more fluid than ever before, US-led imperialism rakes in imperialist rents by destroying nations farther afield from the security of the Cordon Sanitaire. The war turbulences it creates in the Middle East drive resources to its market. However, just as in past colonial days, Western capital still needs the collusion of the Arab comprador class. East Asian countries operate away from such interferences in the shadow of a more serious Cordon Sanitaire hedging the advance of China. But this picture is changing and, short of nuclear war or a financial war fragmenting China politically, the rise of China to global leadership, as 159. Predicted by Arthur K. Davis, Anwar Abdel Malik, and André Gunder Frank, is unstoppable. The strategic option of the East Asian working classes is to stand with China. Insofar as Arab economic development can be explained in relation to East Asian economic development, a point of departure would be to investigate the transfer of cheapened value, human and otherwise, from the by means of encroachment wars and, no less, by the negative ideological pressures such wars put on global working classes. Once it is understood that the US-dominated global power structure fosters the rising rate of labor exploitation and expropriation through the combined measures of wars and financialization, then the dollar peonage of China, as well as EA, becomes visible as a partial but significant offshoot of the imperialist wars visited upon the